Before the fear begins, hit like and subscribe, don't miss the chills. Tell us where you're watching from, and brace yourself for stories so terrifying, they'll haunt your night. The rain poured relentlessly, drumming against the windows of the old, creaking mansion. The storm had come out of nowhere, trapping 6 friends inside the eerie estate they had rented for the weekend. The plan was simple, a weekend of fun, drinks, and maybe a little adventure. But as the thunder roared and the lights flickered, it was clear that this weekend would be anything but ordinary. The group had gathered in the grand living room, a fire crackling in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The air was thick with tension, though no one wanted to admit it. The mansion had a reputation, stories of disappearances, strange noises, and whispers in the dark. But they had all laughed it off, dismissing it as local folklore meant to scare tourists. "All right, who's up for a game?" asked Rohan, the self-proclaimed leader of the group. He was tall, with a charming smile and a mischievous glint in his eye. He held up a deck of cards, his grin widening. Truth or dare? Or maybe something darker? The group exchanged glances. There was something about the way he said darker that sent a shiver down everyone's spine. But no one wanted to back down. They were here for adventure, after all. "I'm in," said Anaya, her voice steady. She was the bold one, always up for a challenge. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her piercing eyes seemed to see right through you. She leaned back on the couch, her legs crossed, exuding confidence. "Me too," chimed in Arjun, the quiet one. He was the kind of guy who preferred to observe rather than participate, but tonight, he seemed different. There was a nervous energy about him, as if he knew something the others didn't. The rest of the group, Priya, Vikram, and Meera, nodded in agreement. They were all in. Rohan shuffled the cards, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "All right, let's make this interesting. We'll play a game called the Forbidden Room." "The Forbidden Room?" Priya asked, her brow furrowing. "What's that?" Rohan leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Legend has it that this mansion has a hidden room, a room that's been sealed off for decades. No one knows what's inside, but they say whoever enters it never comes out the same." The room fell silent, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the pounding of the rain outside. The group exchanged uneasy glances, but no one dared to back down now. "So, how do we play?" Vikram asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and apprehension. Rohan smiled, his teeth gleaming in the firelight. "Simple. We draw cards. The person who draws the joker has to find the room and spend the night inside. Alone." The group gasped. This was no ordinary game. This was a test of courage or stupidity. "Are you serious?" Meera asked, her voice trembling. "What if something happens?" Rohan shrugged, his grin never wavering. "Then I guess we'll find out if the stories are true." The group hesitated, but one by one, they nodded. They were in too deep to back out now. Rohan dealt the cards, his hand steady despite the tension in the room. The group held their breath as they each picked up their card, their eyes darting around nervously. Anaya was the first to reveal her card. It was the Queen of Hearts. She let out a sigh of relief, though her eyes still held a hint of unease. Priya went next. The 10 of Spades. She smiled weakly, her hands trembling slightly. Vikram revealed the King of Diamonds. He let out a nervous laugh, running a hand through his hair. Meera's card was the Ace of Clubs. She exhaled sharply, her shoulders relaxing. Arjun was next. His hand shook as he turned over his card. The Joker. The room fell silent, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Arjun stared at the card, his face pale. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Rohan clapped him on the back, his grin widening. "Looks like you're the lucky one, Arjun. Time to find the Forbidden Room." Arjun swallowed hard, his throat dry. "This is insane," he muttered, but he knew there was no way out. The group had made a pact, and he wasn't about to break it. The group spent the next hour searching the mansion, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they explored every nook and cranny. The mansion was massive, with winding hallways, hidden passages, and rooms that seemed to go on forever. But no matter where they looked, they couldn't find the Forbidden Room. Just as they were about to give up, Anaya noticed something strange. A small, almost imperceptible crack in the wall near the staircase. She ran her fingers along it, her heart pounding in her chest. "Guys, I think I found something," she called out, her voice trembling with excitement. The group gathered around, their flashlights illuminating the wall. Anaya pressed her hand against the crack, and to her surprise, the wall shifted, revealing a hidden door. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, narrow staircase leading down into the depths of the mansion. The air was cold and damp, and a faint, musty smell wafted up from below. "This is it," Rohan whispered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "The forbidden room." Arjun hesitated, his heart racing. He didn't want to go down there, but he knew he had no choice. The group had made a pact, and he wasn't about to back out now. "All right," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'll do it." The group watched as Arjun descended the staircase, his flashlight casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. The door creaked shut behind him, leaving him in complete darkness. The group waited in silence, the tension in the air palpable. Minutes turned into hours, and still, there was no sign of Arjun. Finally, Rohan broke the silence. "All right, that's enough. We need to go after him." The group nodded in agreement, their fear giving way to concern. They descended the staircase, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they searched for Arjun. But when they reached the bottom, they found something they never expected. The room was empty. The group stood frozen at the bottom of the staircase, their flashlights illuminating the small, circular room. The walls were lined with ancient, crumbling bookshelves, and the air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay. In the center of the room stood a single, ornate chair, its wood carved with intricate, unsettling patterns. But there was no sign of Arjun. "Where the hell is he?" Priya whispered, her voice trembling. She clutched her flashlight tightly, her knuckles white. "I don't know," Rohan replied, his usual confidence wavering. He stepped further into the room, his flashlight sweeping across the walls. "He was just here. He couldn't have just disappeared." Anaya knelt down, examining the floor. "There's no dust," she said, her voice low. "It's like someone, or something, has been here recently." The group exchanged uneasy glances. The room felt alive, as if it were watching them, waiting for them to make a wrong move. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of their breathing and the occasional creak of the old mansion. "Maybe he went back upstairs," Vikram suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. "He could have slipped past us." Meera shook her head. "No, we would have seen him. There's only one way in and out of this room." "Then where is he?" Priya demanded, her voice rising in panic. "This is insane. We need to get out of here." "Calm down," Rohan said, though his own voice betrayed his fear. "We need to think this through. Arjun wouldn't just vanish. There has to be an explanation." Anaya stood up, her eyes narrowing as she examined the walls. "There's something off about this room," she said. "It's too small. The mansion is huge, but this room feels compressed, like it's hiding something." She ran her hands along the walls, her fingers brushing against the rough, uneven surface. Suddenly, she felt something, a small, almost imperceptible indentation. She pressed it, and to her surprise, a section of the wall slid open, revealing a hidden passageway. The group gasped, their flashlights illuminating the dark, narrow corridor that stretched out before them. The air was even colder here, and a faint, eerie whisper seemed to echo from within. "This is it," Anaya said, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her veins. "This is where Arjun went." Rohan stepped forward, his jaw set with determination. "All right, let's go. But stay close, and don't do anything stupid." The group nodded, their fear giving way to a grim resolve. They had come this far, and there was no turning back now. The corridor was narrow and winding, the walls closing in around them as they ventured deeper into the mansion. The air grew colder with each step, and the whispers grew louder, though they couldn't make out the words. It was as if the mansion itself was alive, breathing, watching. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor, where a heavy, iron door stood ajar. The whispers were coming from behind it, faint but unmistakable. The group hesitated, their flashlights trembling in their hands. On 3, Rohan said, his voice barely above a whisper. 1, 2, 3. He pushed the door open, and the group stepped inside. The room was unlike anything they had ever seen. The walls were covered in strange, ancient symbols, glowing faintly in the darkness. In the center of the room stood a large, circular table, its surface covered in candles that burned with an unnatural, blue flame. And sitting at the table was Arjun. But it wasn't the Arjun they knew. His eyes were hollow, his skin pale and gaunt. He sat perfectly still, his hands resting on the table, his expression blank. The whispers seemed to emanate from him, though his lips didn't move. Arjun, Priya whispered, her voice trembling. Are you okay? Arjun didn't respond. His eyes remained fixed on the table, unblinking. Rohan stepped forward, his flashlight trained on Arjun. Arjun, snap out of it. What the hell is going on? Still, Arjun didn't move. The whispers grew louder, filling the room with an eerie, otherworldly sound. Anaya stepped closer, her eyes scanning the room. This isn't right, she said. This place, it's not natural. We need to get him out of here. She reached out to grab Arjun's arm, but the moment her fingers touched his skin, a jolt of electricity shot through her. She gasped, stumbling back as the whispers turned into a deafening roar. The candles flared, their blue flames shooting up into the air. The symbols on the walls began to glow brighter, pulsating with an unnatural energy. The room seemed to shift, the walls closing in around them. Get down, Rohan shouted, pulling Anaya to the ground as the room erupted in chaos. The whispers turned into screams, the air filled with the sound of laughter and crying. The walls seemed to breathe, their surfaces rippling like water. The group huddled together, their flashlights flickering as the energy in the room grew stronger. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The room fell silent, the candles extinguishing themselves. The symbols on the walls faded, leaving the room in darkness once more. The group slowly got to their feet, their hearts pounding in their chests. Arjun was gone. Where is he? Mira cried, her voice breaking. Where did he go? Rohan shook his head, his face pale. I don't know. But we need to get out of here. Now. The group didn't need to be told twice. They turned and ran, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they retraced their steps through the corridor. The whispers followed them, growing louder with each step, until they reached the hidden room and slammed the door shut behind them. They collapsed on the floor, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The room was silent once more, but the fear lingered, clinging to them like a second skin. We need to leave, Priya said, her voice trembling. We need to get out of this mansion and never come back. Rohan nodded, his usual confidence shattered. You're right. We'll leave first thing in the morning. But for now, we need to stay together. No one goes anywhere alone. The group agreed, their fear binding them together. They returned to the living room, where the fire still crackled in the hearth. But the warmth did little to comfort them. The events of the night had left them shaken, their minds racing with questions they couldn't answer. As they sat in silence, the storm outside raged on, the rain pounding against the windows. The mansion seemed to creak and groan, as if it were alive, watching, waiting. And somewhere, deep within its walls, Arjun was still out there. The group sat huddled together in the living room, the fire casting flickering shadows on their pale, frightened faces. The storm outside showed no signs of letting up, and the mansion seemed to groan and creak with every gust of wind. The events of the night had left them all on edge, their nerves frayed and their minds racing with unanswered questions. We can't just leave him, Mira said, her voice breaking the heavy silence. Arjun is still out there. We have to do something. Rohan ran a hand through his hair, his usual confidence replaced by a haunted look. What can we do? That room, it's not normal. It's like it's alive. And Arjun, he's gone. We don't even know if he's still himself. Anaya, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Her voice was calm but firm. We can't give up on him. Whatever that room is, it's not natural. But that doesn't mean we can't fight it. We need to go back. The group exchanged uneasy glances. The thought of returning to that room filled them with dread, but they knew Anaya was right. They couldn't abandon Arjun. "All right," Rohan said, his voice steadying. "But we do this together. No one goes off alone. And if things get too dangerous, we get out." "Agreed." The group nodded, their fear giving way to a grim determination. They grabbed their flashlights and made their way back to the hidden room, their footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The door to the forbidden room stood ajar, the darkness within seeming to pulse with an unnatural energy. The group hesitated at the threshold, their flashlights trembling in their hands. "Stay close," Rohan whispered as they stepped inside. The room was just as they had left it, cold, damp, and filled with an oppressive silence. The symbols on the walls glowed faintly, their light casting eerie shadows on the floor. The whispers had returned, faint but unmistakable, echoing through the room like a distant memory. Anaya stepped forward, her flashlight trained on the walls. "There's something here," she said, her voice low. "Something we missed." She ran her fingers along the symbols, her brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, her hand brushed against something, a small, hidden lever. She pressed it, and the wall slid open, revealing another hidden passageway. The group exchanged uneasy glances. The passageway was narrow and dark, the air thick with the scent of decay. The whispers grew louder, urging them forward. "This is it," Anaya said, her voice steady. "This is where Arjun went." Rohan nodded, his jaw set with determination. "Let's go. But stay close." The group ventured into the passageway, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The walls seemed to close in around them, the air growing colder with each step. The whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony of fear and despair. Finally, they reached the end of the passageway, where a large, iron door stood ajar. The whispers were coming from behind it, faint but unmistakable. The group hesitated, their hearts pounding in their chests. "On 3, Rohan said, his voice barely above a whisper. 1, 2, 3. He pushed the door open, and the group stepped inside. The room was vast, its walls lined with ancient, crumbling bookshelves. In the center of the room stood a large, circular table, its surface covered in candles that burned with an unnatural, blue flame. And sitting at the table was Arjun. But it wasn't the Arjun they knew. His eyes were hollow, his skin pale and gaunt. He sat perfectly still, his hands resting on the table, his expression blank. The whispers seemed to emanate from him, though his lips didn't move. "Arjun," Priya whispered, her voice trembling. Are you okay?" Arjun didn't respond. His eyes remained fixed on the table, unblinking. Rohan stepped forward, his flashlight trained on Arjun. "Arjun, snap out of it. What the hell is going on?" Still, Arjun didn't move. The whispers grew louder, filling the room with an eerie, otherworldly sound. Anaya stepped closer, her eyes scanning the room. "This isn't right," she said. "This place, it's not natural. We need to get him out of here." She reached out to grab Arjun's arm, but the moment her fingers touched his skin, a jolt of electricity shot through her. She gasped, stumbling back as the whispers turned into a deafening roar. The candles flared, their blue flames shooting up into the air. The symbols on the walls began to glow brighter, pulsating with an unnatural energy. The room seemed to shift, the walls closing in around them. "Get down," Rohan shouted, pulling Anaya to the ground as the room erupted in chaos. The whispers turned into screams, the air filled with the sound of laughter and crying. The walls seemed to breathe, their surfaces rippling like water. The group huddled together, their flashlights flickering as the energy in the room grew stronger. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The room fell silent, the candles extinguishing themselves. The symbols on the walls faded, leaving the room in darkness once more. The group slowly got to their feet, their hearts pounding in their chests. Arjun was gone. "Where is he?" Meera cried, her voice breaking. "Where did he go?" Rohan shook his head, his face pale. "I don't know. But we need to get out of here. Now." The group didn't need to be told twice. They turned and ran, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they retraced their steps through the corridor. The whispers followed them, growing louder with each step, until they reached the hidden room and slammed the door shut behind them. They collapsed on the floor, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The room was silent once more, but the fear lingered, clinging to them like a second skin. "We need to leave," Priya said, her voice trembling. "We need to get out of this mansion and never come back." Rohan nodded, his usual confidence shattered. "You're right. We'll leave first thing in the morning. But for now, we need to stay together. No one goes anywhere alone." The group agreed, their fear binding them together. They returned to the living room, where the fire still crackled in the hearth. But the warmth did little to comfort them. The events of the night had left them shaken, their minds racing with questions they couldn't answer. As they sat in silence, the storm outside raged on, the rain pounding against the windows. The mansion seemed to creak and groan, as if it were alive, watching, waiting. And somewhere, deep within its walls, Arjun was still out there. Epilogue. The group left the mansion at dawn, their faces pale and their eyes hollow. They never spoke of what happened that night, but the memory of the forbidden room stayed with them, haunting their dreams. Years later, the mansion still stands, abandoned and decaying. Locals say it's cursed, that anyone who enters never comes out the same. Some say they hear whispers in the wind, faint but unmistakable, calling out to them. And if you listen closely, you might hear them too. Hello everyone and welcome back to Nightmare Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video story. 1M, it had been a long and tiring day at work and all I wanted was to unwind. The sun had already set by the time I stepped through the door, dropping my bag near the entrance. I let out a deep sigh, rubbing my temples as I walked into the kitchen to grab a glass of water. The silence of my apartment felt welcoming, a break from the constant noise of the outside world. After finishing my drink, I made my way to the living room and collapsed onto the couch. I reached for my phone, scrolling through messages and missed calls without much thought. That was when I noticed an unread voice message from an unknown no number. I frowned, wondering who would send me something like that. Curiosity got the best of me and I pressed play, bringing the phone close to my ear. As the audio played, a chill ran down my spine. It was my own voice speaking, repeating something I had said earlier that day. At first, I thought it was a mistake, maybe some kind of glitch. The message was brief, but I recognized the words instantly. It was a simple comment I had made during lunch while chatting with a coworker. My heart pounded as I tried to make sense of it. No one had recorded me and I had not sent any voice messages. That day I played it again, listening carefully to the tone and pauses. It was undeniably me. I stood up, pacing around the room while gripping my phone tightly. My mind raced through every possible explanation. Maybe it was a prank, but who would go through the trouble? I checked the number, but there were no identifying details. A quick online search gave me nothing useful. I deleted the message, convincing myself it was a strange coincidence. Still, the ones lingered, making it difficult to relax. The rest of the evening passed in a blur, my thoughts clouded with uncertainty. Every sound in the apartment seemed louder, every shadow darker than before. I locked the doors and double-checked the windows, suddenly feeling exposed. Even the hell of the refrigerator made me uneasy. I turned on the television, hoping the noise would push away the growing tension. But no matter how hard I tried, the feeling of being watched never left. Sleep did not come easily. That night I tossed and turned my mind, replaying the message over and over each time. It felt more unsettling, as if I had heard something hidden within my own words. I reached for my phone, hesitating, before checking my messages again. There were no new ones, which should have been a relief, but instead it made me even more anxious. What if I received another one? What if someone was listening? By morning, I convinced myself that I had overreacted. It had to be some technical issue, maybe even an accidental recording. With a deep breath, I got ready for work, determined to put the whole thing behind me. The day went by as usual, filled with meetings and small talk. I tried to act normal, but the message remained in the back of my mind. Each time I spoke, I wondered if someone else was listening. On my way home, I checked my phone again, half expecting another message to appear. When there was nothing, I let out a small sigh of relief. Maybe it really had been a one-time thing. But just as I stepped inside my apartment, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened as I saw another voice message from the same unknown number. My hands trembled as I pressed play. My breath caught in my throat. This time the recording was longer. It was still my voice, but the words were from a conversation I had earlier. That afternoon, my own laughter echoed through the speaker, followed by a sentence I knew I had spoken just hours ago. The realization made my blood run cold. Someone had been close enough to hear me, close enough to record me. Without my knowledge, I turned in a slow circle, scanning the room, as if expecting to see someone standing there. Panic set in, as I tried to think. Logically, had someone been following me, watching me without my noticing? My fingers hovered over the screen, debating whether to call for help. But what would I even say that I was receiving recordings of my own voice? It sounded ridiculous even to me. I checked my apartment again, looking for anything out of place. Everything was as I had left it, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I deleted the message, telling myself that reacting with fear would only make things worse. I forced myself to eat dinner, though every bite felt like a struggle. The silence in my apartment was unbearable, so I kept the television on for background noise. Every so often I glanced at my phone, dreading another notification. Hours passed, and when no more messages came, I allowed myself to relax just a little. That night I barely slept. Every sound in the apartment felt amplified. Every shadow a potential threat. My phone remained on the nightstand, the screen lighting up, occasionally with random notifications. Each time my heart jumped, fearing it was another message. By the time the sun rose, I felt exhausted both physically and mentally. I needed answers, but I had no idea where to start. I decided to take a different route to work, hoping a change in routine would make me feel safer. I kept an eye on my surroundings, looking for anything unusual. Every stranger on the street felt suspicious. Every glance in my direction sent a wave of paranoia through me. I avoided unnecessary conversations, speaking only when necessary, but as the day went on I could not shake the few, and that none of it mattered. That evening, as I neared my apartment, I hesitated before stepping inside. My fingers hovered over the doorknob, a deep sense of dread settling in my chest. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to act normal. The moment I locked the door behind me, my phone vibrated. My stomach dropped as I saw another voice message waiting for me. My hand shook as I reached for the device, but this time I could not bring myself to press play. I stared at the screen for what felt like forever, my pulse pounding in my ears. A part of me wanted to delete it without listening, to pretend it did not exist, but another part of me knew that ignoring it would not make it stop. With a shaky breath, I tapped the message. My body tense as the audio played. The voice was mine, but the words were not. The recording started, with me speaking, but after a few seconds the tone shifted. My own voice repeated a phrase that I had never said before, something chilling and unfamiliar. It was a whisper almost too soft to hear, but the meaning was clear. Someone was not just listening, they were responding. A wave of cold fear washed over me as I dropped the phone onto the table. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. Someone had taken my own voice and twisted it, using it to communicate with me in a way I could not understand. My mind raced through every possibility, every logical explanation, but nothing made sense. I took slow, deep breaths trying to calm myself. Then, with a determined grip, I blocked the number, refusing to let the fear control me. I deleted the message, turned off my phone and sat in silence. Maybe whoever was behind this wanted a reaction, wanted me to spiral into paranoia, but I would not let them win. That night I locked my doors, closed my curtains and forced myself to sleep. No more messages came, and for the first time in days, I felt a sense of peace. Maybe whoever was behind it had grown bored, or maybe blocking the number had ended it for good. Either way, I was done, letting it consume me. Days passed, then weeks, and no new messages arrived. The fear that had once gripped me slowly faded, replaced by cautious relief. I never found out who sent the recordings or how they did it. Maybe I never would, but I moved forward, refusing to let the unknown control my life. Whatever had happened, it was over now, and that was all that mattered. Story 2. I was going through my credit card transactions when I noticed a charge from a place I had never been. At first I thought it was a mistake, but as I looked closer I realized the amount was too high to ignore. It was from a restaurant in a city I had never visited, and the date showed it had been made just a few days ago. My stomach tightened as I tried to recall if I had ever given my card information to anyone recently. I had always been careful with online purchases and never saved my details on random websites. I immediately grabbed my phone and called my bank to report the suspicious charge. After a few minutes of waiting, a customer service representative answered and asked for my account details. I explained the situation, telling them I had never been to the place listed on my statement. They placed me on hold while they checked the transaction, and I could feel my anxiety growing. The thought of someone having access to my credit card sent a wave of unease through me. When the representative returned, they confirmed that the charge had been made using my card number but not my physical card. That meant someone had obtained my details and used them elsewhere. I asked if they could reverse the charge, but they said they needed to investigate first. They suggested cancelling my current card and issuing a new one to prevent further fraudulent activity. I agreed, feeling frustrated that I had to deal with something like this. After hanging up, I sat back and thought about how this could have happened. I went through my recent purchases, trying to remember if I had used my card at an unfamiliar place. The only time I had used it in person was at a gas station earlier that week. I recalled hearing stories about card skimmers placed at payment terminals. Could that have been how my information was stolen? The thoughts sent a chill through me. Wanting to be sure, I decided to check my email for any suspicious activity. As I scrolled through, I noticed an unfamiliar message from a website I had never signed up for. It claimed to be a confirmation for an account created with my email address. My heart sank as I clicked on it, fearing what I might find. The email contained a link, but I knew better than to click on it. Instead, I opened a new browser tab and searched for the website manually. When I reached the login page, I tried using my email to reset the password. To my shock, it confirmed that my email was indeed linked to an account. Someone had used my information to create an account and most likely used my card for purchases. I felt a mixture of anger and concern as I wondered how much more damage had been done if they had access to my email. What else could they have taken? I needed to act fast before things got worse. I changed my email password immediately, enabling two-step verification to add an extra layer of security. Then I checked my other accounts, ensuring that nothing else had been compromised. Fortunately, there were no additional authorized transactions, but I knew I had to remain cautious. I reported the suspicious email to my email provider, hoping they could track where it had come from. My mind raced with questions about who was behind this and how they had gotten my information. Later that day, I received a call from the bank informing me that they had started their investigation. They reassured me that I would not be held responsible for the fraudu in charge. While that was a relief, it did not ease my frustration. I had always been careful with my financial details, yet somehow I had still become a victim. It was unsettling to think that someone out there had stolen from me without me even realizing it. Determined to learn from this experience, I researched common scams and fraud prevention techniques. I read about how cybercriminals use phishing emails, data breaches, and card skimmers to steal personal information. I realized that even the most careful person could fall victim if they were not constantly vigilant. That thought made me more cautious about where and how I used my information. Moving forward, the next morning I picked up my replacement credit card from the bank and updated my payment information for my regular bills. As frustrating as the situation had been, I was relieved that I had caught it early. It could have been much worse if I had not checked my transactions. That day, I promised myself that I would review my statements more frequently and take extra precautions when using my card. A few weeks later, I received an update from the bank about their investigation. They had traced the fraudulent charge back to a stolen card database being used in another state. Unfortunately, the person responsible had not been caught, but the bank assured me they were monitoring suspicious activities related to my account. Although I was disappointed that the culprit had not been found, I felt grateful that my financial situation was secure again. This experience had been a wake-up call about the dangers of financial fraud. I had always assumed that being cautious was enough to protect myself, but I now knew that criminals were constantly finding new ways to steal information. From that point forward, I made it a habit to check my transactions regularly and use virtual card numbers for online purchases whenever possible. Over time, the incident faded into the past, but the lesson stayed with me. I never wanted to feel that helpless again. Knowing someone had taken advantage of me by staying aware and proactive, I felt more confident in protecting myself from future fraud. In the end, what mattered most was that I had taken control of the situation and learned how to prevent it from happening again. Story 3. I got into my car and saw my seat belt was already buckled for a moment. I just stared at it, my mind trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I knew I had not been in the car yet today and there was no one else who would have driven it. A strange feeling crept over me, something unsettling that made my stomach twist. I reached out, slowly unbuckling the belt and letting it snap back into place. As I sat there, I tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe I had forgotten that I had come out earlier for something that did not make sense, because I would have remembered driving somewhere. I glanced around the car, checking for any signs that someone had been inside. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of unease did not go away. I took a deep breath and shook my head, deciding I was just overthinking things. I put the key in the ignition and started the car, the engine rumbling to life. As I adjusted my seat, I could not shake the feeling that something was off. It was as if I was being watched, but when I looked around there was no one in sight. I told myself I was just being paranoid and pulled out of the driveway. As I drove, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone in the back seat. The car was empty, but my skin prickled as if something unseen lingered in the air. I tried to focus on the road ahead, reminding myself that there had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe the seat bell had somehow gotten stuck in the buckle when I closed the door the last time I drove. That thought gave me little comfort, but I forced myself to believe it. After a few minutes, I finally started to relax. The road was quiet, the familiar sights of my daily route passing by. I turned on the radio, hoping some music would help me shake the feeling. As the sound filled the car, I let out a slow breath and tried to push the whole thing out of my mind. It was just a small, weird moment, nothing to dwell on. I pulled up to a red light and glanced at the seat next to me. That was when I noticed something that made my heart pound. The glove compartment was slightly open. I knew I had closed it the last time I was in the car. I reached over and pulled it open all the way, my hands feeling cold inside. Everything looked the same, but I could not remember if anything was missing. The car behind me honked, making me jump. I quickly shut the glove compartment and pressed the gas, my mind racing. I tried to think back to the last time I had opened it. Had I left it like that? I did not think so. My stomach twisted again and I gripped the wheel tighter. Something was not right. I pulled into a parking lot, needing a moment to collect myself. I turned off the engine and sat there listening to the quiet hum of the world outside. The feeling of being watched had returned stronger than before. I turned around, checking the back seat again, but it was still empty. I even looked under the seats, but there was nothing. I leaned back against the headrest, rubbing my temples. Maybe I was just tired. Stress could make people imagine things right. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady my nerves. I decided to get out of the car and stretch my legs. Maybe some fresh air would help me clear my head. As soon as I opened the door, a chill ran down my spine. It felt like stepping into a space where someone had just been, like their presence still lingered. I shook off the thought and stepped out, stretching my arms. The parking lot was not crowded, just a few cars scattered around. I locked my car out of habit and walked toward the entrance of a small store nearby. Inside, I wandered through the aisles, picking up a few things I needed. The normality of the store helped ease my nerves and I started to feel better. By the time I reached the checkout, I had convinced myself that I had just been overthinking everything. I paid for my items and walked back outside, feeling more at ease. As I approached my car, my heart stopped. The driver's side door was slightly open. I was sure I had locked it before walking away. My hand shook as I reached for the handle, pushing the door open wider. The seat bell was buckled again. My chest tightened and I took a step back, looking around the parking lot. There were a few people in the distance, but no one was near my car. I forced myself to breathe, my mind racing with possibilities. Had someone been inside while I was gone? If so, why was nothing missing? My wallet was still in the glove compartment, my phone still in my pocket. The only thing that had changed was the seat belt. I reached in and unbuckled it again, my fingers trembling. I checked the back seat, then the trunk, but everything looked normal. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. I slid into the driver's seat and locked the doors, my heart pounding against my ribs. I needed to get out of there. Driving home felt like a blur. I kept checking the mirrors, expecting to see someone following me, but the road was empty. By the time I pulled into my driveway, my hands were sore from gripping the wheel so tightly. I turned off the engine and sat there trying to steady my breathing. I did not want to get out. The thought of stepping away from the car even for a second filled me with dread. I knew I could not stay inside forever, so I forced myself to move. The moment I opened the door, I glanced at the seat belt. One last time it was unbuckled, a shiver ran down my spine, but I pushed myself to get out. I locked the car and hurried inside, making sure to secure the doors behind me. I leaned against the door, my heart still racing. I did not know what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure: I would not be driving that car again anytime soon. Story 4. I walked into my bedroom and saw my alarm clock blinking 12 o'clock. Even though I had not lost power, the numbers flashed in a steady rhythm, casting a faint glow onto the nightstand. I frowned, trying to remember if I had accidentally unplugged it, but nothing seemed out of place. My phone was still charging and the lamp beside the bed turned on without an issue. Something about it unsettled me, though I could not quite put my finger on why. I reached out and pressed the buttons on the clock, resetting it to the correct time. As I did, a strange chill passed through me, making the hairs on my arms stand up. The air in the room felt heavy, almost like I had walked into a space that had been undisturbed for a long time. Shaking off the feeling, I climbed into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chest. I told myself it was just a glitch, maybe a power surge I had not noticed earlier. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to the feeling of something being off. The room was completely silent, but I could sense that I was not alone. My eyes flickered toward the alarm clock and my breath caught in my throat. It was blinking 12 o'clock again, just as it had earlier. My pulse quickened as I sat up, scanning the darkness for anything unusual. I knew I had fixed it before going to sleep, yet here it was as if my efforts had been erased. A soft creaking sound came from the hallway, barely audible, but enough to send my heart pounding. I turned my head toward the door, which was slightly ajar, even though I was sure I had shut it. My hands gripped the blanket tightly as I debated whether to get up and check or stay put. Every logical part of my mind told me it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me, but deep down I felt a creeping unease that would not let go swell. Following my fear, I threw the blanket aside and swung my legs over the edge of the bed. The floor was cold against my feet. As I stood up and made my way to the door, I hesitated for a moment before pushing it open, peering into the dimly lit hallway. Everything looked normal, yet the feeling of being watched clung to me like a shadow. I flipped the hallway light on my fingers, trembling slightly as I did. The brightness flooded the space, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. I let out a shaky breath and shook my head at myself, feeling foolish for getting so worked up. Still, I could not shake the sense that something was not right. I checked each room, making sure the doors and windows were locked. Everything was secure, yet I could not convince myself that I was alone. After a while, I forced myself to return to my bedroom, shutting the door firmly behind me. The alarm clock still blinked 12 o'clock. Its glow irritating and unnatural. I unplugged it this time, deciding I would deal with it in the morning. As I climbed back into bed, exhaustion pulled at me, but sleep did not come easily. I kept my eyes on the ceiling, listening to the stillness of the house. At some point I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew I was jolted awake by a loud thud. My heart slammed against my ribs as I sat up, ears straining to identify the source of the noise. It had come from somewhere inside the house. That much I was sure of. I reached for my phone, gripping it tightly as I considered calling someone. But who would I call at this hour for something that could be nothing? Summoning every ounce of courage, I got out of bed and crept toward the door. I pressed my ear against it, listening for any signs of movement. The silence that followed was thick and unnatural, making my skin prickle with unease. Taking a deep breath, I slowly turned the knob and peered into the hallway once more. My eyes darted back and forth, scanning for anything out of place. Just as I was about to step forward, another sound echoed through the house. It was faint but distinct, like the sound of something being dragged across the floor. My blood turned to ice as I realized it was coming from the living room. My grip on the phone tightened, my thumb hovering over the screen, ready to dial if needed. But I needed to see what was happening before I panicked. I moved cautiously, making my way down the hallway with careful steps. The living room was dark, but the faint glow from the streetlights outside cast long shadows against the walls. My eyes landed on the coffee table where a stack of magazines had been knocked over. That had to be the source of the noise, I told myself, though my gut told me otherwise. I scanned the room, feeling the weight of unseen eyes on me. My pulse thundered in my ears as I reached out and flipped the light switch. The brightness illuminated the space, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. I let out a breath. I had not realized I was holding, trying to calm my racing heart. Maybe I had imagined the dragging sound, or maybe something had simply shifted on its own. Still, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. My gaze moved toward the hallway mirror, where my reflection stood staring back at me, but something was off, something I could not immediately place. I stepped closer, my breath catching as I realized what it was. My reflection's lips were parted slightly, as if it had been whispering something. Just moments before a chill ran down my spine. As I took a step back, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be standing behind me, but the space was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, my reflection was normal, again mimicking my every move. I shook my head, rubbing my hands over my face, trying to shake the creeping paranoia, deciding I had enough for one night. I turned off the living room light and hurried back to my bedroom. I locked the door behind me, my fingers fumbling slightly in my haste. As I climbed into bed, I forced myself to take slow, deep breaths. Whatever had happened tonight, I would deal with it in the morning. I just needed to sleep to let my mind rest. When I woke up, some light was streaming through the blinds, bathing the room in a warm glow. The tension from the night before had faded, replaced by a sense of relief. I let out a deep sigh, stretching my limbs before sitting up. That was when my eyes landed on the alarm clock. It was still unplugged, yet the numbers were glowing brightly. The time on the display read 12 o'clock story 5. Of all the things I expected to see when I checked my phone, a voicemail from a number reading all zeros was not one of them. I stared at the screen for a moment, unsure whether to listen to it or delete it. Outright curiosity won over caution and I pressed play. Static filled my ears. At first, a faint, crackling sound like an old radio trying to find a signal. Then a voice came through, distorted and distant, speaking in a slow, deliberate tone. I could not make out the first few words, but the voice sent a chill down my spine. It was neither robotic nor entirely human, like something caught between both. The words that did come through clearly made my stomach twist. I heard my name spoken in a way that felt wrong, as if whoever was saying it had never spoken. Before a pause followed before a single sentence cut through the static, "You should not have ignored me." My breath caught at my throat. I had no idea who or what this was, but it was enough to make my heart race. I played the message again, trying to make sense of it. The voice did not sound familiar, yet it spoke my name with unsettling certainty. I thought back to recent calls, texts, or interactions that might explain this, but nothing stood out. There was no one I had ignored, at least not intentionally. Even if I had, who would go through the trouble of sending such a bizarre voicemail? A sense of unease settled over me as I checked the call history. There was no record of the number ever calling me. I told myself it was a prank, someone using a voice changer to mess with me. That explanation should have put my mind at ease, but it did not something about. The message felt off in a way I could not explain. I deleted the voicemail and put my phone down, determined to forget about it. But even as I went about my day, those words lingered in the back of my mind. You should not have ignored me. I had no idea what it meant, but the uneasiness stayed with me. That night, I found myself checking my phone more than usual. I kept expecting another call from the same number, but nothing came. I went to bed feeling foolish for letting a simple voicemail get to me. Just as I was about to fall asleep, my phone buzzed on my nightstand. My stomach tightened as I reached for it, already dreading what I might see. The screen was blank. No caller ID, no missed call, just the notification for a new voicemail. My hands fell cold as I pressed play. This time the message was different. The same static crackled through the speaker, but the voice was clearer. It repeated my name 3 times each time, sounding more distorted. Then there was silence stretching on for what felt like forever. Finally, just before the message ended, I heard something else, a whisper so faint. I almost missed it. Do not ignore me again. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. This was not just a prank. No one I knew would go to these lengths. Just to scare me, I tried calling the number back, but, as expected, it did not exist. My mind raced through possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. Had someone been watching me? Was there some kind of warning? I could not shake the feeling that, whatever it was not over. The next day, I kept my phone close, waiting for another message. Hours passed and nothing happened. Just when I started convincing myself that it was all in my head, my phone buzzed again. Another voicemail, another message from the same number. My hands trembled as I pressed play, dreading what I would hear. This time there was no static, no distortion, just breathing slow and deliberate, as if someone was standing right behind me. I whipped around half expecting to see someone there, but I was alone. My apartment was silent. Except for the sound of my own breathing, I gripped my phone trying to steady my nerves. This was not normal. Someone was messing with me and I needed to figure out why. I considered going to the police. But what would I tell them? That I was receiving creepy voicemails from a number that did not exist. It sounded ridiculous, even in my own head that night. I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone standing outside my door waiting. My phone stayed silent, but that only made me more anxious. If the calls had stopped, did that mean whoever was behind them had decided to do something else? I checked my locks 3 times before finally crawling into bed. Just as I was about to drift off, a noise made my blood run cold. A soft knock at my front door. I froze, barely breathing. It was late, too late for anyone to be stopping by unannounced. I stayed perfectly still, hoping whoever it was would go away. Then my phone buzzed another voicemail. My stomach turned as I picked it up, my fingers trembling. The message was short. This time only 4 words: open the door. Now no. Panic surged through me as I debated what to do. I did not move, did not make a sound. The knocking stopped, but I did not feel relieved. I waited, straining to hear any movement outside. Minutes passed, then an hour, but I refused to let my guard down. When morning finally came, I cautiously opened my door. There was nothing there, no sign that anyone had been outside. I decided then and there that I would not let this continue. I changed my number, blocked any unknown calls, and made sure my apartment was as secure as possible. For days I lived in fear, waiting for another message that never came. Slowly I let myself believe that it was over. Maybe whoever had been behind it had given up or moved on. Weeks passed and life started to feel normal again. I stopped jumping at every sound, stopped checking my phone every few minutes. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, my phone buzzed. One last time my breath caught in my throat as I saw the notification. A new voicemail, no caller ID. My hand shook as I pressed play, bracing myself for the worst. The message was silent at first. Then, just before it ended, I heard a single word spoken in a voice I would never forget: goodbye. The call disconnected, and for the first time since it all began, I felt a sense of finality. I had no idea who or what had been behind it, but somehow I knew it was truly over. I never received another voicemail like that. Again, the fear slowly faded, leaving behind nothing but a strange, unsettling memory. To this day, I still do not know what it all meant. Maybe I never will, but I learned one thing for certain. Some calls are better left unanswered. Story 6. I sat on the train staring out the window as the city lights blurred past. It had been a long day and all I wanted was to get home and rest. The train was not too crowded, but there were enough people to make me feel somewhat safe. The hum of conversation mixed with the rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks, everything seemed normal until the person beside me leaned in close. Their voice was barely above a whisper, but the words sent a chill down my spine. "You get off at the next stop if you want to live." I turned my head slightly, trying to get a good look at them without being too obvious. They were dressed in plain clothes. Nothing about them stood out. Their expression remained neutral, as if they had just told me the most ordinary thing in the world. My heart started pounding as I considered what they had said. Was this some kind of prank or were they serious? My first instinct was to ignore it and stay on the train. I did not want to act irrationally over something that could have been meaningless, but as I glanced around, I started to feel uneasy. A few people in the train car seemed to be paying closer attention to me than before. The stranger did not say anything else. They simply sat there looking straight ahead as if they had never spoken. The next stop was coming up fast and I had a decision to make. If I stayed, I risk whatever danger this person was trying to warn me about. If I left, I might be overreacting and making a fool of myself. My gut told me that ignoring the warning could be a mistake. As the train slowed down, I grabbed my bag and stood up. I could feel eyes on me as I made my way to the door. The moment I stepped onto the platform, I felt a rush of relief, but it did not last long. The train doors closed behind me and through the window I saw the strangers still sitting in their seat. They gave me the smallest nod before looking away. I had no idea what I had just escaped from, but I was not going to wait around to find out. The station was nearly empty and a chill ran through me as I hurried toward the exit. Something felt off the overhead. Lights flickered slightly, casting strange shadows along the platform. My footsteps echoed loudly in the silence. As I reached the main hallway, I heard the distant sound of sirens. My pulse quickened as I stepped outside. A few blocks away, I saw smoke rising into the sky. People were gathering, pointing toward something I could not see. I hesitated, wondering if I should check it out or just go home. Curiosity got the better of me and I walked toward the commotion. As I got closer, I saw emergency vehicles surrounding a section of the train tracks. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. The train I had just been on was derailed, metal twisted, and sparks flew as first responders rushed to the wreckage. My knees felt weak as I took in the sight. If I had stayed on that train, I might not be standing here right now. A shiver ran down my spine as I scanned the crowd, looking for the stranger who had warned me. I did not see them anywhere. Questions flooded my mind. How had they known? Who were they? I doubted I would ever get an answer, but I was grateful my life had been spared because I had listened. As I stood there watching the chaos unfold, I felt a strange sense of peace. Whatever had happened, I had made the right choice. I turned away from the scene, deciding it was best to leave before anyone started asking questions. My steps felt lighter as I walked down the street, my mind still racing with everything that had just happened. I did not know who that stranger was, and I probably never would, but I would always remember their warning and the way it had saved my life. I took a deep breath and continued walking, knowing that I had been given a second chance. Whatever had nearly happened to me was now just a memory, one that I would never forget. Story 7. I had lived in the same apartment for years without any trouble. It was not the best building, but it was quiet and affordable. My neighbors mostly kept themselves and I preferred it that way. I had a routine and nothing ever seemed out of place. That changed the night. I found the note under my door. It was a small piece of paper folded in half. The words were written in black ink, slightly smudged, as if someone had pressed too hard. "We have not forgotten." It read. At first I thought it was meant for someone else. Maybe it was a prank, or maybe a neighbor got the wrong door. I stood in my hallway for a moment. Looking around, the air felt different, heavier. as if someone had just been there. I checked the peel, but the hall was empty. The building was usually quiet at this hour, with most residents already in bed. I locked the door and sat on my couch staring at the note. It made no sense to me. I had no enemies, no conflicts with anyone. I went to work, came home and kept to myself. There was nothing I had done to make someone send me a message like that. I told myself it was nothing and went to bed, but I could not sleep. Every sound in the apartment felt louder, the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the pipes. Even the wind against the window seemed unsettling. I got up twice to check the locks, making sure the door was still secure. Eventually exhaustion took over and I drifted off, but it was not a peaceful sleep. The next morning, I left for work. As usual, I glanced at my door before leaving, half expecting another note, but there was nothing. The hallway looked the same as always, the elevator ride down was quiet and the street outside was busy. Like any other day, I convinced myself that the note was just a meaningless prank. By the time I arrived at work, I had almost forgotten about it. That evening, as I returned to my apartment, a feeling of unease crept over me. I had not thought much about the note all day, but now that I was back in my building, it was all I could think about. I hesitated before unlocking my door. When I stepped inside, everything seemed normal. I checked the lock again, making sure it was secure, and then walked to my kitchen as I poured myself a glass of water. I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. My dining chair was slightly pulled out from the table. I was certain I had pushed it in before leaving that morning. My first thought was that maybe I had forgotten, but the more I stared at it, the more I felt sure that I had not. The realization sent a chill down my spine. I checked every room in my apartment, opening closets and looking under the bed. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign that anyone had been inside, but the chair was enough to make me uneasy. I tried to shake it off and went about my evening, but I kept glancing at the door, half expecting to see another note. That night I had trouble sleeping again. Every sound made me sit up and listen. The apartment felt different, as if I was no longer alone. At some point I must have drifted off because I woke up to the sound of a faint knock. My heart pounded as I sat up in bed. It was not loud, just a single soft tap against the door. I waited, holding my breath, but it did not happen again. Slowly I got out of bed and walked to the door. I pressed my ear against it, listening, but the hallway was silent. I took a deep breath and checked the peephole. No one was there. I considered opening the door but decided against it. Instead, I stood there for a while before finally forcing myself to go back to bed the next morning. I found another note. This time it was taped to my door. The same handwriting, the same black ink. "You cannot hide forever." My hand shook as I read the words. This was not a joke. Someone was watching me. Someone knew my routine, knew when I was home and when I was not. I felt exposed in a way I never had before. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? There was no crime, just unsettling messages. They would tell me there was nothing they could do. Instead, I went to the building manager asking if they had seen anything suspicious. They just shrugged and said the security cameras in the hallways had not worked. In years, feeling helpless, I spent the day trying to distract myself, but the fear lingered by the time I got home. I was exhausted, but sleep did not come easily. I kept the lights on and stayed awake as long as I could. At some point I must have dozed off because I woke to a new noise, the sound of my door knob turning. I sat up instantly. My breath caught in my throat. The knob rattled again, a slow, deliberate movement. Someone was testing the lock. My heart pounded as I reached for my phone, my fingers shaking as I dialed. The ringing felt unbearably long before a voice answered. "I need help," I whispered, barely able to get the words out. "Someone is outside my door." The dispatcher asked me to stay on the line. I could barely focus on what they were saying. The rattling stopped and then there was silence. Minutes later there was a knock, that this time it was the police. I opened the door, my hands still trembling. They checked the hallway and found nothing, no sign of forced entry, no sign that anyone had been there. They asked if I had any enemies, anyone who might want to frighten me. I told them, no, I had no idea who could be doing this. They advised me to stay alert and call if anything else happened. After they left, I sat on my couch, exhausted but unable to sleep for the next few nights. Nothing happened, no notes, no strange noises, nothing out of place. I started to believe that maybe whoever it was had gotten bored and moved on that. The fear stayed with me, making me question every shadow and every sound. One evening I arrived home to find my door slightly open. My stomach dropped as I stood frozen in the hallway. I knew I had locked it before leaving. I hesitated before stepping inside. The apartment looked the same. Nothing seemed out of place, but I could not shake the feeling that someone had been there. I called the police again and they searched the apartment just like before. They found nothing, but I knew I could not stay that night. I packed a bag and left. I did not know where I was going, but I could not stay in that apartment any longer. I moved out of the city, found a new place, far from where it all happened. I never found out who left the notes, who had been inside my apartment or why they had targeted me, but I never forgot. Even now, in my new home, I double-check the locks every night. I do not leave furniture out of place, and sometimes when the night is too quiet, I wonder if they have truly forgotten Story 8. The night was cold and the streets were nearly empty. As I walked home, the only sound was the distant hum of cars and the occasional rustling of leaves. Street lights cast pools of light along the sidewalk, creating shadows that stretched, etched and twisted with every step I took. I was tired. My mind clouded from the long day, but something made me stop in my tracks. Under one of the streetlights ahead, a person stood completely still. There was nothing unusual about someone waiting under a streetlight, but something about them felt off. They were not checking their phone, shifting their weight or even breathing visibly. They just stood there facing my direction, but not moving at all. The stilledness of their posture sent a strange chill down my spine. I tried to dismiss it as a trick of my tired mind and continued walking. However, I could not shake the eerie feeling settling in my stomach as I got closer. I kept my eyes on them, trying to see their face. The dim glow of the streetlight did not reveal much, only a silhouette. The figure appeared tall, dressed in dark clothing, with their head tilted slightly downward. I wanted to believe it was just someone waiting for a ride, or maybe lost in thought. Yet the complete lack of movement made it feel unnatural, as if they were not really there. I forced myself to look away for just a second, telling myself I was being irrational. When I glanced back, my breath caught in my throat. The person was gone. There was no sound of footsteps, no sign of them anywhere on the sidewalk. I looked around scanning the area, but there was nowhere they could have gone so quickly. The street was long and empty, with no alleys or open doors nearby. My pulse quickened and I suddenly felt exposed under the streetlights. The rational part of my brain tried to find a logical explanation. Maybe they stepped into the shadows just as I looked away. Maybe my tired mind had imagined the whole thing, but I knew what I had seen. They had been standing there still and silent, and then they had vanished. I picked up my pace, my footsteps echoing against the pavement. Every shadow felt darker, every sound sharper. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the figure standing somewhere behind me. The air felt colder, pressing against my skin as if something unseen was watching. My apartment was only a few blocks away, but it felt like the longest walk of my life. When I finally reached my building, I fumbled with my keys, my hands trembling slightly. The feeling of being watched had not left me and I hesitated before opening the door. I turned one last time to scan the street behind me. The sidewalk was empty, the streetlight casting the same soft glow onto the pavement. There was no sign of anyone, no indication that anything had been there at all. I stepped inside, locking the door behind me with more force than necessary. My heart was still racing, my skin prickling with unease. I took a deep breath and tried to shake the feeling off. It had to be my imagination playing tricks on me. Lack of sleep, stress, and the eerie atmosphere of an empty street could create illusions. That was what I told myself as I moved through my apartment, double-checking the locks before, was settling in for the night. Despite my attempts to push the encounter from my mind, sleep did not come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure standing under the streetlight. Perfectly still. I could not shake the feeling that if I had kept my gaze on them for just a little longer, something else would have happened. The thought made my skin crawl and I turned on the bedside lamp, unwilling to sleep in the dark. The next morning I told myself I had overreacted. In the daylight, the memory felt distant, like a half-forgotten dream. I convinced myself that I had let my imagination get the best of me. Still, a part of me hesitated when I left my apartment. As I walked down the same street, I glanced at the streetlight where I had seen the figure. There was nothing unusual about it now, just an ordinary street light standing on an ordinary sidewalk. Days passed and the experience faded into the back of my mind. Life continued as normal and I almost convinced myself that it had been nothing more than a strange moment. But then, one night, as I walked home along the same route, I saw them again. They stood under the same street light, in the same position, perfectly still. This time, a chill ran down my spine before I even had time to process what I was seeing. My chest tightened and my breath came faster as I stopped in my tracks. The street was just as empty as before, silent, except for the distant sounds of the city. I did not want to look away, but I could not keep staring. My eyes burned from the tension, my mind screaming for me to move. I forced myself to turn my head for just a second, barely blinking. When I looked back, they were gone just like before, no sound, no movement, no sign that they had ever been there. Panic settled deep in my bones, heavier than the first time. This was not a trick of my mind or a coincidence. I knew what I had seen. Something was standing under that streetlight and they had disappeared. The moment I looked away, I walked faster, almost running, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. The empty streets felt suffocating, the air too thick to breathe. I did not stop until I was inside my apartment, locking the door behind me. This time I did not try to rationalize it. Something was wrong. For the next few nights, I avoided that street altogether. I took longer routes home, even if they were inconvenient. The thought of passing that streetlight again made my skin crawl. But the fear did not go away. Even in my apartment, I felt like I was being watched. The unis sat heavy in my chest, refusing to fade one night after another, restless evening. I made a decision. I had to see it again. I needed to know if it was real. Avoiding it only made the fear worse. If I faced it, maybe I could prove to myself that there was nothing there. So I walked the same route. My heart pounded in with every step. The street was empty, quiet, the same as before. My breath came unevenly as I approached the street light. At first it stood alone, casting its usual glow, but as I stepped closer, my stomach dropped. The figure was there, standing perfectly still under the light, exactly as before. This time I did not hesitate. I stared at them, refusing to look away. My hands clenched into fists, my body frozen in place. The figure did not move, did not react. The street remained silent, nothing but the faint hum of electricity from the street light. I took a slow step forward. My breath was unsteady, my mind racing. The moment felt stretched like time had slowed. I had to know then, for the first time, the figure moved. It was not a step or a shift of weight. It was something else, something unnatural. Their head tilted upward just slightly, and though I could not see their face, I felt their gaze lock onto mine. A deep, overwhelming dread filled my chest, unlike anything I had ever felt before my body acted. Before my mind did. I turned and ran faster than I ever had. I did not look back, did not stop, did not slow down. My lungs burned, my legs HDHD, but I did not care. I needed to get away. When I reached my apartment, I slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. My hands were shaking, my breath ragged. I stood there for what felt like hours, my mind unable to process what had happened. That was the last time I ever took that route home. I never saw the figure again. But even now, whenever I walk alone at night, I feel it, the sensation of being watched, the chill in the air, the weight of unseen eyes. I know they are still out there waiting, watching Story 9. I was walking through the crowded street. My mind focused on getting to my destination. The air was thick, with the scent of food from nearby vendors, and voices blended into an endless hum around me. I barely noticed the people brushing past me, each person lost in their own world. Then, in the middle of the movement, I felt something unusual, a light touch against my side, followed by the unmistakable sensation of something slipping into my pocket. I stopped walking for a second, my heart beginning to race. My first thought was that someone had tried to pickpocket me, but I quickly realized nothing was missing. Instead, there was now a small folded piece of paper in my jacket pocket. I hesitated before pulling it out, glancing around to see if anyone was watching me. The crowd continued, moving faces, unfamiliar and indifferent. Taking a deep breath, I unfolded the note, my hands slightly trembling. The message was written in hurried handwriting, the ink smudged in places. It read, "You were in danger. You do not look back. Walk straight ahead and take the next left." My stomach tightened as I read the words again, my mind struggling to make sense of them. Was this some kind of joke, a prank played by a stranger to scare me? I wanted to dismiss it, but the uneasy feeling in my gut kept me from ignoring it. I forced myself to act natural, slipping the note back into my pocket. My heart pounded as I continued walking. My sense is now heightened. Every sound seemed louder, every movement sharper. The buildings on either side of me felt like they were closing in, the crowd pressing in too tightly. I wanted to look over my shoulder, but the warning held me back. Instead, I focused on putting one foot in front of the other, waiting for the turn the note had mentioned. When I reached the corner, I hesitated for only a moment before making the left turn. The street was quieter here. Less crowded, but I could still hear the distant noise from where I had come. I slowed my pace, my eyes scanning the surroundings for anything unusual. A few people were walking along the sidewalk, some engaged in conversation, others looking at their phones. Everything seemed normal, yet the warning on the note kept repeating in my mind. I walked a few more steps before noticing someone standing near a parked car. They were dressed in dark clothing, their face hidden beneath the shadow of a hood. My instincts told me to keep moving, but the person turned slightly, revealing that they were holding something in their hand, a phone perhaps, or something else. I could not tell from the distance. The moment stretched too long, making me feel exposed. Then, just as I was about to cross the street, another person approached from the opposite direction. This one was dressed in casual clothing, but their eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that sent a chill down my spine. I did not know them, yet something in their gaze told me they knew exactly who I was. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the note had not been a prank. Someone was watching me. Someone had warned me. I turned sharply and entered the first open doorway I could find. It was a small convenience store, brightly lit and filled with shelves of snacks and beverages. The cashier glanced up at me but did not say anything. As I moved toward the back of the store, I pretended to browse, picking up a random item while keeping my eyes on the reflection in the glass doors. The two figures outside had stopped near the entrance. Their postures tense. I needed to think fast. If I walk back outside, I would be right where they wanted me. If I stayed inside too long, they might come in after me. My fingers tightened around the package in my hand as I fought to steady my breathing. There had to be another way out. I glanced around the store, searching for anything that could help. Then, near the back corner, I spotted a small door with a sign that read, "Employees only." I did not have time to second-guess my decision. Moving quickly, I pushed through the door and found myself in a narrow storage room. The air smelled of cardboard and cleaning supplies, but I barely noticed at the far end another door, L outside. I hurried toward it, praying it was unlocked. My hands fumbled with the handle before it finally gave way and I stepped out into an alley. The cool air hit my face as I scanned my surroundings. The alley stretched in both directions, empty, except for a few dumpsters and scattered trash. I did not know which way to go, but standing still was not an option. I turned to the right and started walking, forcing myself to keep a steady pace. My mind raced with questions. Who had warned me? Who were those people? What did they want from me? I reached the end of the alley and stepped onto another street, this one less crowded than the first. I needed to get somewhere safe, somewhere with people who could help. I pulled out my phone and considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? That someone had given me a mysterious note, and now I was being followed. There was no proof, nothing solid to report. Still, I could not just keep walking aimlessly. I spotted a cafe across the street and decided to go inside. The warm air and the sound of chatter greeted me. As I stepped in, I made my way to a table in the back, choosing a seat where I could see the entrance. My hands were still shaking slightly as I picked up a menu, pretending to be just another customer. Minutes passed and no one came in looking for me. The tension in my shoulders began to ease, though my mind remained on high alert. I took out the note again, reading the words carefully. Someone had gone out of their way to help me, but why and where were they now? A strange mix of fear and gratitude filled my chest. After a while, I ordered a coffee and forced myself to drink it slowly. I needed time to think, to figure out my next move. I could not stay here forever, but I also could not walk back into the streets without a plan. As I sat there, a thought occurred to me. Maybe I had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, maybe I had seen something without realizing it. Whatever the reason, one thing was clear: someone had wanted me to escape and I had listened. That decision had likely saved me from something unknown. I took a deep breath, letting the warmth of the calf calm my nerves. I did not know who would warn me or why, but I silently hoped that whoever they were safe too. Story 10. I was going through my phone, deleting old pictures to free up some space when I came across an image that made my heart stop. It was a picture of me sleeping. At first I thought maybe I had taken it by accident, but that did not make sense. I stared at it, trying to remember if I had ever set up my phone to take pictures while I slept. The more I looked at it, the more unsettled I felt. The image was taken from the foot of my bed, capturing my body curled under the blankets. My face was turned slightly toward the camera and my breathing looked steady. The room was dimly lit, possibly from the glow of my bedside lamp, which I always left on at its lowest setting. The worst part was that I had no memory of taking it, nor had I ever given my phone to anyone else. The realization made my stomach tighten. I quickly checked the timestamp on the picture. It had been taken in the early hours of the morning, sometime around 3 a.m. I tried to think back to that night, but nothing seemed unusual. I had gone to bed, like I always did, locking my doors and making sure the windows were shut. There had been no signs of anything out of place. When I woke up, the idea that someone had been in my room watching me while I slept sent a shiver down my spine. I searched through my phone's history, hoping to find some explanation. Maybe I had unknowingly activated the camera or set some kind of timer, but there was nothing in the settings that suggested I had done that. My phone was always on my nightstand before I went to sleep. It was too far away for me to reach it without getting out of bed. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. I got up and checked my bedroom door, making sure it was still locked. Then I moved to the windows, confirming that they had not been tampered with. Everything seemed normal, but I could not shake the feeling that something was very wrong. My apartment was small, with no sign of forced entry. If someone had been inside, they had gotten in without leaving a trace. That was almost worse than finding evidence of a break-in. I decided to check my security camera footage. I had installed a small camera in my living room for safety, though I rarely checked it. I pulled up the recordings from the night before and fast-forwarded it through the hours. At first everything looked normal. The living room remained undisturbed, no signs of movement, but as I reached the time the photo had been taken, I noticed something. There was a brief flicker on the screen, almost like interference. It lasted only a second before the footage returned to normal. I rewound and played it again, watching closely. The distortion happened at exactly 3 a.m. The same time the picture had been taken, my breath caught in my throat. I had no logical explanation for what I was seeing. I went back to my phone and checked my other photos, scrolling through them carefully. There were no other strange images, nothing that suggested anyone had been taking pictures before. It was just that one photo. Perfectly framed, as if someone had stood at the foot of my bed and deliberately captured it. I felt exposed, like I had been watched without my knowledge. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? There was no sign of forced entry, nothing stolen or broken. A single photo on my phone was not enough evidence for them to take it seriously. Still, I could not ignore the overwhelming sense of dread creeping over me. Someone had been in my room and I had no idea how they had gotten in or why they had taken that picture. I barely slept that night, jumping at every small noise. The sound of the wind outside made me tense and every creak in the apartment felt sinister. My mind raced with possibilities. Had someone been inside? If so, how had they left without me noticing, and why had they only taken a single picture? It felt deliberate, almost like a message. The next morning I decided to change the locks. I called a locksmith and had them replace everything, including the dead bolt. I even checked my windows again, making sure they were as secure as possible. It gave me some comfort, but not much. The mystery of the picture still haunted me and no amount of security could change the fact that someone had already gotten in once. I also placed an extra camera in my bedroom, facing my bed. If anything happened again, I wanted proof. I did not want to wake up to another picture. I could not explain. I set up motion detection alerts, ensuring I would be notified if anything MVE during the night. It was the only thing that made me feel somewhat in control of the situation. That night I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to every sound in my apartment. Sleep did not come easily, but eventually exhaustion took over. When I woke up the next morning, the first thing I did was check my phone. There were no new photos, no strange recordings. It seemed like nothing had happened. Days passed and the fear slowly began to fade. I told myself that maybe there had been some strange glitch, something I could not explain, but also did not need to fear. My life returned to normal and I started sleeping better. The sense of paranoia that had gripped me for days finally loosened. Then, a week later, I woke up to a notification from my security camera. There had been movement detected in my bedroom at exactly 3 a.m. My heart pounded as I opened the app and checked the footage. The screen showed me sleeping peacefully, my body still under the blankets. Then, for a brief moment, the screen flickered. When it cleared, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. There was a figure standing at the foot of my bed, barely visible in the darkness. It did not move, did not make a sound. It just stood there watching. The camera flickered again and when the image returned, the figure was gone. My stomach clenched with fear. I had no idea who or what it was, but it had been there. I immediately checked my phone gallery, my fingers shaking as I scrolled through my pictures. There was nothing new, no strange images like before, but the footage was real. Someone had been in my room again. They had stood there watching me sleep and then disappeared without a trace. I did not hesitate this time. I called the police and told them everything. They arrived quickly, searching my apartment for any signs of forced entry. Once again, they found nothing, no broken locks, no open windows. It was as if the person had never been there, but I knew what I had seen. The officer took my statement and reviewed the footage. His expression remained neutral, but I could see the unease in his eyes. He advised me to stay somewhere else for a while just to be safe. I did not argue. I packed a bag and left that same night staying with a friend. While I tried to make sense of everything, I was not sure if I would ever go back. The thought of sleeping in that room again made my skin crawl. As I lay in a different bed in a different place, I finally felt like I could breathe again. I did not know who had taken that picture or why they had been watching me, but I knew one thing for certain. I would never sleep in that apartment again. Story 11, and I woke up feeling groggy, the kind of heavy exhaustion that made it difficult to focus. The house was silent and the morning light filtered through the blinds, casting long shadows across the living room. As I stretched, my eyes landed on something unusual. In the middle of the floor, a single footprint stood out clearly against the smooth wooden surface. My mind struggled to make sense of it, and for a moment I wondered if I was still dreaming. The footprint was damp, as if someone had stepped inside from the rain, but the floor around it was completely dry. I had not been outside since the previous evening, and I lived alone. My heart began to beat a little faster as I scanned the room for anything else out of place. Everything appeared just as I had left it before going to bed. The door was still locked and there were no open windows. I knelt down to examine the footprint more closely, trying to figure out where it could have come from. The shape was distinct, slightly larger than my own foot, with clear impressions of toes and an arch. It did not match any of my shoes, and the pattern of the tread suggested someone had walked barefoot. A chill ran down my spine as I tried to remember if I had heard anything unusual during the night. As far as I could recall, I had slept straight through until the morning. I got up and walked through the house, checking every room carefully. The bathroom was empty and nothing seemed disturbed in the kitchen. The front door was locked just as I had left it. I even checked the back door and the windows, all of which were secure. I returned to the living room staring at the footprint again, feeling an increasing sense of unease. It made no sense for it to be there. I tried to come up with a rational explanation, but none of them seemed to fit. If I had stepped in water and left it there, I would have remembered, and there would be more than just one if someone had entered during the night. There should have been other footprints leading somewhere. The fact that it was alone, perfectly centered in the room, was the most unsettling part of all. I decided to wipe it away and go about my day convincing myself that I must have overlooked something simple. I grabbed a paper towel and wiped across the mark, expecting it to disappear easily. Instead, it smeared slightly but did not fully come off. I pressed harder, rubbing with more force, but the shape still remained faintly visible. Frustration and worry mixed in my mind as I tried different cleaning solutions, yet nothing made it vanish completely. As the day went on, I could not shake the uneasy feeling that something was wrong. I forced myself to go about my normal routine, but I kept glancing back at the spot where the footprint had been. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a reasonable explanation. I checked my security camera footage, but there was nothing unusual recorded. The night had been quiet and no movement was detected inside or outside. That evening, as I prepared for bed, I found myself hesitating before turning off the lights. A deep sense of dread had settled in, and I did not like the idea of sleeping while something so strange remained unexplained. I checked the doors and windows again, double-checking the locks before finally forcing myself to lie down. Sleep did not come easily, and every small sound in the house made my heart race. Sometime in the middle of the night I woke up suddenly, my body tense with an overwhelming sense of alertness. The room was dark, and at first I could not understand what had woken me. I lay still, straining my ears for any sound. A faint creak echoed from the living room, the kind that happened when weight was shifted on the floorboards. My breath caught in my throat as I listened, trying to convince myself it was nothing. I slowly sat up, reaching for my phone to check the time. It was just past 3 a.m., the hour when everything felt eerily. Still my mind raced with thoughts, each one worse than the last. Was there someone in the house? Had I forgotten to lock something? I had checked everything before bed, but doubt crept in, making me question myself. Summoning the courage to investigate, I slipped out of bed as quietly as possible. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped into the hallway, my body tense with fear. I moved cautiously toward the living room, pausing just before the doorway. The darkness felt heavier, somehow as if the air itself was pressing down on me. I reached for the light switch and flicked it on my eyes, immediately scanning the floor. The footprint was back, not just one this time, but several, leading from the center of the room toward the hallway. My entire body froze as I followed the trail with my eyes. The prints stopped just a few feet in front of where I stood. My breath came in short, shallow gasps as I struggled to process what I was seeing. There was no way anyone could have entered the house without triggering the alarm, yet the evidence was right in front of me. I wanted to turn and run to escape the overwhelming terror building inside me, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. I forced myself to take slow steps backward, never taking my eyes off the footprints. As soon as I reached my bedroom, I shut the door and locked it, my hand shaking. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. Barely able to keep my voice steady as I explained what was happening, the operator assured me that officers would be sent immediately, medically instructing me to stay where I was and remain calm. I sat on the edge of my bed, gripping my phone tightly as I listened for any more sounds. Every second felt like an eternity, my heart pounding in my ears when I finally heard the distant sound of sirens. Relief flooded through me. The officers arrived quickly, searching the house thoroughly. They found no signs of forced entry, no hidden passageways, and no explanation for the footprints. They checked my security footage again, but nothing had changed. The prints had simply appeared just as before. One of the officers tried to reassure me, suggesting that I may have been sleepwalking or that my floor had absorbed moisture in an unusual way. I could tell they did not have an answer, and that only made me feel worse. After they left, I sat in silence, staring at the floor where the footprints had. Then the air felt heavy, as if the house itself was holding its breath. I was too exhausted to think clearly, but I knew one thing for certain: whatever had left those prints was not something I could explain. I had spent years living alone without fear, but that had changed in a single night. Determined not to let the fear control me, I made a decision the next morning. I packed a bag, gathered my most important belongings and left. I did not tell anyone the full story because I knew they would not believe me. I moved to a new place far from that house, and tried to put the experience behind me. In time, the fear faded, replaced by the comfort of knowing I was safe. I never saw the footprints again, and I never found out what had caused them. Even now, when I think back to that night, I remind myself that some things are better left unexplained. The only thing that truly mattered was that I was no longer their story 12. I had been out shopping for a while and decided to try on a few outfits. The store was not too crowded and the dressing rooms were mostly empty. I found an open stall near the back and stepped inside, locking the door behind me. The lighting was slightly dim and the walls were thin enough that I could hear muffled conversations outside. I placed my bag on the small bench and started trying on the first outfit. As I adjusted the fabric in the mirror, I suddenly heard my name being whispered. It was soft, almost too faint to be sure I had actually heard it. I froze for a moment, straining to listen for any other sounds. It had come from the stall next to mine, but when I looked down I saw no feet under the partition. My heart started to beat a little faster, but I tried to shake it off. I convinced myself that I had imagined it. Maybe someone outside had a voice that just happened to sound like my name. Taking a deep breath, I continued changing into the next outfit. The room was silent for a moment, except for the faint hum of the store's background music. Just as I reached for my shirt, I heard it again, this time clearer and closer. The whisper was unmistakable and it sent a shiver down my spine. I leaned slightly toward the partition, trying to see if someone was standing there. The space beneath the door and walls showed nothing but empty tiles. I felt a tight knot form in my stomach as my mind raced for an explanation. My first instinct was to check if someone had entered. Without me noticing, I stepped out of the stall, glancing around quickly. The dressing room area was still mostly empty, with only one other person several stalls away. The stall next to mine was open, completely unoccupied. I stood there for a moment feeling a strange mix of confusion and unease. Taking a deep breath, I told myself that stress and exhaustion were probably playing tricks on me. I returned to my stall, trying to push the strange in ascent out of my mind. I had almost finished changing when I heard the whisper a third time. My name was spoken in the same hushed, eerie tone, but this time it was directly in my ear. A sharp chill ran down my spine and my hand started trembling. I spun around so quickly that I nearly lost my balance. The stall was empty. There was no one there, no shadow, no sign of movement. I felt an overwhelming sense of panic start to rise inside me. My breaths came faster and my body tensed as I struggled to make sense of what was happening. I grabbed my things and dressed as quickly as possible, no longer caring if I was being paranoid. As soon as I stepped out of the stall, I almost ran straight into a store employee. She looked at me with slight concern, probably noticing the nervous expression on my face. I hesitated for a second before asking if anyone else had been in the dressing room earlier. She glanced around before shaking her head. There had only been one other customer and she had left a few minutes ago. I forced a small smile and nodded, trying to act normal. My mind was still racing, but I did not want to sound crazy by telling her what had just happened. Instead, I quickly made my way out of the dressing room and back into the main store. The bright light and movement of shoppers helped ease some of the tension in my chest. Still, I could not shake the unsettling feeling lingering in the back of my mind. I decided not to try on anything else and headed straight for the checkout. As I waited in line, I kept glancing around, half expecting to hear the whisper again. Every time someone passed by, I felt a nervous jolt, afraid they would say my name. When I finally paid for my items and stepped out inside, the fresh air felt like a relief. I walked briskly toward my car, still feeling a bit on edge. I kept checking over my shoulder, even though I knew it was irrational. The parking lot was well lit and there were plenty of people around, but I could not shake the feeling that someone was watching me. My hands were shaking slightly as I reached for my keys. As I unlocked my car, I took one last glance at the store entrance. For a brief moment, I thought I saw someone standing just inside the doorway looking directly at me. My chest tightened and I blinked to make sure I was not imagining it. When I looked again, there was no one there. I quickly got into my car and locked the doors. Sitting in the driver's seat, I took a few deep breaths to calm myself. I kept telling myself that there had to be a logical explanation for everything. Maybe I had misheard something, or maybe my mind had been playing tricks on me. The stress of the week had been wearing me down, making me more susceptible to overthinking things. I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, glancing in my mirrors every few seconds. The roads were quiet as I drove home, but I could not stop thinking about the whisper. It was not just the sound of my name that bothered me. It was the way it had been spoken, like someone standing inches away, speaking directly into my ear. When I finally reached home, I locked the door behind me and checked every room. Even though I knew I was alone, I turned on every light, hoping it would help me feel safer. After putting my shopping bags down, I sat on the couch and let out a long breath. I needed to put this behind me and move on. That night, I lay in bed for a long time, unable to sleep. Every small noise in the apartment made me jump and I kept replaying the moment in my head. I told myself over and over that it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. Eventually exhaustion took over and I drifted off into an uneasy sleep. The next day I felt a little better. The fear had faded, replaced by a sense of embarrassment over how much I had let it affect me. I went about my normal routine, focusing on work and other tasks, to keep my mind occupied by the afternoon. I had almost convinced myself that it had all been in my head, but just as I was starting to relax, my phone buzzed with a message. When I picked it up, my heart stopped. It was a blank message with no sender information, and at the bottom of the screen there was just one word: my name. My hands trembled as I stared at the screen, my breath catching in my throat. Wrote. I felt the same cold chill that I had in the dressing room. I quickly deleted the message, trying to convince myself it was just some kind of glitch. Maybe it was a wrong number or prank, but deep down I knew that was not the case. I placed my phone face down on the table and took a deep breath. I was not going to let fear control me. Whatever this was, I was stronger than it. I refused to be afraid anymore. Story 13. I walked past a parked van on my way home and heard muffled sounds coming from inside. At first I thought I imagined it, but as I took a few more steps, I heard it again. It was faint, like someone struggling to make a noise through something covering their mouth. My heart started to beat a little faster as I glanced around the quiet street. The van was an older model with dark tinted windows, and something about a make made me uneasy. I hesitated for a moment, debating whether I should just keep walking. Maybe it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. But as I turned back toward the van, I heard another sound, this time more distinct, almost like a whimper. That was enough to push me into action. I took a few cautious steps toward the vehicle, trying to see through the windows. They were too dark, revealing nothing but my own rueful reflection. My stomach twisted with a feeling I could not ignore. I walked around the back of the van and saw that the doors were shut tight. I listened closely, pressing my ear against the cool metal. The sound was still there, muffled but real. Someone was inside and they needed help. I pulled out my phone, my hands slightly shaking as I dialed. The thought of someone being trapped or hurt made my chest tighten. The ringing in my ear felt too slow, each second stretching longer than the last. Before I could finish the call, the front door of the van suddenly opened. A man stepped out, his expression unreadable, as he looked directly at me. My breath caught in my throat as I took a step back, gripping my phone tightly. He was tall, broad, shouldered, and had a calmness about him that made my skin crawl. He smiled, but there was something off about it. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but my legs felt frozen. "And can I help you with something?" he asked, his voice even and controlled. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. I thought I heard something coming from your van. His eyes did not move from mine, and the silence between us stretched uncomfortably. Then he chuckled, shaking his head. Must be the radio, he said, patting the side of the van. I left it on by accident. I knew he was lying. There was no music, no sound of a radio playing, just that faint, desperate noise that had stopped. The moment he stepped out, my mind raced as I forced his smile, trying to act normal. Oh, I see, I said, not slightly. I must have mured, my heart pounded in my chest, but I knew I had to stay calm. He studied me for a moment, as if deciding whether to believe me. No worries, he finally said. Have a good night. He turned and got back into the van, closing the door behind him. I stood there pretending to hesitate, as if debating whether to keep walking. Then slowly I took a step back, then another, until I was far enough away to turn and move quickly down the street. As soon as I rounded the corner, I finished dialing and pressed the phone to my ear. My voice was quiet but urgent. As I told them what I had seen and heard, they asked for details and I gave them everything I could remember: the van's color, the license plate, the way the man had acted. They told me to stay on the line and keep my distance. I kept walking, my head turning back every few seconds, afraid he would follow me. My stomach was in knots, but I felt relieved knowing help was on the way. I found a spot near a small store where I could keep watch without being too obvious. The van had not moved, yet the man still sat inside, completely still, as if waiting for something. Minutes felt like hours, but finally I saw flashing lights coming down the street. The van's engine roared to life, but it was too late. The police car pulled up, blocking its path. 2 officers stepped out, hands resting on their belts. As they approached, I watched as they knocked on the window, speaking to the man inside. He hesitated, then slowly opened the door. The moment he stepped out, I saw his body tense. The officers must have noticed too, because their stance shifted. Ready for anything, they asked him to open the back of the van. He refused at first, trying to argue, but they did not back down. My breath caught in my throat as one of the officers reached for the door handle, pulling it open in one swift motion. What I saw made my stomach drop. Inside the van, a young woman sat bound and gagged, her eyes wide with fear. One of the officers immediately moved to help her, while the other grabbed the man as he tried to run. The struggle broke out, but within seconds he was on the ground, his hands cuffed behind his back. The woman was pulled from the van. Her body, trembling issue, was wrapped in a blanket. I felt a mix of relief and horror as I watched everything unfold. If IID ignored the sound, if I had kept walking, she might never have been found. The thought made my skin crawl. I gave my statement to the officers, telling them everything from the moment I heard the sound to when I made the call. They thanked me, saying my quick thinking had saved her life. As the van was searched and the man was taken away, I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The night air felt colder, now wrapping around me, as the reality of what had happened settled in. I knew I would never forget this moment. I had almost walked away, but something inside me refused to ignore it. I watched as the young woman was helped into a police car, her eyes filled with gratitude and relief. I hoped she would be okay. As I turned to leave, I felt lighter, knowing that she was safe. I had done the right thing, and that was all that mattered. Story 14. It started as an ordinary evening. I just settled in after a long day when I received a message from a friend. The message was short but unsettling. It asked why I had created a second social media profile and confused. I replied that I had not made any other accounts. My friend quickly sent me a link, and what I saw made my stomach turn there. It was a profile with my full name and a picture of me that I did not remember taking. The details matched my real account almost perfectly. It had my birthday, my hometown, and even some interests that were eerily similar to mine. The profile had been active for weeks, posting updates and interacting with people. My hands shook as I scrolled through the post, trying to make sense of it. All the messages on the fake profile were strange. Some of them mimicked my usual style of writing, but others seemed off. They were written in a way that did not feel like me. There were posts about places I had never visited and conversations with people I did not recognize. The worst part was seeing comments from my friends and family thinking they were speaking to me. Someone was pretending to be me and I had no idea who it was. My first instinct was to report the profile. I clicked through the options explaining that the account was an impersonation. The platform sent back an automated message telling me it would be reviewed. That was not good enough for me. I needed to find out who was behind it. I tried searching for any clues in the profile's activity, the timestamp, sure posts, at times when I had been busy elsewhere. The locations did not match mine, but they were not far from where I lived. That realization sent a chill down my spine. I started reaching out to people who had interacted with the account. Most of them assumed it was really me and they had not noticed anything strange. One person, however, mentioned something that caught my attention. They said I had messaged them late at night asking about personal details. That was something I would never do. I asked if they could send me screenshots of the conversation, and when they did, my blood ran cold. The messages were direct and invasive. Whoever was behind the account was trying to gather information. They asked about my schedule, my family, and even where I like to go on weekends. It felt like someone was collecting details about my life for a reason I could not understand. The thought of it made me feel sick. I needed to act fast before things got worse. I changed all my passwords, even though the fake profile was not connected to my real accounts. Then I made a post warning everyone that the profile was not me. Some people were shocked, while others admitted they had already felt something was wrong. I asked them to report the account as well, hoping that, if enough people did, the platform would take it down quickly. I watched as the number of reports increased, but the fake profile remained active. That night I could not sleep. I kept checking my phone, refreshing the page to see if anything had changed. The account was still there, still posting as if it were me. Then something even stranger happened. A new post appeared and it was about me. It described what I had done that day, down to the smallest details. The only way someone could have known was if they had been watching me. Panic set and, as I realized, the situation was worse than I had thought. This was not just some random person on the internet. They had access to my daily life. I checked my doors and windows, making sure everything was locked. I even closed my blinds, feeling exposed in my own home. The idea of someone following me made my skin crawl. I needed help, but I was not sure where to turn. The next day I decided to go to the police. I explained everything, showing them the fake profile in the messages. They took down my statement and said they would investigate, but I could tell they did not see it as an urgent matter. It was just an online issue to them, something that could be resolved by blocking the account. But I knew better. This was not just online. This was happening in my real life. As I left the station, I received another message. This time it was from the fake profile itself. It was a simple sentence, but it made my heart pound. It said they knew I had gone to the police. I looked around, suddenly feeling like I was being watched. I rushed to my car, locking the doors. As soon as I got inside, my mind was racing with possibilities. How could they know so quickly? I decided to take matters into my own hands. I started paying closer attention to my surroundings, looking for anything unusual. I noticed a car parked near my house that I had never seen before. It was there in the morning and again in the evening. When I walked outside, I felt eyes on me. I knew I was not imagining things. Someone was nearby watching my every move. I contacted a friend and asked to stay with them for a few nights. I did not feel safe being alone. While at their place I kept checking the fake profile, hoping it had been removed. Instead, I found something even worse. The latest post showed a picture of my house taken from outside. The caption was short. Just a few words that made my stomach turn. It said, "See you soon," that was enough. I called the police again, this time demanding that they take it seriously. I showed them everything, from the posts to the messages to the photo. They finally agreed to investigate further. They traced the profile back to an IP address in my city, but the person had been using different locations to avoid detection. Still, they assured me they were working on it. I could only hope it would be enough. Days passed and the tension remained. I felt trapped in my own life, constantly looking over my shoulder. Then one morning I received a call from the police. They had found the person responsible. It was someone I barely knew, an old acquaintance who had developed an obsession with me. They had been following me for weeks, collecting details to make their impersonation more convincing. The police arrested them and I finally felt a sense of relief. The fake profile was taken down and I slowly started to feel normal again. It took time to shake the feeling of being watched, but I reminded myself that the danger was over. I learned to be more cautious with what I shared online. I made my real profile private and I stayed alert to anything suspicious. It was a terrifying experience, but in the end I took back control of my life. Story 15. The door slid shut and I exhaled, relieved to have caught the elevator just in time. It was late and I was exhausted from a long day. The office was nearly empty and I was ready to head home. As the elevator began its slow descent, I glanced at the person standing next to me. They were staring straight ahead, their posture stiff. The silence between us felt normal. At first, just another quiet ride down. Then, barely above a whisper, they said you should have taken the stairs. My stomach tightened and I turned my head slightly to look at them. Their face remained expressionless, eyes fixed on the doors as if they had not spoken at all. I let out a nervous chuckle, thinking maybe they were joking why I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out weaker than I intended. They did not respond. The elevator suddenly shuddered. A small jolt that made my breath catch. The lights flickered but remained on. My heartbeat quickened and I pressed the button for the ground floor again, even though I knew it would not make the elevator move any faster. The person next to me had not reacted. They just stood there eerily. Still. I shifted uncomfortably, glancing at the display above the doors. The numbers were not changing. I reached for the emergency button, pressing it firmly. A sharp beep sounded, confirming my request for assistance. The small speaker crackled and a voice came through. "Hello, is everything all right? The elevator seems to be stuck." I replied, keeping my voice steady. "We will send someone to check on it." The voice assured me, "Please stay calm." I nodded even though they could not see me, but as I turned back to my silent companion, I noticed something strange. They were standing closer to me than before. I had not seen them move. My pulse raced. Then I took a small step back, pressing myself against the cool metal wall. "Did you hear that?" I asked, hoping to break the silence. They nodded but still did not speak. The air inside the elevator felt heavier, the space shrinking with every passing second. I tried not to panic, reminding myself that help was on the way. The elevator groaned, shifting slightly as if it were trying to move, but could not. The lights dimmed, casting strange shadows across the walls. I clenched my fists, trying to ignore the feeling of unease creeping over me. The person next to me tilted their head slightly, finally looking at me. "For the first time you should have taken the stairs." They whispered again, their voice softer but more insistent. A chill ran down my spine, my breathing became shallow and my hands felt clammy. "Why are you saying that?" I demanded, my voice shaky. They did not answer. Instead, they took a slow step back, pressing themselves into the opposite corner of the elevator. I watched them closely, my skin prickling with an unexplainable fear. The lights flickered again, casting their face in brief darkness. When the glow returned, their expression had changed. Their lips curled into the smallest hint of a smile, but it did not reach their eyes. The elevator trembled, the cables groaning somewhere above us. My breath hitched and I pressed the emergency button again. "Hello," I called out, the voice on. The speaker responded, "We are working on it. Please remain calm." I wanted to scream that something was not right, that I needed to get out now, but the words stuck in my throat. The person kept their gaze on me, their resin and unchanging. I forced myself to look away, focusing on my breathing. It was just my imagination. I told myself. Maybe they were just messing with me. Maybe they were just as scared as I was, but did not know how to show it. The elevator suddenly dropped a few inches, making my stomach lurch. I gripped the railing, my heart pounding. Then everything went silent. The lights stayed on, but the faint hum of the elevator had stopped. I held my breath, waiting for anything to happen. The person took a deep breath. The sound unnaturally loud in the confined space. I turned to face them again, ready to demand an explanation, but before I could speak, the elevator shifted once more, this time rising instead of falling. A sharp knock echoed through the speaker. "We are getting the doors open now." The voice informed us. Relief flooded through me. I glanced at my companion, expecting them to finally react to show some sign of relief, but they just kept staring at me. The elevator jolted again and then, with a loud metallic groan, the doors began to slide open. I did not wait. I stepped out quickly, taking in a shaky breath as my feet touched solid ground. The security guards stood nearby, their eyes scanning me for any sign of distress. "Are you all right?" they asked. I nodded quickly, glancing over my shoulder. The person in the elevator had not moved. They were still standing in the same spot watching me. The doors started to close again, but just before they shut completely, they whispered one last time, "You should have taken the stairs." The doors clicked shut and the elevator descended without a sound. I turned to the security guard, my throat dry. "Did you see that person in there?" They frowned. "What person?" I opened my mouth to argue, to insist that someone had been in there with me, but the words would not come out. The hallway suddenly felt too quiet, the air too still. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to move toward the exit. As I stepped outside, the fresh air hit me, clearing my head. I took a deep breath, trying to shake the uneasy feeling that clung to me. It was probably just stress. I told myself a long day in Old Elevet, nothing more. But as I walked to my car, I could not stop thinking about those whispered words. No matter how much I tried to convince myself otherwise, I knew one thing for certain: I would never take that elevator again. Story 16. My phone buzzed in my pocket as I was leaving the office. The screen lit up with a single message. It was just one word: run. There was no number, no name, nothing to indicate who sent it. I frowned and looked around, but everything seemed normal. The parking lot was half empty, the streetlights flickering in the early evening glow. I typed out a quick reply asking who it was, but there was no response. A strange feeling settled in my stomach as I stood there. My car was only a few steps away, but suddenly the distance felt much farther. I glanced over my shoulder, but nothing seemed out of place. Shrugging it off, I unlocked my car and got in. Maybe it was just a prank, a wrong number. I put my phone on the dashboard and started the engine. As I pulled out of the lot, I kept checking my rear view mirror. No one was following me, but that uneasy feeling remained. My route home was familiar, but every shadow seemed darker, every sound sharper. Halfway home, my phone buzzed again. Another message: run now. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter as my pulse quickened. This was no coincidence. I locked the phone screen and focused on the road ahead. I was just a few minutes from my house. Maybe I was overreacting, but something inside me screamed that I should listen. When I finally reached my driveway, I hesitated before getting out. My house was dark just as I had left it. I scanned the area looking for anything unusual. There was nothing, yet I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. With a deep breath, I stepped out and hurried to my front door, locking it behind me. Inside, the silence was deafening. I turned on a few lights and checked the locks again. My phone sat on the counter, screen dark. I picked it up and debated whether to call someone. Who would I even call? The police? What would I say? Someone sent me a cryptic message. It felt ridiculous. I decided to check the house instead, room by room. I made sure everything was in its place. The windows were locked, the back door secure. Still, that unease lingered. I returned to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. Just as I took a sip, my phone vibrated again. My stomach clenched. Get out now. My heart pounded as I reread the message. My breathing became shallow and a cold sweat broke out on my skin. This was no prank. Someone was warning me. My mind raced through my options. I could leave, but where would I go? I could call the police, but what if it was nothing? The thought of standing there doing nothing felt worse. Grabbing my keys, I moved toward the door when a loud thud came from the back of the house. My body froze, another thud heavier. This time I swallowed hard and stepped backward. Every instinct told me to run, but my legs refused to move. The sound of something dragging along the floor sent my pulse into a frenzy. I forced myself to take a step toward the front door, reaching for the knob. Just then my phone buzzed again. "You do not go outside." My hands trembled as I gripped the phone. My entire body was screaming at me to leave, but now I was being told to stay. My thoughts clashed, fighting for control over my actions. The noise from the back of the house stopped. The silence stretched, making my ears ring. I held my breath, listening for any sign of movement. Then slowly, the doorknob to my bedroom turned a slow, deliberate twist. I felt the blood drain from my face. Someone was inside my house. Panic surged through me as I backed away. My eyes darted around for anything I could use as a weapon. My phone buzzed again. "Stay quiet." I pressed myself against the wall, trying to control my breathing. The bedroom door creaked open. A shadow moved across the dimly lit hallway. I gripped the nearest object, a heavy glass vase from the table. My fingers tightened around it. As I prepared myself, the figure stepped forward and I swung with all my strength. The vase shattered against something solid. A low grunt echoed, followed by the sound of a body collapsing onto the floor. Without thinking, I ran. My feet barely touched the ground as I sprinted through the front door and into the night. My heart hammered in my chest as I reached my car and yanked the door open. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, finally getting the engine to start. I peeled out of the driveway without looking back. The streak blurred as I sped away. My phone continued to buzz, but I ignored it. I did not stop until I reached a gas station several miles away. Only then did I pull over, my body still trembling. My phone was still in my lap, screen glowing. I hesitated before picking it up. The latest message was different from the others. It was not a warning. It was a question: "Are you safe?" A lump formed in my throat. I had no idea who had been sending the messages, but they had saved my life. My mind replayed the moment over and over. If I had ignored the warnings, I would still be inside that house. I took a shaky breath and replied, "Who are you?" The screen stayed blank for several moments before another message appeared. "Just someone who knows." My hands tightened around the phone. I wanted answers, but at the same time I was terrified of what they might be. After a long moment, I made a decision. I could not go back home. Not yet. I drove straight to the police station. No matter what this was, I needed to report it. As I pulled into the parking lot, my phone buzzed. One last time. Good choice. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the screen. I stepped out of the car and walked toward the entrance. The door slid open and I stepped inside, finally feeling a sense of relief. I did not know who had warned me, but one thing was certain: they had saved my life and I would never ignore a message like that again. Story 17. I walked into my apartment, shaking off the cold from outside. The day had been long and all I wanted was to sit down and relax. As I tossed my keys onto the counter, something caught my eye. Hanging over the back of my chair was a coat that did not belong to me. I stopped at my tracks, my heart pounding as I stared at it. It was not my coat and I had no memory of bringing anyone over. The material looked expensive, something a professional might wear. My mind raced through the possibilities. Had I left the door unlocked? Had someone broken in? While I was gone, I took a step closer, hesitating before reaching out to touch it. The fabric was cold, as if it had just been brought in from outside. That alone sent a chill down my spine. I checked the door, making sure it was still locked. Nothing seemed out of place except for the coat. My apartment was small enough that I could see every corner from where I stood, yet I felt the need to check every room. I moved cautiously, my breathing controlled but shallow. The bathroom was empty. The bedroom looked untouched. The closets were closed, just as I had left them. There was no sign of forced entry and nothing appeared stolen. Still, the coat remained sitting there like proof that someone had been inside. I picked it up, searching for anything that might explain how it got there. The pockets were empty and there was no wallet or identification. The code had a faint scent of cologne, one I did not recognize. The more I looked at it, the more uneasy I felt. It was not old or forgotten. It was fresh, as if someone had just taken it off moments ago. I turned toward the window, feeling my stomach twist. It was locked, just like the door. I could not shake the feeling that someone had been here recently. Maybe they still were. I grabbed the nearest object I could use as a weapon, gripping it tightly in my hand. I checked the closets again, this time throwing the doors open more forcefully. Nothing. The silence in my apartment felt heavier than before. I tried to calm myself, thinking of logical explanations. Maybe a friend had stopped by and left it here, but that made no sense. I had not given anyone a spare key. No one had been over in weeks. I checked my phone, scrolling through my messages for anything I might have forgotten. There was nothing out of the ordinary. I placed the coat back where I had found it, staring at it as if it might move on its own. I needed to get out for a moment, clear my head stepping into the hallway. I knocked on my neighbor's door. When they answered, I asked if they had seen anyone coming or going from my apartment. They shook their head, looking confused back inside. I locked the door behind me again, double-checking it. I was overthinking. Maybe I had seen that coat before and just did not remember. But deep down I knew that was not true. I sat down, forcing myself to breathe. Normally. The coat remained in my sight, an unwanted presence in my home. I tried to distract myself, turning on the television. The noise filled the space, making it feel less empty, but my mind kept wandering back to the coat. I imagined someone standing in my apartment, placing it there, then slipping out without a sound. It was an unsettling thought, one I could not shake. Time passed and eventually I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe it had been left behind. By mistake, I decided to take the coat and place it outside my door. If someone came back for it, they would find it there. That seemed like the easiest way to deal with it. The night went on and slowly I relaxed. I told myself that nothing else was wrong. I checked the locks again before going to bed, still feeling uncertain as I lay in the dark. I listened carefully for any sound, nothing but the usual creep streaks of the building. Settling morning came and I stepped outside to check on the coat. It was gone. I stared at the empty space where I had left it, unsure whether to feel relieved or more disturbed. I had not heard anyone take it. The hallway had been silent all night. The sense of unease lingered, but I pushed it aside. Maybe it had been a mistake, something I would never fully understand. I went about my day as normally as possible, though I found myself glancing at the chair every so often. The image of that coat was burned into my mind. Days passed and nothing strange happened. The apartment felt normal again and I slowly let go of my fear. Whatever had happened, it was over. Now there was no reason to keep thinking about it. I was safe and my home was secure. Then one evening and I came home to find something else waiting for me, a pair of gloves placed neatly on the same chair. My heart stopped as I stared at them, cold and untouched. Someone had been here again. Story 18. I was working late at the office trying to finish up some reports before the deadline. The building was nearly empty, with only a few distant sounds of other employees packing up for the night. The hum of my computer comp and the occasional rustling of papers were the only noises filling my small cubicle. The clock on my desk showed it was almost midnight and I sighed, realizing how exhausted I felt. Just as I reached for my coffee, my phone vibrated against the desk, causing me to jolt slightly. I glanced at the screen and felt a chill run down my spine. My home phone number was calling me, but I was the only one who lived there. My first thought was that it had to be some kind of glitch or a telemarketer using a spoofed number. I hesitated before answering, my heart pounding slightly in my chest as I picked up. There was only silence on the other end, followed by a faint, static sound. I said hello a few times, but no response came, so I quickly ended the call. For a moment, I sat there staring at my phone, trying to shake the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. I reasoned with myself that it was nothing to worry about, just a strange coincidence. I turned back to my computer and forced myself to focus on my work. About 10 minutes later my phone buzzed again, and once again it was my home number. My stomach tightened as I hesitated before answering. This time, a faint whisper echoed through the receiver, but I could not make out any words. My breath hitched as I tried to listen closely, but before I could say anything, the call abruptly ended. My hands felt clammy as I placed my phone back on the desk, my mind racing through possible explanations. Maybe it was a prank, or maybe someone had somehow broken into my home. The thought sent a wave of dread through me, and I quickly grabbed my car keys. I had to check for myself, even if it turned out to be nothing. The drive home felt longer than usual, every red light stretching out into an eternity. I kept glancing at my phone, half expecting it to ring again. The streets were nearly empty, and my own unease made me hyper-aware of every shadow and passing car. As I pulled into my driveway, my house stood in the darkness just as I had left it. There were no signs of forced entry, no lights on, no movement inside. I stepped out of my car, cautiously gripping my keys tightly in my hand. My porch light flickered slightly as I approached the front door. Taking a deep breath, I unlocked it and stepped inside. The air inside was still carrying the familiar scent of home, but something felt off. I turned on the lights, scanning the living room for anything out of place. Everything seemed normal, but the unsettling feeling in my chest refused to go away. I moved through the house, slowly checking each room one by one. The kitchen, the hallway, and even the bathroom were exactly as I had left them. Finally, I reached my bedroom and pushed the door open. The moment I stepped inside, my eyes landed on the phone sitting on my nightstand. The screen was dim, but I could see the call log still open, displaying the 2 calls from my own number. A shiver ran down my spine as I stepped closer. I picked up the receiver and listened, but there was nothing but a quiet hum. I placed it back down my mind, struggling to make sense of everything. Just as I turned to leave the room, the soft, creaking sound came from the hallway. My heart pounded as I froze in place, straining to hear any further movement. I reached for the nearest object, a small lamp, gripping it tightly. As I stepped out of the bedroom, my eyes darted down the hallway, but it was empty. I forced myself to take slow, steady breaths, convincing myself that the old house was just settling. Still, I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. I walked toward the front door, ready to leave and call the authorities. Just in case. As I reached for the knob, a sudden sound echoed from the kitchen, like the faint clatter of silverware against the counter. My chest tightened as I turned back, my body tensing in anticipation. Step by step, I approached the kitchen, my grip tightening on the lamp in my hand. I flipped on the light and my eyes swept the room, but nothing seemed out of place. Then I noticed something that sent a wave of fear through me. The back door was slightly ajar, though I knew for certain I had locked it before leaving. My stomach churned as I took a cautious step forward, my eyes into the corners of the room. I reached out, slowly pushing the door shut and securing the lock. My hands were trembling as I took a step back, my ears straining for any further sounds. I grabbed my phone and quickly dialed 911, my voice barely steady. As I explained the situation, the dispatcher assured me that an officer would be sent over shortly. I kept the kitchen light on as I stood near the front door, my heart still racing. Minutes passed like hours as I waited, every small sound making me flinch. When the knock finally came, I nearly jumped out of my skin. The officer stepped inside and began checking each room carefully. He asked me a few questions and I told him everything: the strange calls, the open back door, the eerie feeling that someone had been inside. He nodded and continued his search, but after thoroughly inspecting the house, he found no signs of forced entry or anything unusual. He assured me that the call could have been a technical glitch and the door might not have been latched properly. Even though his words were meant to be comforting, I still felt uneasy. He suggested that I change my locks and keep my phone nearby in case anything else happened. I thanked him as he left, but a lingering feeling of unease stayed with me. I double-checked every lock in the house before finally sitting down on the couch, my body still tense. As the hours passed, exhaustion began to set in and my rational mind took over. Maybe the officer was right and I had just let my paranoia get the best of me. I decided to sleep on the couch that night, keeping my phone close, just in case the house remained silent, and eventually my eyes grew heavy, pulling me into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow over the living room. Everything seemed normal again, and for the first time since the previous night I let out a sigh of relief. I checked my phone and there were no strange calls, no missed messages, just the usual notifications. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Over the next few days I remained cautious, keeping an eye on my surroundings and making sure my home was secure, but nothing unusual happened again. The calls never returned and the sense of unease gradually faded. Eventually I convinced myself that it had all been a strange coincidence, a mix of exhaustion and overactive imagination. Life slowly returned to normal and the fear that had gripped me that night became nothing more than a distant memory. Yet even now, every time my phone rings late at night, I still hesitate before answering just for a second, and in the quiet moments when the house is still and the world outside is silent, I sometimes wonder what if I had not been alone that night. Night Story 19. The day started like any other. I woke up, got ready for work and went through my usual morning routine. The apartment was quiet just the way I liked it. Nothing seemed out of place, but something felt off. It was a feeling I could not shake, like someone had been in my space without me knowing. Later that evening I decided to clean the apartment. It was not particularly messy, but I had been meaning to dust the air vents for a while. As I unscrewed the vent cover, I noticed something unusual. A small shiny object was tucked away inside the vent. My heart started pounding as I reached in and pulled it out. It was a tiny camera lens, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. My hands trembled as I turned it over in my fingers. Who put this here and how long had it been recording? A chill ran down my spine as I looked around the room, suddenly feeling exposed. My apartment, my safe place, had been invaded. I tried to think logically, but my mind was racing. Had someone broken in and placed it there, or was it installed? Before I even moved in, I checked the camera more closely, trying to see if it was still active. There were no wires, no visible signs of it being connected to anything. Still, the thought of being watched made my skin crawl. I grabbed my phone and started searching for information about hidden cameras. There were dozens of ways to hide them, from vents to smoke detectors and even inside light bulbs. My stomach turned as I realized how easy it was for someone to spy without being noticed. I needed to check the rest of my apartment immediately. Room by room, I searched every possible hiding spot. I inspected the smoke detectors, light fixtures, and even the bathroom. My paranoia grew with each passing second. What if there were more cameras? What if someone had been watching me for weeks or months? I felt sick just thinking about it. After an hour of searching, I found nothing else, but that did not bring me any comfort. The fact that there had been one camera at all was enough to make me question everything. Who would do this and why? I thought about my landlord, the maintenance workers, even past tenants. Any one of them could have done this. I called the building manager and demanded answers. They sounded just as shocked as I was, but I could not tell if it was genuine. They promised to check past work orders and security footage, but I knew it would not be that simple. Whoever placed the camera there would not have done it in plain sight. Fear turned into anger as I paced around the apartment. I had been living here completely unaware that someone had been watching. Had they seen me sleeping, changing, going about my life? The thought made my skin crawl. I wanted to pack my things and leave immediately, but I had nowhere else to go. I decided to take the camera to the police. They listened to my story and took the device for investigation. They asked if I had noticed anything suspicious before, but I had no clear answers. Everything had felt normal until today. That was the scariest part. The officer told me it was possible that the camera was left by a previous tenant or someone with access to the apartment. They would look into it, but I could tell this was not their top priority. I was just another person reporting a hidden camera, something they probably saw all the time. That night I barely slept. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow felt like a threat. I considered breaking my lease and finding a new place, but that would take time. I could not afford to break my contract without a good reason. The thought of staying made me sick, but I had no choice. Days passed and I kept looking over my shoulder. I started changing in the bathroom with the door locked. I covered vents, taped over any tiny holes in the walls, and unplugged anything that seemed suspicious. I did not feel safe, but I refused to let fear control me. The police finally called me back with an update. The camera had no fingerprints, no identifying marks, nothing that could trace it back to someone. They suggested it could have been installed a long time ago and forgotten. That explanation did not make me feel any better, with no clear answers. I knew I had to make a decision. I could either live in fear or take control of the situation. I contacted a security expert to sweep my apartment. They found no other hidden devices, which gave me a small sense of relief. Still, I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I filed a formal complaint with the property manager and made sure they took the matter seriously. If there was any chance someone else in the building was being spied on, they needed to know. I also started looking for a new place, even if it meant breaking my lease early. Eventually, I found a new apartment in a different part of the city. Moving out felt like shedding an old, suffocating weight. I never got answers about who placed the camera or why, but I learned to trust my instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. I made sure my new home was secure before settling in. I checked every vent, every corner, every hidden spot where a camera could be placed. Paranoia still lingered, but I refused to let it control me. My space was mine again, and I intended to keep it that way. Story 20. I went to check my mail, as I did every afternoon, expecting the usual stack of bills, advertisements, and maybe a letter or two. When I opened the mailbox, my eyes immediately landed on something unusual. A small package sat inside, wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no address, no postage, nothing to indicate where it had come from or who had sent it. The only marking on it were two simple words written in black ink: for you. A strange feeling crept over me as I reached for it, my fingers hesitating before picking it up. The package was surprisingly light, almost as if there was nothing inside. I glanced around the street, scanning for anything or anyone out of place, but everything looked as it always did. The quiet hum of the neighborhood, the distant sound of a car passing by, and the faint rustling of leaves and the breeze all seemed normal. Yet something about the package in my hands made me uneasy. I carried it inside, setting it down on the kitchen table. Unsure of what to do next, my mind raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. Maybe it was a prank, or perhaps it had been left for someone else by mistake, but my name was not written on it, just those two simple words. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that there was only one way to find out. With careful hands, I peeled away the brown paper, revealing a small black velvet box. Underneath, my heartbeat quickened as I lifted the lid. Inside, resting against the dark fabric, was an old brass key. It was slightly worn, the edges smooth from years of use. The design was intricate, with a decorative bee at the top, making it look like something that belonged to another time. It was not an ordinary house key. That much was clear. I turned it over in my fingers, feeling the cool weight of the metal against my skin. Who would send me a key with no explanation? There was no note, no address, nothing to indicate where it belonged. I checked the package again, shaking it lightly in case something else had been tucked inside, but it was empty. The mystery deepened, leaving me with more questions than answers. I placed the key on the counter, staring at it as if it might reveal its secrets. If I looked long enough, my first thought was to throw it away and forget about it, but something stopped me. There was an intentionality to this, as if someone had gone through the trouble of making sure it reached me for a reason. The more I thought about it, the more I felt an urge to figure out what unlocked for the next few days. The key sat on the counter untouched. I went about my routine as usual, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. The sensation was subtle, a prickling on the back of my neck whenever I left the house or walked past a window. I told myself it was just my imagination, a side effect of overthinking the strange delivery. Yet I found myself double-checking that my doors were locked before bed and glancing over my shoulder whenever I stepped outside. One evening, as I was cleaning up after dinner, I caught myself staring at the key again. It had become a presence in my home, a silent question waiting to be answered. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand once more, and made a decision. If someone had sent it to me, they must have intended for me to use it. But where I started, with my own house, though I already knew every lock that belonged to it. Not surprisingly, the key did not fit anywhere. Next, I considered my mailbox, my car, even the storage shed in the backyard, but none of them were the answer. The frustration grew as I realized I had no idea where to even begin looking. The next day, I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood hoping for some kind of sign. My steps felt slow, deliberate, as if I was being pulled by an unseen force. Every building, every locked gate, every old structure made me wonder if the key belonged there. Then, as I rounded the corner near the park, I noticed something I had never paid attention to before. There was an old building at the edge of the neighborhood, one that had been abandoned for years. Its windows were boarded up and the paint on the door was peeling from age and neglect. Something about it made my chest tighten. I had walked past it countless times without a second thought, but today it felt different. Today it felt like I was meant to be here. My pulse quickened as I stepped closer. The key gripped tightly in my palm. I reached the door, hesitating for just a moment before inserting the key into the rusted lock. A deep breath steadied me as I turned it, half expecting it to do nothing, but with a soft click the lock gave way. The door creaked open, revealing a dark interior thick with dust and silence. I stepped inside, my senses on high alert. Faint beams of light filtered through cracks in the boarded-up windows, casting long shadows across the floor. The air was heavy, with the scent of old wood and forgotten time. I took a few careful steps forward, my eyes adjusting to the dimness. The space was empty, except for a few scattered pieces of furniture covered in sheets. A small table near the far wall held something that caught my eye. As I moved closer, I saw a single envelope resting on the surface, my name written on the front and familiar handwriting. My breath hitched as I picked it up, my hands trembling slightly. The paper felt aged, as if it had been waiting here for years. With crowing anticipation, I opened it and began to read. The words inside sent a shiver down my spine. They spoke of memories long buried, of a past I had tried to forget, of someone who had once been important to me. It was a message from someone who had disappeared from my life without explanation, someone I had never expected to hear from again. As I read the final lines, a wave of emotion washed over me. The letter answered questions I had carried for years, offering closure I had never thought possible. The key had led me here for a reason, guiding me to something I had unknowingly needed. I had spent so long wondering about the unknown, about the things left unresolved. Now, standing in this forgotten place, I finally understood. I stepped outside, the cool evening air wrapping around me. As I closed the door behind me, the key felt lighter in my pocket, now no longer a mystery, but a bridge to something deeper. I took a deep breath, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. Whatever had brought me here had given me something I had not realized I needed. As I walked home, the sky turning shades of gold and pink, I felt a strange sense of peace settle over me. Some mysteries were not meant to frighten or confuse, but to guide us to the answers we never knew we were searching for. Story 21. I woke up feeling groggy, my head still heavy from sleep. As I turned to check the time, my eyes landed on a small sticky note placed neatly on my nightstand. The words were written in bold, uneven strokes, as if hurriedly scribbled. "Do not forget to lock the door this time." But a chill ran down my spine because I knew for certain that I had not written it. I sat up, my heart pounding against my ribs as I tried to make sense of it. The handwriting was unfamiliar, and I had no memory of placing the note there before going to bed. I lived alone and no one else had access to my apartment. My front door had been locked the night before, just like it always was. I had never been careless about security, yet the note implied that I had made a mistake. I swallowed hard and forced myself to stand, my legs feeling unsteady beneath me. Moving cautiously, I walked to the front door, checking the lock with trembling fingers. It was still secured, just as I had left it. The windows were closed, the curtains drawn, and nothing appeared out of place. I tried to convince myself that it had to be some kind of prank, but I could not ignore the unease spreading through my chest. I checked my entire apartment, searching for any sign that someone had been inside. The bathroom door was shut, but unlocked just like I had left it. My kitchen was exactly as it had been the night before, with no dishes moved or misplaced. The living room was untouched, my couch pillows still arranged neatly, No signs of forced entry, no open windows, and no logical explanation for the note on my nightstand. I grabbed my phone and checked the security app connected to my front door camera. There were no alerts, no notifications of movement during the night. The last recorded footage showed me coming home, locking the door and turning off the lights before heading to my bedroom. There was no sign of anyone entering or leaving. After that, my stomach twisted as I sat down, gripping my phone tightly. I knew I had locked the door before bed, but the note suggested otherwise. Was it possible that I had written it myself in some half-asleep state? It did not seem likely, considering the handwriting was nothing like mine. I grabbed a piece of paper and wrote the same sentence, comparing it to the note. The letters were completely different, mine more controlled, while the note had uneven strokes. That realization made my skin prickle with fear. I decided to check the closets in every possible hiding place again, just to be sure. I opened the hall closet, pushing coats aside to see if anyone could be hiding behind them. Nothing but my shoes and old boxes stared back at me. The bathroom cabinets were empty, the space under the sink only holding cleaning supplies. My bedroom closet was exactly how I had left it, with my clothes hanging neatly and nothing unusual inside dyed. I sat back down on my bed, staring at the sticky note in my hands. I tried to think back to the night before recalling every little detail. I had come home after a long shift, dropped my bag on the couch and made myself a quick dinner. I remembered locking the door, checking it twice as always, then heading to my bedroom. I had watched a show for a while before turning off the lights and falling asleep. Nothing about my night had been different, so how did this no get here? A sudden thought made my breath catch in my throat. What if someone had been inside while I was sleeping? The idea sent a fresh wave of terror through me. If that were the case, then they had been close enough to leave the note right beside me. My stomach churned as I considered how vulnerable. I had been completely unaware of another presence in my home, but there was no evidence of a break-in, no sign of forced entry or anything missing. I checked my phone again, scrolling through my messages to see if I had sent anything strange the night before. There was nothing out of the ordinary, no calls or texts. I did not remember. I checked my recent searches, my notes app and even my alarm history. Everything seemed normal, yet the sticky note remained in my hand, proof that something had happened during the night. I could not stay in my apartment any longer without knowing what was going on. I grabbed my keys and headed for the door, my heart pounding. As I unlocked it, I stepped out into the hallway, looking up and down for anything unusual. My neighbors' doors were closed. The hallway quiet, except for the faint hum of the elevator in the distance. Everything seemed normal, yet my gut told me something was very wrong. I decided to knock on the door of the neighbor closest to me, hoping they might have seen or heard something. After a few moments the door opened slightly and my neighbor peered out. I asked if they had noticed anything strange during the night, any sounds, or people coming and going. They shook their head saying everything had been quiet. As usual. I thanked them and stepped back, my unease growing. I went downstairs to the apartment manager's office, hoping to check the building security footage. They were reluctant at first, but agreed when they saw how shaken I was as they pulled up the recordings. I watched the footage from the night before holding my breath. The camera showed me entering my apartment, locking the door and turning off the lights. Hours passed without anything happening. Then, around 3 o'clock in the morning, something changed. The footage glitched for a split second, just enough to be noticeable. When it resumed, everything looked the same, except for one small detail. My apartment door, which had been locked before, was now slightly ajar. The footage did not show anyone entering or exiting, but somehow my door had opened. I gripped the edge of the desk, my skin turning cold as I stared at the screen. The glitch lasted less than in a second, but the change was undeniable. My door had been locked and then suddenly it was not. There was no sign of anyone breaking in, no movement in the hallway, yet the note had appeared beside me. I felt sick as I thought about what that meant. I left the office in a daze, my mind racing with possibilities. I could not explain what I had just seen, but I knew I could not stay in my apartment another night. I decided to pack a bag and leave at least until I could figure out what was going on. Back inside my apartment, I grabbed the essentials, throwing clothes and important items into a bag. The sticky note remained on my nightstand, a reminder that something had entered my home without a trace. Before leaving, I took one last look at my bedroom, my chest tight. With unease, I locked the door behind me, double-checking it before heading out. I did not know what had happened that night or how the note had appeared, but I knew one thing for sure: I would never sleep there again. Story 22. I had not driven my car in weeks, so when I checked the GPS history out of curiosity, I was confused to see a recent trip logged to an address I did not recognize. At first I thought maybe I had forgotten about a trip, but as I stared at the date I realized it was impossible. I had been home that entire day and had not even touched my car. A strange sense of unease settled over me as I tried to figure out how my car had been driven without my knowledge. I decided to look up the address to see if it would give me any clues. Typing the address into my phone, I saw that it was a residential location about 20 minutes away. I did not know anyone who lived there, and I could not think of any reason my car would have been tied up in that area. My first thought was that someone had stolen it and returned it before I even noticed, but there were no signs of forced entry. I always locked my car and I still had both sets of keys. The possibility that someone had access to my car without breaking in made my stomach twist. With unease, I scrolled through the rest of the GPS's history, looking for any other unfamiliar trips, but that was the only one. If my car had been taken and brought back, why only once? The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. It did not make sense for a thief to steal a car just to return it in perfect condition. I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong, and I needed to find out what I debated, whether or not to call the police. But what would I even tell them? There was no proof that my car had been stolen, since it was sitting right outside my house, untouched. No damage, no missing belongings, nothing out of place except for the GPS record. I wondered if it could have been some kind of glitch in the system, but I had never seen anything like this before. The only way to get answers was to go to the address myself. The next morning I got into my car and entered the address into the GPS. As I pulled out of my driveway, I kept glancing at the rear view mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. The roads were mostly empty as I drove, but my hands were tense on the steering wheel. When I finally turned onto the street from the GPS record, I slowed down, scanning the houses. The neighborhood was quiet, with well-kept lawns and parked cars lining the curb. I parked a few houses away from the address and sat there for a moment, trying to calm my nerves. The house looked normal, just like all the others, but something about it felt off. I watched for a while, but there was no movement, no signs of anyone coming or going. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the car and walked toward the front door. I hesitated before knocking, not sure what I would even say if someone answered. A few moments passed before the door opened, revealing an older man with tired eyes. He looked me up and down with mild curiosity but not suspicion. I apologized for bothering him and asked if he had seen my car parked outside his house recently. He frowned as if trying to remember, then shook his head. He told me he had been home most days and had not noticed anything unusual. The way he spoke seemed honest, but I could not shake the feeling that something was being left unsaid. I thanked him and walked back to my car, glancing at the house one more time. As I sat behind the wheel, my mind raced with possibilities. Maybe he simply had not been paying attention, but what if he knew something and did not want to tell me? I thought about knocking on the neighbors' doors, but that felt like overstepping. I needed to approach this carefully and not jump to conclusions that night. I could not sleep, playing everything in my head. If someone had taken my car, how had they gotten inside without a key? And why bring it back without stealing anything? It made no sense, no matter how I looked at it. I decided to set up a camera facing my driveway just in case it happened again. If someone had access to my car, I needed to catch them in the ACT. Days passed with no further strange activity, but I kept checking the GPS history obsessively. Then one morning I woke up to a notification from the camera. My heart pounded as I opened the app and watched the footage. In the middle of the night, someone had approached my car, standing there for a long time without doing anything. The figure was wearing a hood and their face was obscured. After a few moments, they simply turned and walked away. Seeing someone near my car in the dead of night sent a chill down my spine. This was not a coincidence, and someone was watching my car, maybe even watching me. I checked the GPS history immediately, but there were no new trips logged. Whoever they were, they had not gotten inside. This time I did not know if that made me feel better or worse. I decided it was time to report everything to the police, even if I did not have much to go on. I showed them the GPS history and the footage, but without a clear face or a break-in. They said there was little they could do. They advised me to be cautious and consider changing my locks. I left feeling frustrated, but at least now there was a record of my report in case anything else happened. That night I double-checked that my car was locked and set up another camera angle. I refused to be caught off guard again. Hours later, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my phone vibrated with another notification. My breath caught as I opened the app and saw the same hooded figure standing by my car again. This time they placed a hand on the door as if testing it. Then, without warning, they turned sharply and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I could not just sit and wait for something worse to happen. The next morning I took my car to a mechanic to check if there was any way someone could have accessed it without my keys. After a thorough inspection, they found something small and hidden near the steering column. It was a key fob duplicate, or a device that could copy my car signal and allow someone to unlock and start it without my physical key. My blood ran cold as I realized this meant someone had been close enough to my key at some point to copy its signal. I immediately replaced my key fob and installed extra security measures. I also updated the police on what I had found, and they took it much more seriously this time. They told me these devices were becoming more common in car theft, but the fact that my car had been taken and returned was strange. It suggested someone was not trying to steal it permanently but rather using it for something specific. After that, I never saw the hooded figure again, and there were no more strange trips logged in my GPS. I never found out who had taken my car or why, but I was grateful I had caught it before anything worse happened. The experience left me more cautious about security and aware of how easily technology could be exploited. I made sure to always keep my car keys in a signal blocking pouch and check my cameras every night. I did not know if whoever had done this would ever return, but I was prepared if they did. Story 23. The laundromat was almost too quiet. The hum of machines, the occasional dripping from a leaky faucet, and the buzz of the fluorescent lights were the only sounds. I had been sitting on the hard plastic chair near the entrance, scrolling through my phone while waiting for my clothes to finish washing. The place was empty, which was not surprising given how late it was. Most people probably did their laundry during the day, but I had put it off until I had no choice. I glanced up when I heard a faint thumping sound from the back of the room. It was subtle at first, but it became more noticeable as I listened. Looking around, I confirmed that I was alone. No one had entered since I arrived, and the only items in the laundromat belonged to me. Still, I felt a sudden unease creeping up my spine. I stood up, stretching my legs as I casually walked toward the sound. One of the dryers was spinning. The circular door had a small glass window, but the inside was fogged up from heat. The problem was that I had not started any dryers yet. My clothes were still in the washing machine, and I had not seen anyone come in to use the machines. I checked my surroundings again, feeling the weight of the empty space pressing down on me. I hesitated before stepping closer. Maybe someone had started it before I arrived, and I just had not noticed. That would make sense, but I had been sitting there long enough that I would have seen someone. The laundromat was small with only a few rows of machines, so it was impossible to miss. Still, I told myself there had to be a rational explanation. I leaned forward to peer through the glass. The spinning motion made it difficult to see what was inside, but I could make out dark shapes tumbling in circles. My fingers hovered near the handle, debating whether I should open it before I could decide. The dryer abruptly stopped. The metal drum inside climbed as it slowed to a stop, leaving behind an unsettling silence. A chill ran through me as I stared at the machine. The digital timer on the front was blank, as if no cycle had been running at all. That was impossible. I had just seen it moving, and I had definitely heard it. My heartbeat quickened as I stepped back, trying to make sense of what was happening. My mind raced through possibilities, but none of them felt right. I turned sharply when I heard another noise behind me. It was the unmistakable sound of a washing machine door clicking open. My breath caught in my throat as I slowly turned around. One of the washers near the corner had its lid lifted. I knew for certain that I had not touched it. I had only used one machine and it was still running. My hands were clammy as I forced myself to take a step forward. The laundromat was still empty, yet I felt like I was being watched. I moved, cautiously glancing toward the security camera in the corner. Its red light blinked, indicating that it was recording. If something was happening, at least it would be caught on tape. That thought offered little comfort as I approached the open washer. There was nothing inside, no clothes, no water, just an empty drum. The silence was heavy, pressing against my ears. I reached out and slowly pushed the lid shut. The latch clicked into place and I took a shaky breath. My eyes darted back to the dryer, half expecting it to start again, but it remained still. I needed to finish my laundry and leave. The eerie atmosphere was getting to me and I did not want to stay any longer than necessary. I walked quickly back to my seat, checking the time on my phone. The screen was dim, showing the late hour, but something else caught my attention. My phone had lost signal. That made no sense. The laundromat always had decent reception and I had been using my phone. Just minutes ago I swiped at the screen, but the signal bars remained empty. A wave of unease settled in my stomach as I looked around again. The laundromat had not changed, but it felt different. The air seemed heavier, as if something unseen lingered just beyond my vision. The washing machine beeped, signaling that my clothes were done. The sound made me jump and I cursed under my breath for being so on edge. I moved quickly, grabbing my laundry basket and pulling my damp clothes out. The familiar routine helped ground me, reminding me that I was just here to do laundry. I forced myself to stay focused. As I loaded my clothes into a dryer, I inserted the coins, pressing the button to start the cycle. The machine rumbled to life, the drum beginning to spin. I stepped back, letting out a slow breath. Nothing strange happened this time. The machine worked as expected and that was all I needed. I sat down again, determined to wait it out without letting my imagination get the best of me. Minutes passed and everything remained normal. The laundromat was still empty, but the unsettling effort had not fully faded. I tried to distract myself with my phone, but the lack of signal meant I had nothing to do but stare at the walls. My eyes wandered back to the security camera. I wondered if I should check the footage to see if I had missed something. Just as I was considering it, the lights flickered. It was brief, barely a second, but it was enough to make my pulse spike. I looked at the dryers, half expecting mine to stop or another one to start, but they all remained normal. My dryer kept spinning the heat, causing condensation to form on the glass. A sharp tapping noise echoed through the laundromat. It was faint, almost like fingernails against metal. I held my breath, my eyes scanning the room. The sound was coming from the back near the storage area, where extra supplies were kept. I had no reason to go back there, and yet I felt drawn to it. I forced myself to stay seated. I was letting paranoia get the best of me. The moment my dryer finished, I would grab my clothes and leave. I kept my eyes on the storage room door, half expecting it to move. The sound had stopped, but my nerves were still on edge. Finally, the timer beeped and I shot up from my seat. I wasted no time pulling my clothes from the dryer and stuffing them into my basket. The moment they were inside, I turned toward the exit. My steps were quick, my heart pounding. As I reached the door, I stole one last glance at the laundromat. The dryers were still, the washing machine silent. Everything looked normal again, as if nothing strange had happened. I let out a breath and stepped outside, feeling the cool night air wash over me. The signal on my phone returned. The moment I exited the building, the screen buzzed with missed messages and I felt a sense of relief. I had probably just been overthinking things. Maybe the dryer had been set on a delayed cycle, maybe the washing machine that had not been closed properly earlier. I told myself it did not matter. I never returned to that laundromat. There were other places to do laundry and I did not need another night like that. Whatever had happened, I was not interested in finding out more. Some things were better left unexplored. Story 24. I had been sitting at my desk, lost in the rhythm of my favorite playlist. The day had been long and music was my escape from the noise of the world. My headphones created a barrier between me and everything else, drowning out distractions. The steady beat filled my mind, keeping me focused on my work. Then, without warning, the sound cut out completely. At first I thought it was a technical issue. Maybe a loose connection or a dying battery. I reached up adjusting them slightly, waiting for the music to return. The silence was unsettling, but I assumed it would come back in a moment before I could check my phone. I heard a voice, clear as to say, "Can you hear me now?" I froze, my hands gripping the edges of my desk. My first thought was that it must have come from the headphones, maybe a recording or an ad playing in the background. But nothing was open on my phone except my music app, which was now completely silent. I pulled the headphones off, holding them in my lap, straining to listen. The room was quiet, just the soft hum of the ceiling fan and the occa's old creak of the house settling. I glanced around, my heart pounding in my chest. No one else was home and I knew the windows were shut. I swallowed hard, telling myself it was just my imagination, maybe a trick of my tired mind. I placed the headphones back over my ears, pressing play again. The music resumed as if nothing had happened and I exhaled, trying to shake off the unease. Minutes passed and I convinced myself it had been nothing. But then music cut out again, leaving only silence. The same voice spoke just as clear as before. "Can you hear me now?" This time the words were slower, more deliberate. My breath caught in my throat and I ripped the headphones off, staring at them like they were something dangerous. The voice had not come from the headphones. It had been in the room, as if someone had been standing right behind me. I twisted in my chair, scanning every corner of the room. Nothing. The door was closed, the window locked, and there was no way someone had gotten in my skin, prickled with a deep uncomfortable sensation, the kind that made every hair on my body stand on end. I grabbed my phone, checking every app, searching for some logical explanation. Maybe I had an open call, maybe something had connected without me realizing. But my call log was empty and there were no notifications. The thought crept into my mind, slow and unwanted. But if someone was in the house, I stood up carefully. My movements stiff with fear. I tiptoed to the door, pressing my ear against it, listening for any sound beyond my room. The worry was silent, no footsteps, no creaks. I took a deep breath, slowly turning the handle and pushing the door open. The house was dim, shadows stretching from the corners where the lights did not reach. I stepped out, my heart hammering in my chest. Each step was cautious, my bare feet barely making a sound against the floor. I checked the living room, the kitchen, even the small storage room where the old furniture was kept. Everything was exactly as it had been, no signs of forced entry, no open doors or windows. I let out a shaky breath, pressing a hand against my chest. Maybe I was just tired, hearing things that were not there. I needed sleep, a break from work, something to clear my head. But as I turned to head back to my room, the voice came again. "Can you hear me now?" It was closer, this time not behind me, but right next to my ear. My body reacted before my mind could process it. I bolted, running straight from my room, slamming the door shut behind me. My hands shook as I locked it, my breathing uneven. I pressed my back against the door, trying to steady myself, trying to convince myself I was not losing my mind. I picked up my phone again, my fingers, fumbling as I died, held a number. The line rang and I whispered a silent prayer for someone to answer. The moment the voice on the other end spoke, relief flooded through me. I did not explain everything, just that I needed someone to come over now. I sat on the floor, hugging my knees, waiting. Every second felt longer than it should have, the silence in my room pressing against me. My ears strained for any sound, any movement that did not belong, but there was nothing, no voice, no breathing, just my own shallow inhales. The knock on the front door nearly made me jump out of my skin. I rushed to open it, letting the person inside without hesitation. The moment I saw them, the weight in my chest lessened slightly. I was not alone anymore. I explained as much as I could, my voice shaking, despite my efforts to stay calm. They listened, their expression shifting between concern and uncertainty. I knew how it sounded, a voice coming out of nowhere, saying the same thing over and over, but they did not brush it off, did not tell me I was imagining things. They checked the house again just to be sure. Nothing, no sign of anyone, no logical reason for what I had heard. They suggested it could have been my mind playing tricks, making me hear things that were not real. I wanted to believe that I wanted an easy explanation, something that would let me sleep without fear. I nodded, pretending to accept their words, but deep down I knew the truth. The voice had been real, it had been in a room with me, and as much as I wanted to believe it was over, I could not ignore the feeling in my gut, the feeling that it was not finished, that it was only waiting for the right moment to speak again. That night I left my headphones untouched, afraid of what I might hear if the music stopped. The house was quiet, but the silence felt heavy, unnatural. I kept the lights on, watching the shadows, waiting. Hours passed and nothing happened, no voice, no sound, nothing. 4 days I stayed on edge, waiting for it to return, but it never did. Slowly I convinced myself it had been a strange, isolated moment, something I could move past. Life returned to normal and the fear faded into the background. Months later I picked up my headphones again, ready to lose myself in music, like I used to. The sound played smoothly, no interruptions, no strange voices. I let out a breath of relief, finally feeling like it was over. Then, just as I was about to close my eyes and relax, the music stopped. The silence was deafening, and before I could react, the voice whispered quieter than before. "Can you hear me now?" Story 25 typing away on my laptop. I was deep into my work when the cursor began moving on its own. At first, I thought it was a glitch, something harmless that could be fixed with a restart. But before I could react, letters started appearing on the screen, forming words I had not typed. My breath caught in my throat as the message slowly spelled itself out. "I see you." I froze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard as I stared at the words. A chill ran down my spine as I glanced around the room, searching for anything out of place. The door was locked, the curtains drawn, and the only light came from the glow of my laptop screen. My mind raced for an explanation, but nothing logical came to me. I reached for the trackpad, attempting to close the document, but the cursor would not move. Under my control, I tried to shut the laptop, but before I could, more words began appearing. "Do not ignore me." My heart pounded in my chest as I pushed the laptop away, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. I stood up and paced the room, rubbing my arms to shake off the cold that had settled over me. It had to be a prank or some kind of malware. That was the only reasonable answer. I took a deep breath and sat back down, determined to figure it out. I restarted the laptop, hoping that would put an end to whatever was happening. As soon as it powered back on, I hesitated before opening the document again. When I did, the words were still there, unchanged. The cursor blinked, waiting. My fingers trembled as I moved to delete the message, but before I could, a new sentence appeared. "Why are you afraid?" I shoved the laptop away again, my chair scraping against the floor. As I stood up, my hands shook as I ran them through my hair, trying to calm myself. It had to a virus, but that did not explain how it was responding in real time. I took another step back, suddenly aware of how quiet the room had become. The sound of my own breathing was the only thing breaking the silence. My heart pounded so loudly I could hear it in my ears. Taking slow, careful steps, I checked the locks on the windows and doors, making sure everything was secure. Nothing seemed out of place. Yet I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I turned back toward my laptop, hesitating before sitting down again. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I tried to think of what to do next. I decided to type back. "Who are you?" For a moment, nothing happened. The screen remained still, the cursor blinking as if considering my question. Then, slowly, letters began appearing again. You already know. A shiver ran down my spine as I stared at the response. I did not know. I had no idea what was happening, but something deep inside me told me I did not want to find out. I reached for the power button, pressing it firmly. The screen went black and I let out a shaky breath. I sat in silence, listening for any sounds beyond the hum of my laptop cooling down. Nothing. The air in the room felt heavy, pressing down on me as I struggled to push away the fear creeping into my mind. I shook my head trying to convince myself that it had been some elaborate trick, something explainable, but a small voice in the back of my mind whispered that it was not over. After a few minutes, I cautiously opened the laptop again. The screen flickered before fully lighting up, and everything seemed normal. I hesitated before opening the document, my pulse quickening as I braced myself. The words were gone. The document was blank, as if nothing had ever been written. My fingers trembled as I moved to close it, but, just as I did, the cursor started moving again. I see you, I'm. A sharp breath left my lips as I slammed the laptop shut and pushed it away. This was not a simple glitch. It was not a prank. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. Someone or something was trying to communicate with me. My skin prickled, as if unseen eyes were watching my every move. I had to get out of there, grabbing my phone. I dialed a friend, but the call did not go through. I tried again only to be met with silence. My signal was fine, so there was no reason for the call to fail. I swallowed hard, my grip tightening around the device. My laptop suddenly made a soft clicking sound, drawing my eyes back to it. The screen was on again, even though I had not touched it. Words filled the screen at an alarming speed, too fast for me to process all at once. I could only make out fragments. You cannot run. Do not ignore me. I know everything. My hands clenched into fists as I struggled to steady my breathing. This could not be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate hoax. But if it was, who was behind it, then why? Panic clawed at my chest as I grabbed the laptop and yanked the battery out. The screen instantly went black, the room falling into silence. Once again, I stood there gripping the device tightly, as if expecting it to turn back on by itself. Nothing happened. The weight in my chest began to lift as I took a deep breath. Maybe that was the end of it. Hours passed without incident, but the unease never fully left me. I kept glancing at the laptop, half expecting it to power on again, but it remained off, lifeless. I told myself I had overreacted, that there had to be some logical explanation for everything. The thought brought some comfort, but not enough to let me sleep easily that night. The next morning I hesitated before checking my laptop again. I reassembled it carefully, pressing the power button. With a deep breath it booted up. Normally everything seemed fine. The document was still blank, no strange messages, no moving cursor. I ran a full scan for viruses, but nothing was found. Days passed without further incident and I began to relax. I convinced myself it had been a malfunction, something technical rather than something unexplainable. Life slowly returned to normal, though I never quite shook the feeling that I had been watched that night. Weeks later, as I sat in a coffee shop working, I glanced up for a moment to stretch. My eyes landed on a stranger sitting at a nearby table. Their gaze fixed on me. A chill ran through me as I quickly looked away. When I dared to glance back, they were still watching. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to remain calm. I packed up my things and left, telling myself it was just my imagination. But as I walked home, I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. That night, as I opened my laptop, a new message appeared on the screen. You can never ignore me. I see you. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the words, my heart pounding. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the screen went black. This time it never turned back on. Story 26. I checked my reflection in the bathroom mirror, and for a split second, my face was not my own. My breath caught in my throat as I stepped closer, staring at the GL glass, trying to convince myself I had imagined it. The fluorescent light above flickered slightly, casting shadows across the sink and walls. My hands gripped the cold porcelain, fingers pressing into the smooth surface as I forced myself to breathe. The reflection staring back at me was mine again, but something about it felt off. I turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on my face, hoping it would clear my mind. The feeling of unease settled deep in my stomach. A weight that refused to lift my skin was damp beads of water rolling down my cheeks as I hesitated before looking up again. My reflection met my gaze unchanged. Yet I could not shake the lingering fear. The memory of that brief moment replayed in my mind, making my chest tighten. I stepped back, shaking my head, trying to dismiss the thought. Stress and exhaustion had to be the reason. Lately, sleep had been difficult to come by and the strain was starting to show. My eyes were sunken, dark circles forming under them, and my thoughts were constantly clouded. A deep sigh left my lips as I turned away from the mirror, forcing myself to move on. The feeling of being watched followed me as I walked out of the bathroom. I tried to ignore it, pushing down the creeping discomfort. The hallway was dimly lit, the air inside the house unusually still, every sound felt amplified, from the creak of the floor beneath my feet to the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I swallowed hard, telling myself it was just my imagination. Sitting on the couch, I reached for my phone, hoping to distract myself. The screen glowed in the darkened room, notifications appearing one after another, but I could not focus. My thoughts kept drifting back to the mirror, to the moment where my face had not been my own. It had been brief, but it had felt real. My skin prickled at the memory, a chill running down my spine. I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to steady my nerves. My fingers tightened around the phone, my mind racing through possible explanations. Maybe it had been a trick of the light, a shadow falling across my face, and just the right way. Maybe my tired mind had played a cruel joke on me. The logical part of me wanted to believe that, but doubt still lingered. I turned on the television, hoping the noise would drown out my thoughts. The screen flickered, casting a soft glow across the room. As the sound filled the silence, I focused on the voices, trying to push away the uneasy feeling curling in my chest. The weight of my shoulders did not lift, but I refused to let it consume me. Minutes turned to hours and eventually exhaustion won. My eyelids grew heavy, my body sinking into the cushions as my mind drifted. Sleep took over, pulling me into a restless slumber. My dreams were fragmented, flashes of distorted faces and shifting shadows. A sense of unease followed me, even in sleep, wrapping around me like a thick, thick fog. I jolted awake, my heart pounding against my ribs. The television screen had gone dark, leaving only the soft glow of the clock on the wall. My skin was damp with sweat, my breath even as I sat up trying to shake off the remnants of the dream. The feeling of being watched had returned stronger than before. My gaze shifted toward the hallway, where the bathroom door stood slightly ajar. The darkness inside felt suffocating, an unseen presence lingering just beyond the threshold. My pulse quickened as I forced myself to stand, my legs unsteady beneath me. The air felt thick, the silence pressing down on me like a heavy weight. I took slow steps toward the bathroom, my fingers brushing against the wall for support. The closer I got, the stronger the unease became. My hand trembled as I reached for the light switch, hesitating for a brief moment before flipping it on. The bathroom flooded with light, chasing away the darkness, but the feeling of dread remained. The mirror stood before me, its surface smooth and unbroken. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to step closer. My reflection stared back, but I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. My fingers gripped the edge of the sink, my knuckles turning white as I struggled to steady myself. I took a slow breath and blinked. The reflection did not move. My breath hitched, my body freezing in place as fear clawed at my chest. My lips parted, but no sound came out. The reflection tilted its head slightly, eyes dark and hollow. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, my body locked in places. Panic took hold. I willed myself to move to look away, but my body refused to obey the reflections. Lips curled into a slow, unnatural smile. My own face remained expressionless, frozen in fear. My fingers dug into the sink, my nails scraping against the porcelain as my mind screamed for me to run. With a sudden burst of energy, I tore my gaze away, stumbling back. My foot caught on the edge of the bath mat, sending me crashing to the floor. Pain shot through my side, but I barely registered it. My chest heaved as I scrambled to my feet, refusing to look at the mirror again. I flipped off the light and rushed out of the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind me. My breath came in short, ragged gasps, my hands shaking as I pressed my back against the wall. The silence that followed was deafening, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. I stayed there for what felt like hours, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had happened. My skin prickled with the memory of the reflection of the way it had moved on its own. My body ADHD exhaustion creeping in, but fear kept me awake. I could not go back into that bathroom. Eventually I forced myself to move, retreating to the safety of my bedroom. I shut the door behind me, locking it as if that would keep the uneasy bay. The bed felt cold beneath me, the air too still, but I pulled the blankets over me, trying to find some comfort. Sleep did not come easily. My mind plagued with lingering fear. The next morning, the bathroom door remained closed. I avoided it, refusing to step inside the way on. My chest remained, but I pushed forward, forcing myself to go about the day as if nothing had happened. I kept my distance, avoiding mirrors and reflective surfaces whenever possible. Days passed, and though the fear did not fully fade, I learned to live with it. The bathroom mirror remained untouched. The door kept shut at all times. I never spoke of what had happened, never allowed myself to dwell on it for too long. Some things were better left alone. One night, as I passed the bathroom on my way to bed, something made me pause. The door was still shut. The room beyond it silent. A part of me wanted to open it to face whatever had been there. My fingers brushed against the doorknob, hesitation tightening in my chest. I took a deep breath, then turned away. Some things were not meant to be understood. Story 27. The postcard arrived in the afternoon mail, sitting among a stack of bills and advertisements. The handwriting on the envelope was unfamiliar and there was no return address. I opened it slowly, my fingers sliding along the paper, and pulled out the simple postcard. There were no images on the front, just a plain white surface. The back held only 2 words written in bold black ink, and they made my stomach twist. "You are next, are next." I stared at the message, my mind racing to make sense of it. At first I thought it was some kind of joke, but there was something unsettling about the simplicity of the words. There were no explanations, no details, just that chilling statement. My hands trembled slightly as I turned the postcard over again, searching for any hidden clue. There was nothing but my name and address printed neatly on the envelope. I placed the postcard on the table and sat down, trying to calm the uneased building in my chest. It could have been a mistake, someone sending it to the wrong person. Maybe it was meant for someone else who lived on my street, but deep down I knew that was not the case. It was too direct, too intentional to be a random accident. The thought of someone watching me sent a shiver down my spine. I looked around the room, suddenly feeling exposed, despite the locked doors and closed blinds. I had always felt safe in my home, but that sense of security was slipping away. I picked up my phone, hesitating before dialing. Who would I even call about something like this? It was just a postcard, not a direct threat. That night I double-checked all the locks before going to bed. The message kept replaying in my mind, making it hard to sleep. I woke up multiple times, listening for any unusual sounds in the house. Every creak and groan of the walls made my pulse quicken. I had never been one to scare easily, but this was different. This was personal. The next morning I decided to report it to the police just to be safe. The officer at the front desk barely glanced at the postcard before shrugging without an actual threat or a suspect. There was not much they could do. They told me to be cautious and report anything suspicious. That did not ease my nerves. If anything, it made me feel more alone in the situation, trying to push it out of my mind. I went about my day as usual. I went to work, ran errands, and did my best to ignore the nagging fear in the back of my mind. But as the days passed, strange things started happening. I would come home to find my front door unlocked, even though I was sure I had locked it. Small objects in my house seemed to be moved from their usual places. It was never anything big, just enough to make me doubt myself. I started to feel like I was being watched walking down the street. I had the constant sense that someone was behind me. I would turn around quickly, but there was never anyone there. At night I swore I could hear faint footsteps outside my window, but every time I looked I saw nothing. The paranoia was getting worse, and I could not shake the feeling that whoever had sent the postcard was closer than I realized. One evening I decided to install a security camera by my front door if someone was messing with me. I wanted proof. That night I sat on my couch, staring at the live feed on my phone. Hours passed with nothing unusual, and I started to wonder if I was just imagining things. Maybe the stress was making me paranoid. Just as I was about to turn it off, something moved on the screen. A figure stood at the edge of my porch, barely visible in the dim light. My breath caught in my throat as I watched them remain motionless for several minutes. Then slowly they stepped closer. The camera caught only a shadowy outline, but it was clear they were staring right at my door. My hands trembled as I grabbed my phone and called the police. By the time they arrived, the figure was gone. The officer looked around but found no signs of forced entry or vandalism. They suggested it could have been someone lost or a prankster, but I knew better. This was not random. This was not a mistake. Someone was targeting me, and I had no idea why. I hardly slept that night, every little sound making me jump. The next day, I took time off work to install more cameras around my house. I refused to be caught off guard again. The footage from the night before played over and over in my mind. That figure had been watching my house, waiting for something, but what I did not want to stick around. To find out, I started considering moving, leaving everything behind just to feel safe again. Then the second posted arrived. This time it was slipped under my front door instead of in the mail. That meant someone had been close enough to touch my house, close enough to see inside if they wanted to. My stomach churned as I bent down to pick it up, just like before. The message was short and direct. Time is running out. Panic set in as I backed away from the door, my mind racing. I could not stay here anymore. I packed a bag with the essentials, grabbed my keys and left without looking back. I did not have a clear plan, but I knew I needed to get somewhere safe. I drove for hours, stopping. Only when exhaustion took over I checked into a small motel, using a fake name and paying in cash. I did not tell anyone where I was going, not even my closest friends. I needed to disappear, even if just for a little. While lying on the stiff motel bed, I stared at the ceiling, my mind spinning with possibilities. Who was behind this? Why me? Days passed and I kept checking my phone for any signs of movement near my house. The camera showed nothing unusual, but that did not ease my nerves. I was afraid to go back, but I could not stay hidden forever. After a week I decided to return, hoping the silence meant whoever it was, had moved on. As I pulled into my driveway, everything looked normal. My house was exactly as I had left it. Cautiously, I stepped inside, checking every room before allowing myself to breathe. Maybe leaving it scared them off. Maybe it was really over. I could only hope. Months passed without any new threats, no more postcards, no more figures. In the night I started to feel normal again, the fear gradually fading into the back of my mind. Life returned to the way it was before, and I let myself believe that it had all been some cruel joke. Then one morning I received a letter in the mail. My heart pounded as I stared at it, recognizing the same handwriting from before. My finger shook as I tore it open, my breath catching in my throat as I read the words inside. "See you soon." I gried the letter, my mind racing with fear and frustration. But this time I refused to run. I was done being afraid. I had spent too long living in fear, waiting for the next message, the next shadow outside my window. I was not going to let them control my life anymore. I took the letter straight to the police. Determined to get real answers. I installed more security, learned self-defense, and refused to let fear dictate my choices. The past year had taken so much for me, but I was not going to let it take anything else. Whoever they were, whatever they wanted, I was ready. Story 28. I locked my front door and stepped inside, immediately noticing the sound of running water. My stomach tightened as I stirred, frozen in the doorway, listening. The shower was on the steady stream of water hitting the tiles loud enough to echo through the quiet apartment. I had been gone since early morning and had not used the bathroom before leaving. My first instinct was to think of a plumbing issue, but deep down I knew that was not the case. I set my keys on the counter and moved cautiously toward the hallway leading to the bathroom. My heartbeat quickened with each step, my breathing shallow as I reached the closed door. Steam seeped from the small gap between the door and the floor, proof that the hot water had been running for a while. I hesitated, trying to remember if I had left it on, but that was impossible. I had no reason to turn it on before leaving, and I always double-checked everything. Before walking out the door, I reached for the doorknob, hesitating as my fingers hovered over the cool metal. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. If someone was in there, they had broken in while I was gone. The idea of an intruder hiding in my home made my skin crawl. Taking a deep breath, I turned the handle and pushed the door open, bracing myself for whatever was inside. The room was filled with thick steam, making it hard to see. Clearly the mirror was fogged over and condensation dripped down the walls. I stepped inside, my eyes scanning the space quickly. The shower curtain was drawn closed, the water still running behind it. My hands clenched into fists as I reached out, my pulse pounding in my ears. With a quick motion, I yanked the curtain back. The shower was empty. No one was there, just the water cascading down onto the empty tub. I exhaled sharply, my shoulders dropping slightly. Still the unease did not leave me. I turned off the water and stood there for a moment staring at the now silent shower head. The air was still warm and damp. The smell of shampoo lingering, the thought that someone had been in my apartment while I was gone made my skin prickle. I backed out of the bathroom and moved through the apartment, checking every room. The front door had been locked when I arrived and there were no signs of forced entry. My windows were still locked, my belongings untouched. Nothing seemed out of place, except for the fact that my shower had been running. I tried to convince myself that maybe I had left it on. Somehow, though I knew that was impossible. I sat on my couch, rubbing my hands together as I tried to think rationally. If someone had broken in, what was their purpose? They had not stolen anything and they were not hiding inside there. The idea that someone had entered my home, used my shower and left without a trace made no sense. It was unsettling in a way I could not explain. I checked my security camera footage, scrolling through the recordings from the day. Nothing, no movement, no one entering or leaving. The last footage showed me locking up in the morning. Before heading out, I rewind and fast-forwarded, searching for any clue that might explain what had happened. There was nothing but empty footage of my quiet apartment. The idea that someone had been inside undetected made me feel sick. I checked the locks again, double and triple, checking them, before returning to my bedroom. I left the bathroom door open, keeping it in my line of sight as I changed into comfortable clothes. The air still felt damp, as if someone had just finished showering minutes ago. The feeling of being watched crept over me, even though I was alone. I kept my phone close just in case that night I struggled to sleep. Every small sound made me tense my mind. Refusing to settle, I kept picturing someone standing in my apartment while I was gone, moving around unseen. I had always felt safe in my home, but now that security felt shaken, I forced myself to close my eyes, reminding myself that nothing had been taken and there were no signs of a break-in. Still, the unease refused to fade. In the morning, I woke to a strange sense of dread, as if something was still wrong. I checked the bathroom first half, expecting to find the shower running again. It was dry, the mirror clear as if nothing had ever happened. I moved through the apartment, slowly checking every corner. Everything was exactly where I had left it. Yet I could not shake the feeling that something had changed. I spent the next few days on edge, jumping at every noise. I started leaving lights on when I left, hoping it would make me feel more in control. Every time I returned home, I hesitated before unlocking the door, half expecting to hear the shower again. The fear of the unknown was worse than any logical explanation. I told myself over and over that it had to be a mistake, that I had somehow left it on without realizing it. A week passed and nothing else happened. The shower remained off and I began to relax again, convincing myself that I had overreacted. Maybe stress had made me forget something simple. Maybe it was just a strange coincidence. I wanted to believe that there was a logical reason, even if I could not figure it out. Eventually the fear faded into the back of my mind. One evening I came home after a long day and walked into my apartment feeling normal again. I set my keys down, kicked off my shoes and sighed in relief. It had been a tough week, but I was starting to feel at ease. As I moved toward the kitchen, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out and glanced at the screen. My security. The camera had detected movement. My stomach dropped as I opened the app. The footage played showing my front door. The timestamp was from earlier that day while I had been at work. The door remained shut, the lock in place. There was no one in the frame, no movement at all. Yet the notification had been triggered by something. My hands felt clammy as I stared at the screen, replaying the footage. Over and over. I set my phone down and took a deep breath, forcing myself to think clearly. There had to be an explanation, a bug, a glitch, something harmless. My mind wanted to spiral into panic, but I refused to let it. I had already spent too much time feeling afraid of something I could not prove. I checked the apartment again, going through every room, making sure everything was in place. That night I fell asleep easier than I expected. The fear had exhausted me and I refused to let it control my life. When I woke up the next morning, everything was as it should be. The apartment was quiet, the bathroom dry, the security system untouched. Whatever happened, it was in the past. As weeks passed, the incident became a strange memory, something I could not explain but refused to dwell on. I no longer jumped at small noises or hesitated before unlocking my door. The fear faded, replaced by the comfort of routine. I had my home, my life and my sense of security back whatever happened that night. It no longer had power over me. Story 29. I got into the car and gave the driver a polite nod before settling into the back seat. The ride started smoothly, the hum of the engine blending with the low music playing from the radio. I glanced at my phone, checking the route on the app to make sure we were headed in the right direction. Everything seemed normal at first. Just another ride home after a long day. The driver did not speak much, which I preferred, and I looked out the window letting my mind drift. After a few minutes I noticed something unusual. The driver reached for the phone, mounted on the dashboard and turned off the app. My stomach tightened as the map disappeared from the screen before I could say anything. He pressed the lock button and I heard the distinct click of the doors locking. I sat up straight, my pulse quickening, as he glanced at me in the rearview mirror. His expression was unreadable, but there was something unsettling about his silence. Then he spoke in a calm voice that sent a chill down my spine. "Let us take a shortcut." I forced a smile, trying to keep my voice steady. "I do not think that is necessary. The route on the app looks fine." He did not respond immediately, his hands gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. The car turned onto a dimly lit road, far from the usual busy streets. I looked around trying to remember the landmarks, but everything seemed unfamiliar. My heart pounded as I reached for my phone, but my hands felt unsteady. The driver finally spoke again, his voice even lower than before. "You should not always trust those apps. They do not know the best way around the city." His tone was casual, but there was an edge to it that made me uneasy. I tried to act normal, pressing the power button on my phone to check if I had a signal. The bars flickered weakly and I felt a rush of panic. I swallowed hard, reminding myself to stay calm. I forced another smile, gripping my bag tightly. "I really prefer to stick to the original route. I have somewhere to be soon." He let out a short laugh, shaking his head. "Do not worry, you will get there." His words made my skin crawl and I knew I had to do something quickly. I glanced at the door handle, my mind racing through possible ways to get out. If I panicked, I might make things worse. I decided to try a different approach. I leaned forward slightly, forcing a light-hearted tone. "So how long have you been driving?" Maybe conversation would distract him. He hesitated for a moment before answering while his eyes flickered to the rear-view mirror. Again watching my reaction, I nodded, pretending to be interested, while I discreetly checked the window. If I could get it open, I might have a chance. The car slowed down as we approached an intersection and I saw a small convenience store on the corner. My heartbeat quickened. If I could get out here, I might be able to find help. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "Hey, actually, can you stop here? I need to grab something really quick. I will pay extra for the wait." He did not respond too immediately, his fingers tapping against the steering wheel for a moment. I thought he would refuse. Then, to my relief, he pulled over slowly. The doors were still locked and I knew I had to act fast. As soon as he unlocked them, I grabbed my bag and pushed the door open with as much force as I could. My heart pounded as I stumbled out onto the pavement, my breath coming in quick gasps. I heard him call out, but I did not stop. I ran straight into the store, my hand shaking. As I pushed through the door, the cashier looked up. Startled by my sudden entrance, I forced myself to stay calm, quickly explaining what had happened. He glanced out the window, his expression darkening. "Stay here," he said, firmly reaching for the phone behind the counter. I nodded, my legs feeling weak. As I leaned against the counter, I took deep breaths, trying to steady myself outside. The driver remained in the car for a few moments before finally pulling away. I watched through the glass, my hand still gripping my bag tightly. Relief flooded through me as the car disappeared down the street. The cashier handed me a bottle of water, his voice softer. "Now you are safe here." I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. After a few minutes, I called for another ride, making sure to double-check the driver's profile before getting in. This time, I stayed alert the entire way, my eyes never leaving the screen as we followed the correct route. When I finally arrived home, I locked the door behind me and sank onto the couch, my hands still trembling slightly. I knew I had been lucky. That night I reported the driver to the app, making sure no one else would go through the same experience. Story 30. I woke up to dozens of missed calls from an unknown number, all made within a 10-minute window. My phone screen was filled with notifications and my heart pounded as I tried to process what I was looking at. I had no idea who would call so many times without leaving a message. A wave of unease washed over me as I sat up, rubbing my eyes and trying to shake off the lingering drowsiness. Something about the situation felt off and I could not ignore the growing sense of anxiety creeping up my spine. I hesitated before calling the number back, unsure if I even wanted to know who it was. Instead, I decided to check my messages, hoping for some kind of explanation. There was nothing, no text, no voicemail, just the repeated attempts to reach me. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made sense. If it were an emergency, why would they not leave a message or try another way to contact me? The thought of ignoring it completely crossed my mind, but curiosity got the better of me. I took a deep breath and dialed the number, pressing the phone to my ear as I braced myself for whatever was about to happen. The call rang once before someone picked up, but there was only silence on the other end. I waited a few seconds before speaking, asking who it was, but there was still no response. The uneasiness I had felt earlier returned stronger than before. I was about to hang up when I heard something faint in the background. It was not a voice, but rather a series of muffled noises, like someone moving around or breathing heavily. My fingers tightened around the phone as I listened, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. I asked again who it was, my voice slightly shaking now, but there was still no answer. The silence stretched on, making my skin crawl. Frustrated and unnerved, I ended the call and set my phone down, trying to push away the uneasy feeling settling in my chest. Maybe it was just a prank or a wrong number, and I was overthinking it. I forced myself to move on with my morning, convincing myself there was nothing to worry about, but the nagging thought lingered in the back of my mind, refusing to let go. An hour later, my phone buzzed again with another call from the same number. I hesitated before answering, my pulse quickening as I pressed the phone to my ear. This time the silence was even more unsettling. The faint noise is more pronounced. It sounded like someone was struggling to speak, but the words were not coming out. My stomach twisted as I listened, every instinct telling me to hang up, but I could not bring myself to do it. Then, just as I was about to end the call, a distorted voice finally spoke. It was faint, almost a whisper, but I could make out the words. They said my name slowly, deliberately, in a way that sent chills down my spine. My breath caught in my throat and I felt my hands go cold. The voice sounded strained, as if the person was in pain or struggling to speak. I demanded to know who they were, but all I got in response was another whisper of my name. Panic set in and I ended the call, my heart racing as I stared at my phone. My mind struggled to make sense of what had just happened. I did not recognize the voice, but the way they said my name made it clear that they knew me. The thought was terrifying. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just someone messing with me, But deep down I knew there was something more to it. I considered blocking the number, but something held me back. I needed to know who it was and why they were calling me like this. I decided to wait and see if they would call again, even though every part of me wished they would not. That night I struggled to sleep my mind, replaying the calls over and over. Just as I was finally drifting off, my phone buzzed again. I shot up in bed, my heart pounding as I grabbed it. Already knowing who it was, I hesitated before answering, but I could not ignore it this time before I could even speak. The voice on the other end whispered, something that made my blood run cold. They told me to check my front door. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as my eyes darted toward the door. My pulse thundered in my ears as I debated what to do. Slowly I got up, my legs feeling shaky as I approached the door with hesitant steps. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle, my mind screaming at me to stop, taking a deep breath. I opened it just enough to peek outside. The porch was empty. There was no one there, no sign that anyone had been standing outside. But as I stepped forward, something caught my eye. A small envelope lay on the ground directly in front of my door. My stomach twisted as I bent down to pick it up, my hands shaking as I turned it over. There was no name, no address, just a single piece of folded paper inside. I unfolded it slowly, my breath hitching as I read the words scrolled across the page. It was a simple message written in shaky handwriting. They knew where I lived. Panic surged through me as I stumbled back inside, slamming the door shut and locking it. My hands trembled as I grabbed my phone, dialing the authorities. Without hesitation, I told them everything, my voice shaking as I explained the calls in the note. They assured me they would send someone to check the area, but I could not shake the feeling that I was already too late. Minutes felt like hours. As I waited for them to arrive, every sound outside made me jump, my nerves on edge as I stayed near the door. When they finally knocked, I practically yanked it, open, relief flooding through me at the sight of the officers. They took the note, asked me more questions and searched the area, but whoever had been there was already gone. They told me to be cautious, to change my locks and to call if anything else happened. The thought of someone watching me, knowing where I lived, made my skin crawl. I spent the next few days on edge, jumping at every little sound, constantly checking over my shoulder. The calls never came again and no more notes appeared. But the fear lingered. I never found out who it was or what they wanted. Eventually the fear began to fade, replaced by a cautious sense of normalcy. But every time my phone rang from an unknown number, a small part of me braced for the worst, and every night before I locked my door, I could not help but glance outside, wondering if they were still out there waiting. Story 31. I heard my doorbell ring at 2:37 a.m., jolting me awake from a deep sleep. My heart pounded as I lay still, trying to make sense of the sound. The apartment was silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, squinting at the screen to confirm the time. The numbers glowed back at me, 2:37 a.m., far too late for visitors. The sinking feeling settled in my stomach as I opened the security app to check the door camera. The live feed should have shown the whole way outside my apartment, but the screen was completely black. I tapped the refresh button thinking it was a glitch, but nothing changed. The camera had been working perfectly earlier that day, so there was no reason for it to suddenly stop. My breath came in short, shaky bursts as I sat up, my mind racing with possibilities. I forced myself out of bed, creeping toward the front door as quietly as possible, pressing my ear against the wood. I listened for any sounds from the hallway. Nothing, no footsteps, no rustling, no voices. I gripped the doorknob, debating whether to check outside, but something held me back. If someone had really been at my door, why had the camera blacked out? At the exact same time I checked my phone again, scrolling through the past recordings. The footage had been working fine until exactly 2:37 a.m. when the screen turned black. It remained that way for the next few minutes before suddenly restoring itself. There were no signs of movement, no one walking away, no explanation for why the footage had gone dark. My throat tightened as I stared at the screen, feeling more exposed than ever. I moved back to my bedroom, shutting the door and locking it behind me. I did not know if it would make a difference, but it felt safer than staying out in the open. My mind kept replaying the doorbell sound over and over, as if trying to find some logical explanation. Maybe it was a prank, maybe someone had pressed the wrong apartment number, or maybe it was something much worse. I barely slept for the rest of the night, my body tense and alert with every small sound. When the sun finally rose, I checked the camera again, finding nothing unusual. The hallway was empty, the building as quiet as ever. I replayed the footage from earlier, hoping to catch something I had missed, but it still showed the same gap. Between 2:37 and 2:42 a.m., 5 full minutes of complete darkness. I stepped outside cautiously, glancing down both ends of the hallway. Everything looked normal, with no sign that anyone had been there. I checked my door for any marks or signs of tampering, but found nothing. There were no footprints, no notes left behind, nothing that could explain what had happened. The silence in the hallway felt heavier than usual, like the air itself was pressing down on me. I went downstairs to speak with the apartment manager, hoping they could check the building security cameras. They seemed uninterested at first, but when I mentioned the blacked-out footage, their expression changed. They pulled up the recordings fast, forwarding to the moment in question, just like my own camera. The hallway feed went dark at 2:37 a.m. The manager frowned, rewinding the footage to check for any issues. Leading up to that time, everything looked fine until the exact moment the doorbell rang. Then the screen turned to static before cutting out completely. The footage remained blank for 5 minutes before coming back as if nothing had happened. No one appeared on camera before. After the blackout, it was as if whoever rang my doorbell had never been there at all. My hands felt clammy as I watched the recording loop. Again and again, the manager rubbed their chin, muttering something about a possible power surge, but I could tell they did not believe it. The rest of the building's cameras had been working fine during that time. Only the ones near my apartment had been affected. I felt a chill creep down my spine as I realized what that meant. Someone had intentionally blacked out the cameras before ringing my doorbell. They had known exactly where the cameras were positioned and had disabled them at the perfect moment. That meant it had not been a mistake, not some random late-night visitor. Whoever it was had wanted to make sure they were not seen. I hurried back to my apartment, locking the door. The moment I stepped inside, my thoughts were spiraling, every scenario worse than the last. Had they been trying to get inside? Were they testing to see if I would open the door? Had they been watching me before that night? I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. For the rest of the day, I kept checking the camera feed, half expecting the screen to go dark again, but nothing else happened. The hours passed and my nerves remained on edge, but I tried to act normal. I did not want to alert anyone that I was scared. That night I double-checked every lock, closed every curtain and placed a chair against the front door for extra security. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my mind refusing to rest. Every creak of the building made me flinch. Every shadow in the corner of my room felt like it was moving. The clock on my nightstand read 2:36 a.m. and I held my breath waiting. The doorbell never rang again. Story 32. I was essing through old boxes in the attic when I found a newspaper buried beneath a pile of dusty books. The paper was yellowed and brittle, the edges curling with age. Something about it felt off, like it did not belong with the other clutter. When I unfolded it, my breath caught in my throat. The front page carried a bold headline announcing my death. My hands trembled as I read the words over and over, unable to believe what I was seeing. The date on the paper was from years ago, long before I was even born. My name was printed clearly and the article described a tragic accident in showing detail. According to the story, I had been found dead under mysterious circumstances. My body discovered in my own home. The article lacked specifics about what had happened, only stating that the case remained unsolved. My pulse pounded as I stared at the black and white photograph beneath the headline. The image was grainy, but the person in it looked exactly like me. I flipped through the rest of the newspaper hoping to find some explanation, but nothing else stood out. The pages were filled with old advertisements, political news, and weather reports, all dated as if they had been printed decades ago. There was no logical reason for this newspaper to exist, much less contain a story about me. I ran my fingers over the faded ink, half expecting it to smudge and reveal itself as some kind of trick, but it was real as anything else in the attic. A shiver ran down my spine as I considered the possibilities. Maybe it was a bizarre coincidence, someone with my name and an uncanny resemblance, but that did not explain why the newspaper looked so out of place, as if it had been waiting for me to find it. I could not remember ever seeing this paper before, and yet it felt strangely familiar. The more I stared at the article, the more unsettled I became. I carried the newspaper downstairs, needing better light to examine it further. Sitting at the kitchen table, I read through the article again, looking for any details I had missed. The description of the house where the death had occurred sounded exactly like mine. Every detail matched, from the layout of the rooms to the worn-out porch steps. My heart pounded as I realized that, according to the article, the discovery of the body had happened on this very day. The coincidence was too much to ignore. My mind raced with questions, trying to make sense of something that defied logic. I needed to know more to find proof that this was just an old misprint or cruel joke. I searched online for any record of the incident, but nothing came up. It was as if the event had never existed. Outside of this one newspaper, I checked the attic again, combing through every box for anything that might connect to the newspaper. Old family belongings, forgotten clothes, and broken furniture filled the space, but nothing else stood out. If someone had left this newspaper for me to find, they had hidden it well. I could not shake the feeling that it was meant to be discovered at this exact moment. As the day stretched into evening and settled deep in my chest, every sound in the house felt louder, every shadow longer. I could not ignore the weight of the newspaper sitting on the table, its presence pressing against my thoughts. What if this was not just a coincidence? What if it was a warning? I double-checked that all my doors and windows were locked. Unable to shake the growing sense of paranoia, my phone sat beside me as I debated whether to call someone. But what would I even say that I had found an impossible newspaper predicting my death? No one would believe me. I barely believed it myself. Hours passed and the house grew silent. The newspaper still lay on the table. The words staring back at me, the date of my supposed death had already begun creeping past midnight. I forced myself to breathe deeply, reminding myself that nothing had happened yet. If this was truly a prediction, then I still had time to change it. I decided to stay awake, unwilling to let my guard down. Every hour that passed without incident made the weight in my chest grow heavier. My eyes flicked between the clock and the newspaper, waiting for something to happen. The one in the air thickened, making the walls of my home feel smaller. Then, just as the clock neared the time mentioned in the article, the power flickered. My breath caught as the lights dimmed for a moment before returning. My phone screen lit up with a notification, but when I checked it, there was nothing there. The air felt heavy, charged with something unseen. I gripped the newspaper tighter, as if holding it could somehow protect me. The next few minutes stretched endlessly. Every sound, every movement felt amplified, but as the clock finally passed the time listed in the article, nothing happened. My body remained tense, expecting something, anything, but the house remained still slowly. Cautiously, I let out of breath. Maybe this had all been a mistake, a strange and eerie coincidence, but nothing more. I felt foolish for letting fear take over, for allowing an old newspaper to control my thoughts. I folded it carefully, deciding to keep it as a reminder of the strange experience. The morning sun filtered through the windows, chasing away the lingering shadows of the night I had survived, defying whatever strange prediction had been printed so long ago. As I moved through my home, the weight in my chest finally began to lift. Whatever had happened, I had proven that the future was not set. In Ink Story 33, the restroom smelled like bleach and something stale, the kind of scent that never quite faded, no matter how many times the place was cleaned. The flickering fluorescent light overhead cast a dim, uneven glow, making the cramped space feel even smaller. I stepped inside, letting the door swing shut behind me. The stall doors were slightly ajar, revealing empty spaces, and the sink was streaked with water stains. I walked to the mirror, barely glancing at my reflection. As I reached for the faucet, the water sputtered before running smoothly, and I cupped my hands under it, splashing my face to shake off the exhaustion. I had been driving for hours, stopping only when necessary. This gas station was just another quick stop before getting back on the road. When I finally looked up at the mirror, my breath caught in my throat. My name was scratched into the glass. The letters were uneven, deep grooves that ran through the reflective surface like they'd been carved with something sharp. My heart pounded as I took a step back, my mind racing through possibilities. I turned sharply, scanning the restroom for any signs of someone else. The stalls remained empty, the silence pressing down on me. The air felt heavier, colder. I forced myself to breathe, telling myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe someone else had the same name. That was possible. Right, but something about the jagged edges of the letters unsettled me. I reached out hesitantly, running my fingertips over the rough surface of the scratches. They were real, not just some trick of the light. My skin prickled as I pulled my hand away, suddenly aware of how alone I was in this place. The gas station itself had been nearly deserted. When I arrived, only a lone cashier inside, barely looking up as I entered. A sudden creak made me spin around. The stall at the end of the row had shifted slightly as if it had been nudged. My pulse hammered in my ears as I stared, waiting for another sign of movement. The door remained still, the silence stretching uncomfortably. I exhaled shakily and took a step toward the exit. I had no reason to stay here any longer. This stop was only supposed to be a quick break. Before continuing on my way, I turned back to the mirror one last time, hoping I had imagined it, but the letters were still there, deep and unmistakable. The restroom door groaned as I pushed it open, stepping out into the gas station's dimly lit hallway. The air outside felt different, lighter, but the unease in my chest did not fade. I glanced toward the counter, where the cashier sat staring blankly at a small screen. I hesitated. Before walking up to him, I cleared my throat. "Do you know how long that writing has been?" "On the restroom mirror?" The cashier looked up slowly, his face blank. "What writing?" I frowned, unsure how to respond. "My name, it, is scratched into the glass." His expression did not change. If he was surprised, he did not show it, he just shrugged. "We clean in there every night. If something was there, it would have been wiped off." I stared at him, trying to read his expression, but he seemed completely uninterested. I wanted to push further to ask more questions, but something in his tone made me stop. I muttered a quick thanks and turned toward the exit. The air outside was crisp. The distant hum of traffic the only sound. My car sat where I had left it, waiting under the dim glow of the streetlights. As I walked toward it, I felt the weight of the gas station behind me, the scratches in the mirror lingering in my mind. I pulled open the driver's side door, sliding in and locking it immediately. My hands were gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary, but I did not care. I needed to get back on the road to put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. As I started the engine, my eyes flicked to the rear-view mirror for a moment. Just before I pulled away, I swore I saw something move in a reflection. Story 34. I stood near the boarding gate, holding my ticket tightly in one hand while scrolling through my phone with the other. The airport was busy, filled with travelers rushing to their destinations, announcements echoing through the terminals. I had been looking forward to this trip, planning every detail carefully. It was supposed to be a smooth flight, just a few hours in the air before I reached my destination. Then my phone buzzed with a new message. I glanced at the screen, expecting a routine notification. Instead, a short anonymous text stared back at me. "Do not get on." My fingers tightened around my phone. As I read it again, my heartbeat quickening. There was no name, no number, just those 3 words. A chill ran through me as I looked around, searching for anything unusual. Everyone else seemed normal, lost in their own routines. Unaware of the warning I had just received, I swallowed hard, debating whether to ignore it. It had to be a joke, maybe a wrong number or some automated spam message, but something about it felt off, the timing too perfect to be random. I glanced up at the boarding sign. My group would be called in just a few minutes. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be a prank? Or was there an actual reason not to board? I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. There was no way to trace the message, no way to ask who had sent it. I told myself it was nothing, just some coincidence that meant nothing. But I could not shake the uneasy feeling creeping over me, the nagging sense that something was wrong. My eyes darted around the terminal again, scanning the faces around me. A man in a suit stood near the window checking his watch. A woman with a crying baby struggled with her bags. An older couple spoke softly to each other, their hands intertwined. No one seemed out of place. Yet I felt watched. I checked my phone again, hoping for another message, some explanation. Nothing. The first boarding call echoed through the speakers and I hesitated. My seat had already been assigned, my luggage already loaded. If I backed out now, I would have to find another flight. Explain to someone why I was suddenly afraid. But that message sat in the back of my mind, a quiet warning I could not ignore. I stepped away from the boarding line, moving toward the side of the terminal, where I could think. My breath felt unsteady, my hands slightly shaky. I checked my phone again as if expecting another message to guide me. Nothing came. The flight attendants made another announcement urging passengers to board. People moved past me, handing over their tickets, disappearing down the jet bridge. I watched them go, my mind screaming at me to make a decision. Was I being paranoid or was this a real warning? The doors would close soon and I had to choose. I clenched my jaw, my pulse pounding in my ears. Then, just as I was about to step forward and hand over my ticket, my phone buzzed again. This time the message was even shorter. Last chance. My stomach twisted. That was enough. Without another thought, I turned away, stepping back from the gate. I watched as the last passengers disappeared down the bridge, the flight attendants checking their lists. My heart pounded as the doors closed, sealing the fate of everyone on board. I stood frozen, my hands gripping my phone so tightly that my knuckles turned white. Minutes passed. I expected something to happen immediately, some clear reason why I had been warned. But the plane taxied away smoothly, rolling down the runway. I exhaled sharply, feeling foolish. Maybe it had been nothing after all. Maybe I had overreacted. But then, as the plane lifted into the air, something went wrong. The engines roared louder than they should have, a strange sputtering noise breaking through the usual hum. Gas rippled through the terminal as people rushed to the windows. The plane struggled, tilting unnaturally before dropping sharply. My breath caught in my throat as I watched it descend, the nose dipping too fast. People screamed, some clutching their heads, others pressing their hands against the glass in horror. The plane vanished beyond the horizon and a sickening explosion followed. Moments later, silence filled the terminal, broken only by the gasps and cries of those who had been watching. My legs felt weak, my body frozen in shock. If I had gotten on that plane, I would not be standing here. I swallowed hard, staring at my phone. Whoever had sent that message had saved my life, but I would never know who it was or how they knew what would happen. The only thing I knew for certain was that I had listened, and because of that I was still breathing. Story 35. I stepped outside early in the morning, the cold air biting against my skin as I stretched. The ground was damp from the night's rain and the scent of wet earth lingered in the air. As I turned to head back inside, something unusual caught my eye near the back door, faint impressions in the mud leading away from the house. My stomach tightened as I took a slow step closer, studying them carefully. They were footprints and they were not mine. I had not had any visitors, no one had been over and I had been inside all night. I looked down at my own feet, comparing them to the mysterious tracks. They were larger than mine, the deep impression suggesting a heavier person. The steps were evenly spaced, moving away from the back door and toward the trees at the edge of my property. My pulse quickened as I scanned the area, but there was no one in sight. My mind raced for explanations. Maybe an animal had stepped just right, creating the illusion of human footprints, or perhaps I had simply forgotten that someone had visited recently. But deep down, I knew neither of those made sense. I crouched down, hesitating before reaching out to touch one of the prints. The dirt was still damp, meaning they had to be fresh. Whoever left them had been here sometime during the night. I straightened, glancing back at the door. Had they come inside? I swallowed hard, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I had been. My home was supposed to be secure, but now I was not so sure. I stepped inside carefully, my eyes scanning the floor for any signs of disturbance. Everything looked normal, just as I had left it, but the unease settled deep in my stomach. Refusing to let go, I checked the locks, running my fingers over the bolts to make sure they had been engaged properly. The door was still locked, just as I had left it. That meant whoever had been outside had never come in. But why they been at my door in the first place? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I grabbed my phone, debating whether to call someone. But what would I even say? There was no crime, no evidence beyond the footprints. I would sound paranoid. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe a delivery person had stepped back there by mistake. Maybe I had somehow forgotten that I had been outside earlier. I focused on making breakfast, distracting myself with the routine. The warmth of the coffee cup in my hands helped ease the lingering chill, but my eyes kept drifting toward the door. As the day passed, I forced myself to let it go. I had things to do, and I could not waste my time overthinking something that was likely harmless. By the time night fell, I almost believed my own reassurances. Almost I double-checked the locks before heading to bed, making sure every window was secured. It was an unnecessary habit, but it helped me sleep. Sometime during the night, a noise jolted me awake. I sat up, heart pounding, listening carefully. It was faint, but I heard it again, a soft, crunching sound like someone stepping on damp leaves. My breath caught in my throat as I turned toward the window, my pulse hammering in my ears. I moved as quietly as I could, peeling back the curtain, just enough to peek outside. The yard was empty. Darkness stretched across the landscape, the faint glow of the moon barely illuminating the trees. I held my breath waiting, but nothing moved. After a few minutes, I let the curtain fall back into place and stepped away. I was imagining things. That was the only explanation. Still, I could not shake the feeling of unease as I crawled back into bed. Morning came too soon, and I felt the exhaustion settle in my bones as I dragged myself out of bed. I told myself I would not check that. I would not let my paranoia take over. But the moment I stepped outside, my stomach dropped another set of footprints. This time they were leading toward the house. I took a slow step forward, dread washing over me as I examined them. They were the same as before, deep impressions from a heavy person spaced evenly apart, but now they stopped right at my back door. My hands trembled as I reached for the handle, expecting something to be different, but the lock was still engaged. Just like before. Whoever it was had stood there just outside before walking away. My heart pounded as I turned in a circle, scanning my surroundings. There was no one there, no signs of movement, no sounds beyond the rustling of leaves in the wind. But someone had been here again, and this time they had come closer. I felt exposed, as if unseen eyes were watching me from the shadows. I moved quickly, stepping back inside and locking the door behind me. My fingers fumbled as I grabbed my phone and dialed a number I needed to tell someone. Even if it sounded ridiculous, I could not ignore it anymore. The ringing tone filled my ears and I held my breath waiting. A voice answered, calm and familiar. I let out a shaky breath and explained everything, my words tumbling over each other in my haste. There was a pause on the other end before I was told to stay inside and keep everything locked. Someone would come by later to check the area. I nodded, even though they could not see me gripping the phone tightly as I tried to steady my breathing. Hours passed before they arrived. I stayed inside, watching from the window as they examined the footprints. They followed the trail, disappearing into the trees for what felt like forever. When they finally returned, their expression was unreadable. I opened the door just enough to hear what they had to say. The tracks led deep into the woods, farther than they could follow. But the unsettling part was that they did not find any returning footprints. Whoever had come to my door had not left the way they came, they had vanished. Story 36. I was browsing my emails when I saw one sent from my own account with the subject line, "Help me." My stomach tightened as I stared at it, my fingers hovering over the trackpad. A cold chill ran down my spine as I tried to process what I was looking at. My mind raced through possible explanations, but none of them made sense. I had not sent this email, yet it was right there, sitting in my inbox. My pulse quickened as I clicked on it, half expecting a scam or some kind of spam message. The email was brief, just a single line of text. "Please, you have to help me." The words sent a wave of unease through me, my hands growing clammy as I reread them. There was no sender name, just my own email address. Staring back at me, I checked the Tim stamp. It had been sent just minutes ago. A deep breath did little to steady my nerves. My first thought was that my account had been hacked, but why would someone send an email to me for my own address? I opened another tab, quickly checking my send folder. There was nothing there, no trace of the email ever being sent. My chest tightened as the sense of unease grew stronger. I leaned back, rubbing my temples, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe it was some kind of glitch or a prank. My eyes darted back to the email, my fingers hesitating over the keyboard. I decided to reply just to see what would happen. "Who is this?" I typed, then hit send. The email disappeared into cyberspace, leaving me in tense silence. Seconds later my inbox refreshed. A new email appeared, again for my own account. My breath caught as I clicked on it, my fingers trembling slightly. "You know who I am. I need you to remember." The word sent a shiver through me, my skin prickling with unease. My mind struggled to grasp the meaning behind him. Remember what? I stared at the screen, my heart hammering in my chest. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, unsure of what to say. A deep sense of dread settled in my stomach. Something about this feeling too real. I forced myself to reply again, my hands unsteady as I typed. "What am I supposed to remember?" I pressed send, my breath held as I waited. Another response came almost instantly. The words on the screen made my blood run cold. "The accident you left me behind." My lungs tightened, my vision blurring slightly as my pulse pounded in my ears. My fingers clenched into fists as I forced myself to breathe. What accident? My mind raced, trying to make sense of the words. I had no memory of any accident. Panic twisted in my gut as I checked my inbox again. No new emails came. My hands were shaking as I ran them through my hair, my thoughts spiraling. I tried to remember if something had happened, if there was anything in my past that could explain this. My mind came up blank, only adding to the overwhelming sense of dread creeping in. I refreshed my inbox repeatedly, but no more messages just came. The silence felt suffocating. The words still burned into my mind. My body felt frozen. A deep unease settling over me. I reached for my phone, ready to call someone, anyone, but hesitated. Who would I even tell who would believe me? Hours passed, but sleep never came. The weight of the emails pressed down on me, an invisible force. I could not shake. My thoughts circled back to the message. The way it felt personal, almost familiar. I did not want to believe it, but deep down something about it felt true. Days went by, but the emails never returned. I wanted to forget, to move on, but the unease never left me. The words haunted me, lingering at the edges of my mind like a shadow I could not escape, no matter how hard I tried to push it away. One thought remained: what if I had forgotten something I was never supposed to? Story 37. The tiny blinking red light caught my attention late at night as I lay in bed. At first I dismissed it, thinking it was just a reflection from something else in the room, but as I stared I realized it was coming from the smoke detector on the ceiling. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach. I had lived here for years and I had never noticed a blinking red light on it. Before I sat up slowly, my heart beginning to race, I had installed that smoke detector myself when I moved in, and I knew for a fact it was a simple battery-operated model. There was no reason for it to have a blinking red light. A cold chill ran down my spine as I tried to think. Logically, maybe the battery was low and I had just never paid attention to it before. That had to be. It's still something about it felt wrong. I grabbed my phone and searched for common issues with smoke detectors. Most results mentioned that a flashing red light could indicate a low battery or a test mode, but I knew that was not the case. The more I searched, the more uneasy I became. Some posts mentioned hidden cameras disguised as smoke detectors and my pulse quickened. I climbed out of bed, dragging a chair beneath the smoke detector. My hands were shaking as I reached up and twisted the cover off inside. Everything looked normal at first. The battery was in place. The components seemed intact, but then I saw something that should not have been there. A tiny lens was embedded within the plastic casing, almost invisible unless you knew where to look. My breath caught in my throat. Someone had put a camera in my bedroom. Someone had been watching me. I jumped off the chair, my mind racing. How long had it been there? Who had put it there? My house had no signs of forced entry, and I was the only one with a key. The thought made my skin crawl. Had someone broken in while I was away and installed it? Or, worse, had it been there since? Before I moved in, I rushed to check the rest of my house, my paranoia growing with each passing second. I inspected every smoke detector, every outlet, every possible hiding spot. I found nothing else unusual, but that did not comfort me. The fact that even one camera had been there was enough to make me feel violated. I placed the smoke detector on my kitchen table and stared at it, debating my next move. The police could investigate, but without knowing who installed it. There was little they could do if someone had access to my house once they could come back. I decided to stay somewhere else for the night. I packed a bag and left, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched, even as I drove away. Whoever had done this had invaded my privacy in the worst way. I was not going to wait around to find out what they wanted. Next story 30G. I walked up to my door ready to unlock it when I noticed something that made me stop. A single red ribbon was tied around my doorknob, neatly knotted as if placed there with intention. My first instinct was to look around, scanning the empty hallway for any sign of someone watching. The air felt unnaturally still, and the longer I stared at the ribbon, the more unsettled I became. No one knew where I lived, not friends, not family, not even co-workers. I hesitated before reaching out, my fingers hovering just above the fabric. It was silky, smooth beneath my touch and tied in a perfect bow. I felt a chill run down my spine. This was not a random prank. Someone had been here right at my door, close enough to leave this behind. My first thought was to check my security camera, but when I pulled out my phone and opened the app, my stomach dropped. The feed was blank. The footage from the last few hours was completely gone. I swallowed hard and took a slow step back, my heart pounding in my chest. Someone had not only been here, but had also erased their presence. My mind raced through the possibilities. A mistake, a coincidence. None of them made sense. I lived alone, kept to myself, and had never given out my address. The only people who had been here were delivery drivers, but that was it. I untied the ribbon and held it in my hand, feeling its softness between my fingers. I unlocked my door and stepped inside, quickly shutting it behind me. The first thing I did was check my apartment. I moved through each room, carefully listening for any sound that was out of place. Everything looked normal, Alabama untouched. Nothing was missing, nothing had been moved, but the feeling of being watched lingered, crawling under my skin like an invisible weight pressing down on me. I walked to my desk and turned on my laptop, determined to check my security settings. The footage was still missing, but the rest of the system seemed to be working fine. That meant someone had intentionally deleted it. The thought made my skin prickle. Whoever had left the ribbon had not just been playing a harmless joke, they had covered their tracks. That meant they knew what they were doing. I considered calling the police, but what would I even say? A ribbon on my door and some missing footage were not enough for them to take seriously. There was no real crime, no proof that anyone had broken in. I rubbed my temple, trying to push away the growing unease. Maybe it was just a strange coincidence, maybe I was overreacting, but deep down I knew better. I forced myself to go through my usual routine, cooking dinner and trying to focus on anything else, but every time I looked at the ribbon sitting on my counter, a knot formed in my stomach. Someone had left it for a reason. I just did not know what that reason was. The idea of going to sleep in a place that no longer felt entirely mine made my skin crawl. That night, I triple-checked the locks, set my security system to high alert and kept my phone within reach. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening for any sound outside my door. Every creak of the building made my pulse jump. I told myself over and over that there was nothing to worry about. Yet I did not sleep. Morning came, and with it the sense of exhaustion that weighed heavy on my body. I forced myself to check the hallway before leaving, half expecting to see another ribbon. The doorknob was bare, just as it should be, but that did not make me feel any better. I needed answers. I spent the next few days trying to forget, but the thought lingered at the back of my mind. I checked my security footage constantly, but nothing strange happened. No more ribbons, no signs of anyone lurking outside. Slowly I convinced myself that maybe it had been a one-time thing. Maybe it had not meant anything. Then, a week later, I came home late and stopped in my tracks. My doorknob was bare, but something else was there, a small white envelope taped neatly to the center of my door. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it. My name was written on the front and careful looping handwriting. I looked around the hallway, my pulse hammering in my ears. The air felt thick, heavy, with an unspoken threat. I reached for the envelope with trembling fingers, peeling the tape off. Slowly I hesitated before opening it, my stomach twisting. Inside was a single sheet of paper folded neatly. I unfolded it and read the words written in the same careful handwriting. It was a single sentence, nothing more. I know you live alone. The world seemed to tilt for a moment, my vision blurring at the edges. I backed away from my door, my hands shaking. This was not random. It was not a mistake. Someone was watching me. Someone had been close enough to leave this message to erase the security footage, to know that I had no one else here. Panic clawed at my throat, but I forced myself to stay calm. I needed to act, not freeze. I pulled out my phone and dialed the number for the police, my fingers unsteady. This time I had something real, a message, proof that someone had been here more than once. I would not let this go unanswered. The officer on the line listened carefully as I explained everything. They assured me that someone would come to check things out. I stayed on the phone as I waited. My back pressed against the locked door. Every second felt stretched thin, the silence around me deafening. When the officers arrived, they checked the hallway, reviewed my security system and took the noti as evidence. They advised me to stay somewhere else for a few days just to be safe. I did not argue. That night I packed a bag and left, locking the door behind me with a new sense of unease. I stayed with a coworker, keeping my phone close in case the police had any updates. They patrolled the area for the next few nights, but nothing happened. No one was caught, no more ribbons or notes appeared. Whoever had been watching me seemed to have vanished. After a week, I returned home cautious but determined not to let fear control me. I upgraded my security, added more cameras and changed my locks. The feeling of being watched lingered for a while, but as time passed it slowly faded. Whoever had left the ribbon had a reason, but I never found out what it was. Maybe it was meant to scare me. Maybe it was something worse. But they were gone now and I refused to let them take my sense of safety away. I moved forward knowing that, whatever their intentions had been, I had not let them win story 39. I sat at the stoplight, my fingers tapping lightly against the steering wheel. The hum of the engine was steady, the soft glow of the dashboard illuminating the interior. I glanced at the rear view mirror, checking the traffic behind me. Nothing seemed unusual, just a few cars waiting for the light to change. My mind was on the errands. I still needed to finish before heading home. The city lights flickered against the windshield and I let out a quiet sigh, eager to be done for the day. The sound of movement outside caught my attention and I turned my head slightly. A pedestrian had stepped up to my window, leaning in closer than expected before I could react. He whispered just loud enough for me to hear, "You are being followed." The word sent a cold shiver down my spine, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. His eyes met mine for a brief second before he turned and walked away, disappearing into the night. I swallowed hard, my breath shallow, as I looked into the rear view mirror. Again, my heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the cars behind me. Was someone really following me, or was this some kind of prank? The light turned green and I forced myself to move forward, my hands slightly unsteady on the wheel. I needed to stay calm, but the feeling of unease had settled deep into my stomach. As I drove, I took slow, measured breaths and checked my surroundings carefully. I switched lanes once, then twice, watching for any vehicle that did the same. A black sedan remained behind me, keeping a consistent distance. My pulse quickened as I turned onto a less crowded road. The sedan followed. I changed lanes again. So did they. A wave of panic spread through my chest as I realized this was not just my imagination. I gripped the wheel tighter, my mind racing through possible options. Pulling over was not safe. Driving home was even worse. I needed to go somewhere public, somewhere well lit with people around. I spotted a gas station up ahead and signaled to turn, hoping this would force the car to reveal its intentions. I pulled into the station. My breath held as I watched the sedan. It slowed but did not stop passing by at a steady pace. My body tensed as I watched it disappear into the distance. I exhaled my hand, still shaking slightly. As I parked near the station's entrance, my mind replayed everything, trying to make sense of it. If that pedestrian had not warned me, I might not have noticed anything. I scanned the road, checking for any sign of the car returning, but it was gone. The thought of continuing my drive home made my stomach tighten. I needed a moment to think, to decide what to do next. I stepped out of the car and walked into the gas station, my pulse still unsteady. The bright lights inside were comforting, the sound of conversations and beeping registers grounding me. I bought a bottle of water and stood near the window watching the road carefully. Nothing seemed out of place now, but the uneasy feeling lingered. I had to be smart about my next move. I pulled out my phone and checked the map, planning a new route home that avoided quiet roads. I waited a few more minutes, making sure no suspicious cars were lurking nearby. Once I felt confident enough, I returned to my car, locking the doors. The moment I sat down, my eyes flickered to the mirrors as I pulled out of the station, every nerve on high alert. The drive home was tense, my hands gripping the wheel as I constantly checked my surroundings. Each turn felt like a test. Every passing car a potential threat. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I hesitated. Before getting out, I scanned the street, ensuring no one was watching. Only when I was completely, or did I step out and rush inside, locking the door behind me. I leaned against the door, my breath coming in slow, measured exhales. The night had started, normally just another routine drive. Now I could not shake the feeling that something had changed. I did not know who had been following me or why, but I knew one thing for certain: someone had been watching, and thanks to that stranger's warning, I had gotten away. Story 40. I went to grab a hoodie from my closet and found a stranger's jacket hanging inside. My hand froze midair as my brain struggled to process what I was looking at. It was not mine, and it did not belong to anyone who lived with me. The material looked worn, the dark fabric slightly frayed at the edges, as if it had been used for years. I ran down my spine as I slowly pulled it out, holding it at arm's length. I turned it over, searching for any clue about where it had come from. The inside tag was faded, the brand name barely readable. I checked the pockets, half expecting to find something inside, but they were empty. My mind raced through the possibilities, but none of them made sense. I had not bought it. Then I would have noticed if someone had left it here. The closet door was always shut and I had not touched it in days. A creeping sense of unease settled over me as I tried to convince myself that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe a friend had left it behind, though I could not remember anyone visiting recently. I took a deep breath and placed it on my bed, staring at it like it might move on its own. My gut told me something was wrong, but I did not want to let paranoia get the best of me. I decided to ask around, sending a few messages to friends, but no one claimed it. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. It was not just that the jacket did not belong to me. It was the fact that it had appeared in a place where it should not have been. The closet was inside my bedroom and no one else had access to it. The idea that someone had put it there without my knowledge made my skin crawl. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I must have forgotten about it somehow. Maybe it had been pushed to the back, hidden under other clothes, and I had never noticed it before. But deep down I knew that was not true. I had organized my closet not too long ago, and if it had been there before I would have seen it. My mind kept circling back to the same unsettling thought. If I had not pushed it there, then who had that night? I lay in bed, unable to shake the feeling that something was off. The jacket sat on the chair in the corner of my room, untouched. since I had pulled it from the closet. Every time I glanced at it, my stomach twisted. I considered throwing it away, but something held me back. It felt like getting rid of it without understanding how it got there would not change anything. Sleep did not come easily. Every small noise made me tense my ears, straining for sounds that did not belong. I told myself I was being irrational, but the feeling of being watched refused to leave me at some point. Exhaustion took over and I finally drifted off, but when I woke up the jacket was no longer on the chair. My chest tightened as I sat up scanning the room. I knew for a fact that I had left it there the night before. My hands were clammy as I forced myself to look around, my pulse hammering in my ears. I checked the floor, the bed, even the closet, but it was nowhere to be found. My breath came in short gasps as the realization hit me. Someone had moved it. I ran to check my front door, but it was still locked. The windows were shut, the latches secured. There was no sign of forced entry, nothing to suggest that anyone had come in, and yet the jacket was gone. I stood there for what felt like forever, my thoughts spiraling. If it had been some kind of prank. It was not funny if someone had been in my home while I was asleep. Then I was not safe. I grabbed my phone and called the authorities, my hands shaking as I explained the situation. They arrived quickly, searching my apartment for any signs of intrusion, but they found nothing. No forced entry, no footprints, nothing missing, except for the jacket itself. They took my report that there was little they could do without evidence. All they could offer was reassurance that maybe I had misplaced it. I knew that was not the case. I had not imagined it. The jacket was real. I had touched it, held it in my hands, and then it had disappeared without a trace. That night I barely slept, every creak and shift in the apartment, sending my nerves into overdrive. I kept the lights on, listening for anything out of place, but nothing happened. Days passed and I tried to move on, but a lingering sense of unease never left me. I changed my locks, installed security cameras, and checked every closet and corner before going to bed. Nothing ever showed up on the footage, no signs of movement, no shadows creeping through the night, but every now and then, when I walked past my closet, I could not shake the feeling that something had been there, and sometimes late at night I still felt like I was not alone. Story 41. I was walking down the street, my footsteps echoing in the quiet early morning air. The city was just starting to wake up, with only a few people around, early risers heading to work or joggers trying to beat the heat. I passed a row of old weathered pay-ones relics from a time before smartphones. I hadn't seen many people use them in years, but there they were standing, almost like forgotten sentinels along the sidewalk. As I walked by, I heard the unmistakable sound of a phone ringing. I stopped for a moment, the noise pulling me out of my thoughts. It was a strange thing to hear these days, the sound of a payphone ringing, almost like something out of a movie. I glanced around, but there was no one nearby. The ringing continued, insistent and loud in the empty morning air. I hesitated for a moment. Who would be calling a payphone at this time? It seemed odd, almost eerie, especially since the street was so quiet. It wasn't as if people were stopping to use the phones anymore, but there was ringing, waiting for someone to pick up. Curiosity got the better of me. I turned around and walked back to the nearest payphone, which was sitting near the corner, its phone hanging loosely in its cradle. I picked it up, my fingers trembling just slightly, as I brought it to my ear. The ringing stopped abruptly the moment I lifted the receiver, and a soft, raspy voice whispered through the receiver. "Turn around." I froze, my body going rigid. My breath caught in my throat as the voice repeated the words in the same eerie tone, as if it was meant only for me. "Turn around." The words hung in the air, heavy and chilling. My heart began to race, my eyes darting to the empty street around me. I could feel a cold sweat breaking out along my back, and I couldn't shake the sense that something was horribly wrong. I was alone. There was no one nearby who could have spoken those words. I stood there, the receiver still pressed against my ear. A strange sick feeling creeping into my gut. I couldn't bring myself to put the phone down. Instead, I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest, as I scanned the street behind me. The world seemed still too quiet, nothing. No one was there. I let out a shaky breath, trying to steady my racing heart. Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? Maybe I was just tired. I hadn't gotten much sleep the night before, and sometimes lack of rest could mess with your perception, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The voice had been so clear, so specific. It was almost like it knew I would answer. Turn around, and the voice came again, this time more insistent, more urgent. It was like a command, not a suggestion, and it made my blood run cold. I felt a prickle sensation along the back of my neck, as if someone were watching me from behind. My breath hitched in my throat and, against my better judgment, I turned around again. This time my eyes scanned every corner of the street, every empty window, every alleyway that branched off the main road, but again there was nothing, no person, no movement. The street remained as silent as it had been when I first passed it. Still the hairs on my neck stood on end. The words echoed in my mind as though they were now imprinted on my brain. Turn around, I felt paralyzed, as though I was trapped in a moment, caught in some sort of strange loop. What was happening? Who was on the other end of the phone, and why were they telling me to turn around? I wanted to hang up, to walk away to pretend none of this had happened, but something about the voice, something about the urgency of those words kept me rooted to the spot. I couldn't leave without knowing what was going on. Slowly, with trepidation, I pulled the receiver from my ear. The silence suddenly deafening, in contrast to the voice I had just heard. Just as I was about to turn away, the receiver crackled a pause. Then the voice spoke again, but this time it sounded much closer, like it was right behind me. "You're not alone." I felt my stomach drop, a cold rush of panic flooding through me. My mind screamed at me to run to get away from this payphone, to leave this place before things got worse, but my feet felt heavy, like they were glued to the ground. My body refused to move. It was as though the voice had rooted me to the spot. Paralyzed with fear, I slowly turned around, my heart pounding in my chest. I was acutely aware of every sound of rush of wind, the distant hum of a car's engine, my own breathing, but there was nothing behind me, no one. Yet the voice in the phone had said something that chilled me to my core: "You're not alone." I had the sudden urge to look up at the sky to find something to anchor me, something familiar to ground me. But as I glanced upward, something caught my eye, a shadow, quick and fleeting, moving just at the edge of my vision. I spun around, heart hammering, but there was nothing. My breath was coming in sharp, shallow gasps as I fought to make sense of what was happening. Was I losing my mind? Was this some kind of prank, or was there something more to replay? The confusion swirled in my head like a storm, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The air felt colder now, a chill that crept into my bones. I looked at the payphone in my hand, the receiver now heavy and lifeless, as if it held the weight of all the things I didn't understand. My fingers tightened around it, a strange impulse taking over for me. I felt like I had to do something, but I didn't know what. Before I could make up my mind, I heard a faint, distant noise of whisper, like a breath on the wind. It was barely audible, but it was there, and it was unmistakably close. "Look behind you." My blood ran cold. I didn't want to turn around. I knew whatever it was would be standing there waiting for me just behind me. But my body moved before my mind could protest, and I slowly twisted my head around. The street was still empty. No one was there. For a moment, I couldn't move. I could only stare wide-eyed into the empty street, trying to catch my breath. There was no one following me, no one lurking in the shadows. Just silence, just the sound of my own heartbeat. And then, as if nothing had ever happened, the ringing stopped. The payphone was silent. I didn't wait another second. I dropped the receiver and turned, walking briskly away from the phone booth. My steps quickened until I was almost running, not daring to look back. The streets were still empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, that something was waiting for me just around the corner. I kept walking, one foot in front of the other, as I tried to push the eerie voice out of my mind, but I couldn't. The words kept repeating in my head over and over. "Turn around." I didn't dare to look back. Story 42. I was sitting in my living room, sorting through old boxes of memories I had not thought about in years. My childhood photo album lay open in front of me, its pages yellowed with age, but still holding vivid memories of a simpler time. I had always enjoyed flipping through the album, remembering the faces of family members, the places I had visited and the moments that shaped who I was. But as I turned the pages, something caught my eye that made me stop. It wasn't the smiling faces of friends or the snapshots of holidays. It was a figure in the background of several pictures, someone I didn't recognize. At first I thought it might have been a mistake. Perhaps it was just a blurry figure or someone I had forgotten about. But as I kept turning the pages, I saw this person again standing in the background of photo after photo. In one they were behind my parents at a family picnic, standing near a tree, with their back to the camera. In another they were in the distance at a birthday party. Their features obscured by the shadows, but their shape unstable. The more I looked, the more I realized this person had been in a lot of pictures from my childhood. My heart began to race as I tried to recall any memory of them. Who were they? How had they ended up in so many of my childhood pictures? The more I thought about it, the more puzzled I became. I had grown up in a small town and my circle of friends and family was small. I could name every person who had been a part of my life, or so I thought. But this figure, whoever they were, was not someone I could place. The images seemed to tell a strange story. There were no other people in the background of these photos, just this same individual. They never seemed to interact with anyone in the pictures, nor did they ever look directly at the camera. Their body language was always distant, as though they were simply observing, but they were always there quietly watching from the edges. In one photo they were standing in front of a white picket fence, just behind a group of children. Their face turned away, and another they were standing in the corner of our family living room, the light from the window casting a long shadow across the floor. I began to feel uneasy, as if I had stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. I started to examine the photos more closely, looking for any signs that might explain who this person was. Maybe it was a distant relative I had never met. Or perhaps someone who had been a part of our lives before I was old enough to remember. But no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't come up with an explanation. I even asked my parents about it, but neither of them seemed to recognize the figure either. They both looked at me with puzzled expressions, and my mom even laughed, suggesting it was probably just a neighbor or someone who had wandered into the shop without me noticing. But deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. I went through the album again, this time trying to find any other clues. The strange person was in some of my earliest memories, from birthday parties to family outings. I even found a picture of me in my front yard playing with a toy car, and there they were again standing just behind the fence, half hidden by the shadow of a tree. It seemed impossible that I had never noticed them before, but in all these years I had never thought to look closely enough to see the figure standing in the background. The more I stared at these photos, the more questions began to swirl in my mind. Who were they? Why had they been there, and why had I never recognized them before? I started to feel like I was uncovering something I wasn't meant to. Was this a mistake, a trick of the light, or something else entirely? I couldn't stop looking at the photos. Every time I turned a page, the figure seemed to loom larger in my mind. I decided to dig deeper, searching for any old memories that might connect to this person. I spoke to my siblings and asked if they had any recollections of the individual in the photos. To my surprise, they were just as puzzled as I was. They couldn't recall anyone fitting that description either. None of us had ever seen this person before, or at least not that we could remember. It was like they had always been there, lingering just on the edges of our lives, but never truly a part of it. As the days passed, my obsession with the photos grew. I found myself returning to the album again and again, unable to stop myself from staring at the mysterious figure in the background. Every time I looked at them, I could almost feel their presence, as if they were still watching me. Even now, I started to question my memories. Had I simply overlooked them when I was younger, or was there something more unsettling at play? The more I thought about it, the more I began to feel like I was being drawn into something far beyond the scope of an old family album. One evening, while I was flipping through the album yet again, something caught my attention. In one of the pictures, the mysterious figure was standing in the background, but this time their face was turned slightly toward the camera. For the first time, I could see their features clearly, though only faintly. Their face was blurry, like a person caught in motion, but I could make out the shape of their eyes and mouth, and there was something about their expression that made my blood run cold. They were smiling, but not in a way that was comforting. It was a smile that seemed too wide, too unnatural. I couldn't breathe as I stared at the photo. The smile looked like it belonged to someone who knew something I didn't, someone who was waiting for something. The unease that had been growing inside me flared into full-blown anxiety. This person wasn't just a passer-by in the background of my photos. They were watching me, and they had been watching me for years. I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. What if this person had been following me my entire life? What if they had been there lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves? I couldn't tell if I was imagining things or if I had uncovered something truly disturbing. The photos began to feel like a warning, a message from the past that I couldn't fully understand. I spent the next few days trying to piece together the puzzle. I scoured old family records, looked through more photographs, and even reached out to distant relatives, but every attempt to uncover more information only left me with more questions. The mystery of the person in the photos remained unsolved, and I was left with the unsettling feeling that I had uncovered something that I was not supposed to know. In the end, I decided to stop looking for answers. Some mysteries I thought were better left unsolved. But even now, whenever I look through that old album, I can't help but wonder about the person in the background of those pictures. Who were they? Why had they been there? And, most of all, why did they seem so familiar, even though I had never seen them before? For story 43, I sat at my desk, my fingers resting on the edge of my laptop, as I sifted through my inbox. The constant stream of messages was something I had become used to. There were work emails, bills, and the occasional spam, but nothing that ever really caught my attention. That is until I saw an email titled Invitation. The subject line alone was enough to pique my curiosity, especially since I didn't recognize the sender. It was a simple email address, one with no real identifying information. Hesitant, I clicked open the message. At first the message was, as expected, a brief greeting and a polite request for my attention, but as I read on, my heart sank. The email was a formal invitation to a funeral. At first glance it seemed no different from other invitations I had received in the past, somber and tone appropriately formal, but when I looked closer, I felt a chill run down my spine. It was my name. The funeral was for me. The words were printed in black text, but they seemed to blur together as I reread them. You are cordially invited to attend the funeral. Love and my name. My whole name was written below. That was an address, a date, and a time, no further details, just a plain message with no explanation. I stared at the screen for what felt like hours, my mind racing. Could it be a prank? Someone playing a cruel joke? But it didn't make sense. Why would someone do this? And how did they know my email address? Who would go through the trouble of sending such a disturbing message? I checked the email address again, but it was still just as unhelpful as before. No identifying information, no clue as to who had sent it. I closed my laptop with a trembling hand and took a deep breath. I needed to think it was most likely some kind of mistake, a misdirected email or a weird automated thing from a service I'd signed up for. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the growing sense of unease. I grabbed my coat and left my apartment. I needed air. The cool night breeze hit me as I stepped outside. The streets, empty, except for the occasional car passing by. The city was quieter than usual. A strange stillness settling over everything. As I walked down the sidewalk, the unease that had begun in my apartment started to creep into my bones. I pulled my coat tighter around me, but it didn't help. My skin still felt cold, my thoughts spinning faster than I could follow. Who would do something like this? It didn't make sense. I glanced down at my phone, almost expecting another strange message to pop up, but nothing, just the usual texts from friends, a few reminders for appointments, and the endless notifications from social media. I opened my email app again, hoping that the message would have disappeared, appeared, or been flagged to spam, but it was still there. The same invitation, still no explanation. Decided to go to the address listed in the email. I had to know what was going on. It could have been a mistake, or maybe I was just overreacting. I couldn't let it fester in my mind any longer. The address led me to an older, quieter part of town, the kind of place where buildings stood tall and imposing, casting long shadows over the streets. The lights here were dimmer and the silence felt heavier. My footsteps echoed as I walked down the road. The hairs on the back of my neck standing up the address took me to a small chapel, the kind you would expect to see in an old cemetery. It was tucked away between two buildings, almost hidden from the main road. I paused at the door, the invitation still clutched in my hand. Everything felt wrong. I pushed the door open slowly, the hinges creaking as it swung inward. The interior was dim, lit by candles arranged around the room. It was eerily quiet, the only sound being my own breathing. I looked around, trying to make sense of the situation. The chapel was empty, save for a few chairs and an altar at the front. The place felt abandoned, out of time and strangely familiar. I stepped further inside the door, closing behind me with a soft thud. My footsteps echoed in the empty space, and as I reached the altar, I saw something that made my heart skip. A beat there, on a small table at the front of the chapel, was a single photograph. It was of me. I took a hesitant step closer, my legs trembling as I stared at the image. It was a photo I didn't recognize, one taken years ago at a family gathering. I reached out to touch it, but before my fingers could make contact, a cold breeze swept through the room, extinguishing some of the candles. The flame flickered, and for a moment everything seemed to stand still. I stumbled back, my heart racing. What was happening? The photo remained on the table, a strange stillness hanging over it. I glanced around the chapel, but there was no sign of anyone, no footsteps, no voices, nothing. I was completely alone. I had to leave. My mind screamed at me to turn around and run to escape this place before something terrible happened, but my feet wouldn't move. I stood there, rooted to the spot, unable to tear my eyes away from the photograph. Suddenly a voice broke. The silence. Welcome, I whipped around my heart, nearly stopping in my chest. There was no one in sight. The voice had come from nowhere, as if it was whispered directly into my ear. I felt a cold shiver run through me, and for a moment everything blurred. I stumbled backward, my British English breath coming in short gasps. My head felt dizzy and the room seemed to spin. The voice spoke again, but this time it was clearer. "You're late, T." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I turned, desperately searching for the source of the voice, but there was no one there. The room was still empty. I could feel my legs shaking, but I forced myself to move to get out of that place. I ran through the door, my body moving on autopilot. The handle was cold in my hand as I yanked it open and rushed outside, my breath ragged and panicked. I stood in the street gasping for air. The world felt distorted, like I had just woken from a nightmare. My body felt numb and my mind raced to make sense of everything. The photograph, the voice. It all felt so surreal, so wrong. I looked down at the invitation still in my hand, but the address had changed. The time had changed. It was no longer an invitation to a funeral. It was an invitation to something else, something I couldn't explain. I crumpled the paper and threw it to the ground, my hands shaking as I tried to make sense of the events that had just unfolded. I had no idea what any of it meant, but one thing was certain, I wasn't going back. I turned and ran, not looking back, as the chapel faded into the distant Story 44. I was getting dressed one morning, casually pulling on a shirt, when I noticed something strange on my arm. It was a scar, small but distinct, running across my forearm, just below the elbow. I froze, staring at it for a few moments, trying to place how or when I could have gotten it. It was not like any of the usual marks. I had no cuts, no bruises, nothing that made sense in my recent memory. I ran my fingers over it, feeling the rough texture of the skin where it had healed. I couldn't recall injuring myself, and it made my mind race. Maybe it was from something minor. I had forgotten about a bump or scrape, but nothing seemed to explain it. I walked over to the bathroom mirror, leaning closer, inspecting the scar with growing confusion. It looked old, but it hadn't been there yesterday, I was sure of it. My mind scrambled for an explanation, but it just didn't add up. I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling creeping up my spine and decided to go on with my day. After all, there had to be a logical explanation for it, but I couldn't help but feel like something was off. But there was a part of the story that was missing, something I wasn't seeing or remembering. Later that afternoon, as I was getting ready to leave the house, I reached into the pocket of my jacket for my phone. As I pulled my hand out, something small and crinkled caught my attention. I looked down and found a piece of paper, a handwritten note. My heart skipped a beat. I had no idea how it got there. Curious and slightly unnerved, I unfolded it. The handwriting was neat, clean, as if someone had carefully written each letter. I read the note aloud in a whisper, the words sending a chill down my spine. "Do you remember?" Now my breath caught in my throat. What was this? Why was it in my pocket? I looked around, half expecting someone to be standing there, but there was no one in sight. I had been alone the entire time, and yet this note was here. The words felt like a direct question, a puzzle that needed to be solved, and, as much as I wanted to dismiss it, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something deeper was at play here. I walked to the kitchen, my fingers trembling slightly as I held the note. I tried to think, was there a time when I had remembered something, a moment or a situation that might explain all this? I ran my hand over the scar of my arm again, but still nothing came to mind. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. It felt like there was something I was supposed to remember, some connection that I just couldn't grasp. It wasn't just the scar either. It was the note, the way it had shown up out of nowhere, how it felt, almost like someone was watching me, waiting for me to remember. I began to wonder if I had done something that I had completely blocked out. What if I had been in an accident or a situation that I didn't remember, because my mind had chosen to bury it? I pulled my phone out and checked my messages, hoping for some clue, but there was nothing. No missed calls, no texts, nothing unusual at all. I checked my calendar, hoping there was some event I could link it to, but everything seemed normal. There were no appointments, no reminders, just another ordinary day. The more I tried to think about it, the more my mind seemed to slip into a haze. I could almost feel the edges of a memory that was just beyond reach, a fragmented picture of something important. The feeling was overwhelming, almost suffocating. It was like standing on the edge of something, but not being able to cross over into it. I decided to take a walk to clear my mind, hoping that stepping away from the house would help. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the street. As I wandered aimlessly through the neighborhood, my footsteps felt heavy, like I was being pulled down by something invisible. I kept thinking about the scar, the note, everything that had happened that day. It all seemed connected. Yet I couldn't figure out how. As I walked, I passed a park I hadn't visited in years. The swings creaked in the wind, empty and swaying gently. Something about the park seemed familiar, but I couldn't place why. I stood there for a while staring at the swings, the sensation of déjà vu washing over me. There was a memory, distant but real, something that happened here. But I couldn't remember what it was. I sat down on a nearby bench, my mind swirling with thoughts. Suddenly everything seemed to converge, the SC, the note, the park. It was as if something had unlocked a small part of my memory, clicking into place. I remembered a time when I was younger, a time when I had spent hours in this park playing, laughing. But then there was a shift in the memory, something darker. I saw myself running across the park, laughing with friends, but then there was pain, a sharp pain in my arm, a fall and the cold ground, a flash of something, someone's face. But I couldn't see it clearly. My vision blurred, and the next thing I knew I was lying in a hospital bed, the scar already starting to form on my arm. But that wasn't the end of the memory. The feeling of being watched returned, and I realized there was someone else there, someone who knew more than I did about what happened. The memory was there, but it was incomplete, like a story missing its last chapter. I couldn't remember who it was, but I knew they were important. The realization hit me hard. The scar, the note, the questions. They weren't random, they were pieces of the puzzle, a puzzle I had been trying to solve without even realizing it. I had forgotten something, something I wasn't supposed to. The wind picked up, and I stood up from the bench, determined to find answers. I had to remember to piece everything together. I walked back toward my house, my mind racing. The pieces were starting to fall into place, but the full picture still eluded me. When I got home, I searched through old boxes looking for anything that might trigger my memory, photos, letters, anything that could tell me what had happened. Finally, I found an old photo album buried deep in a box at the back of the closet. I flipped through the pages slowly, my heart pounding in my chest, and then I saw it there. It was a photo of me standing in the park smiling with a group of friends. My arm was raised and there was the scar right there in the photo, just like it was now. But the faces of the people around me were blurred, their features distorted. Something was wrong with the image, something off. It felt like a warning. I dropped the album, my mind racing. The memories were flooding back now, but they were scattered, fragmented, incomplete. I wasn't sure if I was ready to uncover the full truth, but I knew I had no choice. The scar, the note. They were only the beginning. The past was pulling me in and I had to follow it to find out what really happened. For the first time, I felt like I was on the edge of something important, something life-changing. I wasn't sure where it would lead, but I knew one thing for certain: the truth was waiting for me, just beyond the veil of my forgotten memories. Story 45. I stepped out of my house to begin my morning routine. The cold air hit me immediately and I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to brace against the chill. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon, casting a soft glow across the empty street. My footsteps echoed on the concrete as I made my way to the front porch, already thinking about the day ahead. But as I approached the door, something caught my attention. Lying perfectly still on the welcome mat was a single black glove. I stopped in my tracks, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. It was placed so deliberately as if someone had carefully placed it there, not tossed it carelessly. There was no reason for it to be there. No one had visited and there had been no indication that anyone had been near my house in the past few days. It didn't make any sense. I stood there for a moment just staring at the glove, trying to process. The first thought that crossed my mind was that it could be a mistake. Maybe someone had dropped it while walking by and it had just ended up on my porch. But then I noticed something odd. There were no other signs of disturbance, no other footprints leading up to the porch, no marks in the dirt and no other objects out of place. It was just the glove, and it seemed out of place. In the quiet, empty morning, I bent down slowly to pick it up, feeling a strange sense of hesitation in the pit of my stomach. I knew it was just a glove, something harmless in itself, but there was an unshakable feeling of wrongness that clung to me as my fingers brushed against the fabric. It was soft, well-worn leather, but there was something about it that made my skin crawl. Maybe it was the way it was placed so neatly, as if someone had carefully arranged it for me to find mine, or maybe it was just the fact that I had never seen this glove before. I held it in my hand for a moment, inspecting it more closely. It was black, with no distinguishing marks or labels, just a plain glove. But its condition made it look almost new, as if it hadn't been worn much. But the oddest thing about it was that it felt heavy in my hand, heavier than a glove should be. I couldn't explain why, but it almost felt like there was something inside it, something that wasn't immediately obvious. I looked inside the glove, but there was nothing unusual there still. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Who would leave a single black glove on my porch and why? It seemed too intentional to be a mistake. It didn't feel like an ordinary object left behind by a careless passerby. It felt deliberate, almost like someone was trying to send a message. I walked back inside the glove, still in my hand, feeling the weight of it as if it was pulling at me. I didn't know what to do with it. Should I call the police? Should I ignore it and move on with my day? I placed the glove on the kitchen counter, where I could see it clearly, and tried to distract myself with other tasks. But every time I glanced at it, that uneasy feeling crept back into my thoughts. The day dragged on and the glove sat there, still where I had left it. I tried to go about my day, but my mind kept returning to it. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a warning or a sign, though I had no idea what it could be a warning of. As the day turned into evening, the sense of unease grew. I didn't want to go outside again, didn't want to face the possibility of seeing something else strange or unsettling on my porch, but I knew I had to. After dinner, I finally forced myself to check outside again, hoping that whatever strange occurrence had happened that morning was just a fluke. I stepped cautiously out the door, looking around carefully for anything out of place, but the porch was empty. There were no more gloves, no signs of disturbance. The air was still the night silent, but then I noticed something. There by the railing of the porch was a small piece of paper folded neatly and placed exactly in the corner. My stomach twisted. It was too much. I bent down slowly, feeling the tension rise in my chest as I reached for it. My fingers shook slightly as I unfolded the paper and my eyes scanned the message, written in neat, precise handwriting. I see you. The words were short, simple, but the weight they carried was immense. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stood there staring at the note. I looked around again, half expecting someone to jump out of the shadows, but there was no one. The street was deserted. The house is quiet. I was alone, but even as I stood there, I didn't feel alone. It felt as if someone or something was watching me. I turned the note over, hoping to find something more, a clue, a reason, anything that might make sense of this bizarre situation. But there was nothing, just the message. My heart pounded in my chest as I backed away from the porch, stepping inside and locking the door behind me. I stood there for a moment trying to gather my thoughts. The glove, the knot. It didn't make any sense. It wasn't a prank, it wasn't a random. It felt like a warning, like someone knew something about me, like they were trying to send me a message. But who and why? The next morning I did what I should have done. The day before I called the police. I explained the situation, told them about the glove, the note, and the unsettling feeling I had been experiencing. They said they would send someone over to check things out, though they didn't seem to take it too seriously. I couldn't blame them. I suppose it was just a glove and a cryptic note. It didn't exactly scream emergency, but when the officer arrived his expression was more serious than I had expected. He took the glove, the note, and examined them carefully. He didn't say much as he went over everything, but his demeanor shifted. After a while he finally spoke. Has anyone been showing any unusual interest in you, anyone you don't recognize, or who has been acting? Strangely, I shook my head, feeling the anxiety creep back into my chest. I couldn't think of anyone. I hadn't noticed anything unusual not until this morning, but the officer's expression grew more concerned, and that only made my stomach tighten further. We'll keep an eye on things. Just be careful, he said before leaving. After he left, I sat in silence. The quiet weight of the situation sinking in. It didn't feel over. It didn't feel like the end of the story. There was still something out there, something I couldn't see, something watching me, but I didn't know what to do next. As I sat there in the stillness of my house, I realized one thing. I wasn't alone, and whoever had left that glove and the note was still out there waiting.